Protected by the Quarterback. Written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2017 by Christine Kersey. Chapter 1. "Thanks for nothing," Shay Campbell yelled at the fading taillights that belonged to the man she'd hitched a ride with, the man who had dumped her in the middle of nowhere. He hadn't even had the decency to let her get her one small suitcase out of his trunk. Now all she had was the pitiful contents in the purse slung over her shoulder. That, and the clothes on her back. Slowly turning in a circle, she looked around. No one was in sight. The only thing she saw were pine trees. Lots and lots of pine trees. She was on a road in the Sierra Nevada mountains of California, on her way to a new life. Or at least what she hoped was a new life. "Great," she muttered. "What else can go wrong?" That morning, she'd had the last fight with her boyfriend that she was ever going to have. How did she know this? Because after he'd punched her in the gut, knocking the wind out of her, she'd finally had enough. After he'd stormed out of their tiny apartment, she'd packed her few belongings into her suitcase, walked to the nearby grocery store, and bought a pack of gum. While paying for her gum, she'd gotten $45 cash back, which had emptied her bank account. Then, with resolve pushing her forward, she'd caught a bus to the Greyhound station and bought a one-way ticket from Fresno to Sacramento. She would have preferred to travel farther, but that was all she could afford. Reno was the vague destination she had in mind, although she really just wanted a place to start over. She'd visited Reno once, a long time ago, and when she thought about the bright lights she'd seen on that visit, they seemed like a beacon of hope. When she'd reached Sacramento, and with her cash nearly gone, she'd been kind of stumped about what to do next. Although she'd known it wasn't the smartest thing to do, she'd hitched a ride with a man who said he was on his way to Reno, which was well over 100 miles from Sacramento. He had told her he wasn't going straight there, but he was the only one who'd offered her a ride, so she'd taken it. Everything had been going fine until he'd decided to hit on her, and when she told him to shove it, he'd pulled over and shoved her right out of his car. Now, as Shay sighed in frustration that things never seemed to go her way, she unzipped her purse and dug around until she found her phone. Even as she wrapped her fingers around it, she wondered what the point was. There was no one she could call, except maybe an Uber, although since her money was nearly gone, that would be pointless. Despite that, she took her phone out, almost tempted to call Will, her boyfriend. Scratch that. Ex-boyfriend. Okay, she wasn't really tempted. She wasn't that desperate yet. In the end, it didn't matter, because when she looked at the screen, she saw that she had no service. What did she expect? She was in the middle of freaking nowhere. Sighing loudly, she knew her only option would be to try to grab a ride with the next car that came along. Maybe a nice woman this time, or a family. She would even settle for a man who looked nice. Then she heard the voice of reason in her head, or maybe it was her older sister Megan's voice. "Shay, don't be foolish. Do you want to end up dead?" Of course she didn't want to end up dead, but she also didn't want to walk 50 miles, or however far it was to the nearest town. At least it was June, so she wouldn't freeze to death. With one positive in mind, she started walking as she waited for a car to come along. There hadn't been much traffic as she and the creep had been driving, so she knew it could be a while before her ride appeared on the horizon. Glancing at the clothes she'd put on before racing out the door, a pair of shorts, a t-shirt, and flip-flops, she knew that when the sun went down in a few hours, the comfortable temperature she was feeling at that moment would rapidly drop. She kept on walking, her purse slung across her body, her ears attuned to the sound of an approaching car, or truck, or motorcycle, basically anything with at least 2 wheels that could carry her away. And as time went on, she became less picky about who she would take a ride with. She walked and walked and walked, but no one came, not one single person. Millions of people lived in California, so why wasn't even one of them driving on this road? A breeze whispered through the pine trees, and for a moment she forgot her predicament as she enjoyed this simple piece of solitude. Lifting her face to the gentle wind, she closed her eyes and flung her arms outward as she listened to the trill of a bird. But like an idiot, she didn't stop walking, and after taking a few steps in her bliss, she tripped on a rock and went down on the asphalt, hard. "Dang it," she said through clenched teeth. Her eyes were definitely open by then, and when she saw the drops of blood seeping out of the scrapes on her knees and the palms of her hands, she nearly screamed in frustration. Daring the universe to send a car down the road at just that moment, she sat down right in the middle of the road. Of course, no one came, still. If she could at least wash the blood off of her hands. That's when it hit her. She didn't have any water, or food, or anything. Trying to quell the panic that swam into her head, she turned toward the sun, which hung low in the sky, and guessed she had less than 2 hours before that ginormous ball of fire would sink behind the mountains, extinguishing all light. Trudging onward, she focused on the road ahead. Her inner voice taunted her with the reality that no one was going to come looking for her. Her mother was too busy with her new boyfriend to realize she'd left town, and her sister Megan hadn't spoken to her ever since Shay had told her to mind her own business when Megan had tried to tell her how to live her life. Then she thought about her girlfriends. Will had pretty much scared all of them away, so basically she had no one to turn to. Besides, Fresno was nearly 200 miles in the other direction. Not exactly a quick trip to come pick her up, even if she had cell service. She had no one to turn to. No one except Will. She didn't want to think about his reaction when he realized she'd bolted. Holding back a soul-deep sense of regret at her choice in men, when Shay turned her thoughts away from Will, her mind went to how thirsty she was and how much her hands and knees had begun to throb. And then she noticed that the soles of her flip-flops were much thinner than she thought they were, and that the ground under her feet was pretty dang hard. The heat from the sun poured over her like hot molten lava, which she knew she would wish for once the sun set. But at that moment, she desperately wished the road provided some shade. "Well, genius," she thought, "you could always walk under the trees, you know." Her gaze slid to her right where a thick forest lined the road. Thick with shade, yes, but also possibly thick with creatures she couldn't see, like bears, or maybe mountain lions. Then she looked at the carpet of pine needles under the trees and knew it would be easier on her feet to walk there rather than on the asphalt, assuming her flip-flops didn't fall apart or fall off. Moving off of the road and onto the pine needle carpet, she listened extra hard for cars since she would have to dash back to the road if someone came along. Turned out she didn't need to worry about that. No one came. Not a soul. She'd been walking for nearly an hour when she felt the first blister forming on the big toe of her left foot. Anger at Will and at the man who had dumped her there grew inside her like a geyser getting ready to erupt. What kind of person dropped a woman off in the middle of nowhere just because she wasn't interested in him? Clenching her jaw in fury, she was so focused on her anger that she didn't hear the car coming until it had flown right by her. "Hey!" she yelled as she ran onto the road, her arms waving in a frantic attempt to get the driver's attention. "Hey! Come back!" Moments later, the car disappeared over a rise. Wanting to scream in frustration, she trudged on, this time staying on the shoulder so she wouldn't miss her chance to hitch a ride if another car came along. 15 minutes later, when she came upon a rutted dirt road and saw a nearly concealed cabin, a smile lit her face. Chapter 2. These people had to have some water. Desperate for a drink, Shay picked up the pace despite the fact that the blister on her toe had been joined by one on the side of her foot, and within 5 minutes she was standing in front of the cabin she'd seen from the road. No cars were around, so she guessed no one was home. A long covered porch stretched across the front of the cabin and wrapped around both sides, and a porch swing sat near the front door. A large red barn was set back from the cabin, but she ignored it in favor of the house in front of her. But just in case she needed a place to crash for the night, maybe she could ask the owner to let her sleep on a nice straw bed in his barn. Hoping it wouldn't come to that, she turned her attention to the windows on the front of the house. She didn't see drapes or blinds or anything, although both upstairs windows had curtains drawn. She wasn't going to slake her thirst by standing there staring, so she climbed the 3 steps to the porch and lifted her fist to knock, then stopped. What if some old guy with a gun lived there? And what if he didn't take kindly to trespassers? What if he shot her? Fear wafted over her like a bad case of body odor, and she nearly turned away. But then her dry throat and pounding head reminded her that she was out of options, that she needed some water, stat. "Don't be a chicken," she whispered. Filling her lungs with fresh mountain air, she softly knocked. When nothing happened, she knocked harder, finally resorting to pounding. Still nothing. Guess no one's home, she thought. Relieved, she stepped to the nearest window, cupped her hand to the glass, and peered inside. No movement. All she saw was living room furniture, nothing to be scared of. And off to one side she could make out part of a kitchen. That meant water. Blissful, sweet water. The thought of the cool liquid sliding down her throat made her lick her dry lips. She just needed to get inside. With a purpose in mind, she went back to the front door and twisted the knob, but it was locked. No surprise there. Next, she checked both front windows, but they were closed tight. How desperate did she need to be to actually break a window to get in? Not sure if she'd quite reached that threshold, she stepped off of the porch and circled around to the rear of the house, keeping her eyes open for an outside faucet, which she didn't find. When she reached the back porch and saw that one of the windows was open a fraction of an inch, elation swept through her. She could totally work with that. The setting sun glinted off of the glass, nearly blinding her, but she ignored it as she focused on working the screen out of the opening. It took several attempts, but she finally got it out. Setting it on the ground, she noticed that she'd bent it a little, but she figured that was a small price to pay to quench her ever-expanding thirst. Wedging her fingers into the small gap between the window frame and the sliding window, triumph splashed over her as she gave the window a shove. It barely moved. "Great," she said, her voice thick with irritation. With a grunt of effort, she slid the window open inch by stubborn inch. When the opening was wide enough for her to fit through, she hoisted herself up and through the window, landing on the floor with a painful thud. She was in a small dining room. A round table surrounded by 4 chairs sat in the middle of the space, and through a nearby doorway she could see the kitchen. After pushing herself onto all fours, she used the back of one of the chairs to pull herself up, the palms of her hands tender from her earlier fall on the asphalt. Determined to have a tall glass of water, she didn't even care if it was cold, she walked into the kitchen, her ears attuned to the sound of someone else in the house. When she heard nothing but silence, she rummaged through the cupboards in search of a glass, although she was prepared to stick her mouth under the faucet if necessary. It didn't take long to find the right cupboard, and within moments she was guzzling the best water she had ever tasted. When she'd quenched her thirst, she realized she was hungry. She hadn't eaten since breakfast, and now she was starving. It's not like she wanted to steal, but it's not as if she could go hunting, or knew which plants were safe to eat, so she really didn't see how she had any other choice. Pulling open cupboards at random, it didn't take long in the small kitchen to find where the owner stashed the canned goods and boxes of crackers. Trying not to think too hard about her predicament, she took a box of crackers out of the cabinet and ripped it open, then shoved one into her mouth. Saliva flooded her mouth at the wonderful taste. She ate several crackers, then realized she should see if this place had a phone. Not that she had anyone to call, but, just in case she thought of someone. Carrying the box of crackers with her, she looked around the kitchen, which is where she assumed a phone would be, but didn't see one. She went into the living room, and when she didn't find a phone there either, the beginnings of worry tickled the back of her neck. While she was looking, she took note of the sparse furnishings and wondered who the cabin belonged to. No pictures were on display, which made her think the place belonged to a man. So far, she checked the kitchen, dining room, and living room. The only other room on the main floor was a bathroom, which she made use of, but no phone there either. "Guess I'd better check upstairs," she murmured, although she didn't hold out much hope that she would find a phone up there. Still munching on crackers, she made her way up the wooden staircase, and when she reached the landing, she noticed it was warmer upstairs. Fanning herself with her free hand, she poked her head into both bedrooms and the bathroom, but wasn't surprised that none of the rooms held a phone. Fantastic, she thought. Now what? Shay went to a window in one of the bedrooms and pulled back the curtain, staring outside. The sun had dipped below the mountain, and the darkness of the forest had begun to spread. No way she was going out there, not at night. Dropping the curtain back into place, she faced the room. As she looked at the bed and imagined curling up beneath the blankets, exhaustion crashed over her. She'd walked for well over an hour in the heat, without water, without food, not to mention the traveling she'd done all day, and now her body demanded rest. But first she wanted to take a shower. She stunk. Sniffing her armpit, she nodded. Yep. She set the nearly empty box of crackers on the dresser, but then the closet caught her eye. Curious if the contents would give her a clue as to who lived there, she slid open the door and took a peek. A couple of coats, large, like they belonged to a man. Several flannel shirts. No women's clothes. It was pretty apparent it was a man's cabin. For good measure, she checked the other bedroom, but all it contained was a couch and a desk covered with magazines, Sports Illustrated and Guns and Ammo. Picturing a grizzled old man with a thick beard and missing teeth cleaning his guns as he watched sports, she silently prayed that he wouldn't show up anytime soon. With a last look out the window to make sure no one had suddenly arrived, she found a clean towel in a linen closet and made her way to the bathroom. The shower stall was surprisingly clean, much to her relief, and after a long, hot shower, she felt like a new woman. After drying off, she wrapped the towel around herself and went into the bedroom where she opened the window to let the cool night air in. After bandaging her scraped knees and tender palms, she put her clothes back on, but put on one of the flannel shirts from the closet instead of her shirt. Then she climbed under the covers and immediately fell asleep. 2 hours later, a bright light penetrated her closed eyelids, startling her awake. Someone had turned on the overhead light. Heart racing, Shay froze. "Who the heck are you?" a deep male voice demanded. Chapter 3. Holding back a whimper of fear, Shay kept her eyes squeezed closed against the bright light. Who was standing in the doorway? Had Will found her? But it didn't sound like Will's voice. Holding the sheet tight against her chest with both fists, she blinked until her eyes had adjusted to the light. When she was able to look in the man's direction, she braced herself to see a grizzled old man with missing teeth and a gnarly beard. Instead, she saw a man who was quite the opposite. Tall and broad, he looked like he was in his late 20s, maybe 6 years older than she was. He had a duffel bag slung over one shoulder, and his tight t-shirt emphasized his ripped arms and chest. Tattoos snaked up one arm, and when she lifted her eyes to his face, she nearly caught her breath. He was the best-looking man she'd ever seen. Short dark hair, perfectly shaped mouth, and a strong jaw with just the right amount of stubble. "I asked you a question," he said, his gaze lasered in on her, his tone furious. I'm Shay?" It came out almost like a question. Memories of Will losing his temper and punching her crashed over her, making her tremble with fear. "And what the hell are you doing in my cabin? In my bed, Shay?" Angry lines creased his forehead. Terrified, and not sure how to explain what had happened in one sentence, she didn't reply. "No words, huh?" He took a step in her direction, glaring at her with cold, hard eyes. "I don't know who you think you are, but you need to get up and get out." The sheet was still clutched in her hands, and as he made his demand, panic swept over her. Was he going to hit her? Maybe she should leave before he had the chance. But where would she go? Out in the dark forest all alone? In the middle of the night? Where wild beasts lived? He took another step toward the bed, and her panic went through the roof. What's he gonna do? She thought. What's he gonna do? Pure terror engulfed her, and she burst into tears. "Oh, no, no, no," he said as he shook his head from side to side. "No tears, Shay." His nostrils flared. "That's not gonna work." Clearly, he was not the kind and friendly type, not a man who would take pity on her and her stupid situation. Paralyzed with fear, all she could do was watch as he strode over to her and ripped the covers from her hands. Is that my shirt?" Lines of disbelief covered his forehead. Much to her mortification, her sobbing increased. "Well, crap." Releasing a heavy sigh, kind of like he knew the way he was acting wasn't helping things, he pulled the covers back over her, flipped off the overhead light, and left the room. Stunned by this turn of events, she cowered under the covers, terrified by what could happen next. Was the man like Will, ready to hit her at the slightest provocation? Would he come back at any moment and physically rip her from the bed and throw her out into the pitch-black forest? Or would he leave her alone? Staring at the ceiling, her body pumped full of adrenaline, she knew she would lie awake the entire night on high alert for any warning that she was in danger. She'd done that many times before when Will had been in one of his moods. After what seemed like an hour, she'd been too afraid to take her phone out of her purse to turn it on and check the time. When all remained quiet, exhaustion eventually overwhelmed her, and she finally drifted off. She woke to rays of the sun slanting in through the open window. From where she was stretched out, the morning looked beautiful, which meant she could start trucking on down the road again. Or maybe the man from the night before could drive her to the nearest town. Her eyes widened. Where was the man? Who was he? Then she rolled to her side so she was facing the door. Wait, was there a man? Or had she imagined that someone had come in there during the night? No longer sure if she had dreamed him or if he was real, she threw back the covers and swung her legs over the side of the bed. She crept to the window and peered out, but it overlooked the area behind the house. Tiptoeing across the hall toward the other room, first she made sure there was no one there, then she looked out the window, which overlooked the road she'd walked in on. There was a truck parked out front. The man was real. Drawing on her memory, when she pictured the man, who she clearly remembered as being super attractive, although rather cranky, her pulse began to race with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Knowing there was no putting off the inevitable, she stopped by the bathroom to freshen up. Then, with her heart pounding, she began the descent to the first floor. Only a few steps down, and she was able to see into the living room. And that's where she saw him. Stretched out on the couch, eyes closed, all he had on were his jeans. His bare chest was clearly visible, and she couldn't stop from staring. Sculpted and tanned with an array of tattoos, his chest drew her gaze like a hummingbird to nectar. Forcing her eyes to move away from his ripped chest, they wandered a short distance to his muscled biceps. Then they moved upwards to his face. He was just as hot as she remembered. But she also remembered how furious he'd been when he'd found her in his bed, how he had demanded that she get out, and how he'd ripped the covers off of her. But then he'd put the covers back over her and let her stay. Hope that he had a soft side surged through her, and she quietly made her way down the stairs. When she reached the bottom, she paused to look at him again. "Shay?" Her gaze snapped away from his naked chest and washboard abs up to his face. His eyes were open, and he was watching her. "Hi." Her voice was barely above a whisper. Frozen to the spot, she waited to see what he would do. Never taking his eyes from her, he sat up, then he patted the cushion next to him. "Let's talk." Terrified, but drawn to him like he was pulling on a string, she slowly closed the distance between them and sank onto the couch beside him. A good 3 feet lay between them, and as she sat there she faced forward, although her eyes slid in his direction for a moment before shifting to stare at the wall across from her. To her surprise, he got off the couch and hunkered down in front of her, capturing her attention. It was then that she noticed his incredible blue eyes. Cerulean blue, it was like looking into a cloudless sky. He was the most beautiful man she had ever seen. Her breath came out in a gentle rush, and she couldn't look away, not even if looking away was the one thing she wanted more than anything else in the world. But it wasn't. "Shay." His voice was soft and calm, and she was suddenly desperate to stay. Afraid she would say something wrong and he would send her away, she didn't reply. He studied her. "First of all, no more crying, okay?" "As long as you don't kick me out," she thought. Okay. Her voice was very quiet, and her hands were knotted in her lap. Good. He smiled then, the first time she'd seen him smile, and she knew she could very easily fall for this man. Now, he said, his face serious again, how is it that you're in my house, Shay? Every time he said her name, it did something funny to her insides, something she liked. Moment of truth, she thought. Make it good, Shay. Then she said, I kind of got stranded. Memories of the day before filled her mind, frightened, thirsty, in pain, and she could feel heat building behind her eyes. She blinked a few times to suppress the tears. He had told her not to cry, so she wasn't going to. Okay. I had nowhere to go, and I was really thirsty, and I saw your cabin. Don't cry, she thought. Don't cry, don't cry. I was desperate. The feeling she'd had the day before came rushing back in full force, and a lone tear made it past her resolve, sliding down her cheek. Hoping he hadn't noticed, she swiftly wiped it away. I'm sorry I broke in. I didn't know what else to do. His eyes were steady on her face, and she wondered what he was thinking. This chick had to go. Josh didn't care about her sob story. It was probably a complete lie anyway. He'd heard so many phony stories from football groupies over the years that he'd pretty much heard it all. He had things to focus on. These next few weeks were his only off time from the NFL, and even then, he had to attend a few team meetings and organize team practices before preseason training began. Being the star quarterback for the Sacramento Vipers had become the sole focus of his life, but even he needed time to pull back from the game, to recharge his batteries, and that didn't include time with a groupie. He didn't care how innocent she looked, or how gorgeous. Kneeling in front of her, seeing those unshed tears brimming in her emerald green eyes, he almost believed her story. But he couldn't let himself fall for her baloney. He still couldn't believe she'd broken into his cabin, his one place of refuge. How had she found him? Well, he guessed it wouldn't be too hard, but the nerve of this woman kind of astounded him. He would send her on her way, pronto, and then he would never see her again, and he could focus on working out, relaxing, recharging. Still, there was something about her that tugged at him, but he shoved that down. He had no time for that crap. Okay, time for her to go. Josh drew in a breath and said, Sounds to me like we have a problem. Chapter 4. A problem? What kind of a problem? The kind where he threw her out and left her to her own devices? In the forest? He moved to sit on the couch beside her, keeping distance between them. Holding her body still, Shay turned her head to see what he was doing. Sitting on the edge of the couch, he stared straight ahead, his face a study in granite. Worried about what he was going to do or say, she shifted her eyes away from him and to her lap, where her fingers twisted together. What was the worst that could happen? He would make her leave, and she would have to continue walking along the road? That wouldn't kill her, would it? No, that would put her right back where she'd started, going nowhere fast. Well, not all that fast. Feeling slightly better, but really hopeful that he would take pity on her and help her out by... She had no idea how he could help her out. Still, when she let her gaze slide in his direction, and she saw how incredibly good-looking he was, how physically fit, how completely masculine, she was in no hurry to rush off to a future that was a big question mark. He leaned back against the cushions, then appraised her. Shay noticed this out of the corner of her eye. She didn't want to make him uncomfortable by staring at him, not if that would make it more likely that he would want her to leave. Absurdly, she wondered how she looked in profile. She thought she was reasonably pretty, but if he was looking at the side of her face, did her nose look too big? Pausing her ridiculous thoughts, she wondered if maybe she should face him. If he found her attractive, would that go in her favor? Unless he had a girlfriend, then having her around would be a liability. She was so busy considering what to do that when he finally spoke, she jumped slightly. You gotta go. What? She thought. Crap. Forgetting her quandary over which way to face, she turned in his direction. Go? She said the word as if she'd never heard it before. Yeah, she'd been on her way to Reno, but that was just a random destination. She had no ties there, no real reason to go there. Go where? His forehead creased. How the heck should I know? He made a scoffing sound in his throat. Where were you going yesterday? Shay had yet to mention how the creep had dumped her in the middle of the road. In the middle of nowhere. And she wasn't so certain she wanted to point out that someone would do that to her. Would it make him think she was used to that sort of treatment? That it was something she was okay with? 'Cause she wasn't okay with it. Not for a minute. Not now that she'd finally gotten the courage to leave Will. As she stared at the man, even though she found him beyond attractive, she knew there was nothing he could do for her. And why should he? He didn't know her. He didn't owe her a thing. She stood abruptly, and when she did, he kind of jerked back like he hadn't been expecting it. Will you at least give me a bottle of water or something? She asked, looking down at him as he sat on the couch. Yeah. His eyes narrowed. Do you want to lift somewhere? At that moment, she decided she didn't want anything from this man, a man whose name she didn't even know. No. What was she doing? Did she really want to walk? With those blisters? Of course she didn't, but for some unknown reason, okay, maybe it was her misplaced pride, she wanted to show this incredibly hot stranger that she was an independent woman, that she didn't need anything from anyone, least of all from a man. His gaze slid to the bandages on her knees. Gesturing with his chin, he asked, What happened? She didn't want his pity. Besides, the reality would make her look like an idiot, so she tried to downplay it. Just a little scrape. Then his attention went toward her foot. Wanting to hide her blisters, she used her right foot to cover her left one. His eyes lifted to her face, then he stood. That was when she realized how big he was. He must have been 6'2". She was 5'6", so not exactly a shrimp. Even so, he towered over her. And did she mention how broad his shoulders were? Yeah, broad and muscled. She nearly swooned. Since he was standing only about a foot away from her, she had to tilt her head up to look at his face. Just give me a minute to change into my shirt. Her voice was unsteady as she stared into those amazing blue eyes. He didn't reply, so she turned and made her way to the staircase. Was he watching her? He had to be watching her. What was he thinking? Was he already regretting sending her away? Or was he happy to be rid of her so easily? Not pleased about the way things were going, but not seeing a way to change them, she climbed the stairs, and once in the bedroom, she took off his flannel shirt and put on her less than fresh one. Shoving her feet into her flip-flops, she took a deep breath, then with a final look at the room, she slung her purse across her body and headed back to the stairs. As she walked down the wooden steps, she felt his eyes on her, and when she looked in his direction, he didn't look away. He met her at the bottom, and she noticed that he held a small backpack in his hands. He stared at her. Are you sure I can't give you a ride somewhere? Say yes, Shay, she thought. Just take the ride. No, I'll be fine. You're such a liar, she thought. Do you really want to walk for who knows how long in those flip-flops, with blisters? Hopeful that there would be more traffic at this time of day, she pushed a smile onto her mouth. Thanks for letting me spend the night. Barely nodding, he held out the backpack. I put some food in there, along with a few water bottles. Something passed behind his eyes, but she couldn't tell if it was guilt or relief. She took the backpack from his hand. Thanks. When he said nothing more, she walked the few steps to the front door and pulled it open. Bright sunshine flooded the porch, and as she stepped outside, she held out hope that the man would tell her he changed his mind, that she could stay. When the only sound she heard was the chirping of a bird in a nearby tree, she descended the porch steps and began the walk back to the road. Josh peered out the window to watch the woman, Shay, plod down the dirt road. He'd been mildly surprised when she left without an argument. Typically, when groupies approached him, they were persistent. Of course, none of them had broken into his house. But when he told her she had to leave, she hadn't cried, begged, or thrown herself at him. None of those things. The only emotion he'd read was resignation, which was actually kind of weird. Anyway, he'd been beyond relieved that she'd left without a fight. Then he pictured the blisters on her feet and the way she'd seemed completely baffled about where she was going to go. What was that all about? And when he'd offered her a ride, twice, she turned him down. Was she going to walk to Burton? It was 10 miles away. Josh thought about her reaction when he'd found her in his bed the night before. She hadn't seemed happy to see him. It hadn't seemed as if she'd been waiting for him, known he was going to show up. No, if he had to name the emotion he'd read in her eyes, he would have to say she'd been terrified. That gave him pause. Why would a groupie who had tracked him down and broken into his house, slept in his bed, be terrified when he'd shown up? He was missing something here. He just didn't know what it was. Chapter 5. Trudging along the dirt road away from the man's cabin, Shay kept her ears tuned to the sound of footsteps approaching, hopeful he would come after her. But all was quiet. When she reached the paved road, she stopped, then turned to look back the way she'd come. He had to be watching her, right? Squinting into the morning light in the direction of the cabin, when she didn't see him, she scowled. Determined to forget the impossibly hot man, as if he'd been someone she'd seen in a dream, she stepped onto the main road and began walking the way she'd been walking the day before. Guess that dream man is just as much of a jerk as the creep was, she thought. Then she remembered his offer to give her a lift, twice, plus the backpack with supplies. Okay, maybe he wasn't a jerk. Maybe she was just a prideful idiot for not accepting. Pain from her blisters emphasized her poor decision in turning down his offer, and she briefly considered turning around and going back. No, she wasn't going to do that. She was going to keep moving. A car was bound to come along sooner or later. Sighing audibly, she trudged onward, but 20 minutes later, she couldn't take it anymore. She sat on the side of the road to take a look at her poor feet. The 2 blisters she'd had on her left foot had mated and produced an offspring, and a new pair had appeared on her right foot. Frustrated by her situation, she tore the flip-flops off of her feet, stood up, then threw the useless plastic shoes into the forest with all of her might. Better to walk barefoot than to have the cheap plastic rubbing her tender feet. Shay set off again, and for the first quarter mile her feet actually felt marginally better. The asphalt was rough, but something about walking barefoot helped her settle into a rhythm. Eventually, though, she decided her feet would thank her if she walked on that pine needle carpet instead, so she moved off of the road. The pine needles poked her feet occasionally, but for the most part it was better than asphalt. 10 minutes later, she realized she hadn't eaten yet, and the moment she saw a fallen log on the ground, she used it as a bench. Curious what the man had sent with her, she took the backpack off of her shoulders and unzipped the storage compartment. Taking the items out one by one, she took inventory. 3 water bottles, 2 large packages of crackers, 2 deep red apples, 1 perfectly ripened banana. "What, no protein?" she said out loud. Chuckling to herself, Shay silently thanked the man for his thoughtfulness. Will never would have done something like that. No, he would have laughed at her and shoved her out the door without a second thought. Pushing aside thoughts of her ex, she peeled the banana before taking a generous bite. That's good. She polished off the banana and half a package of crackers before downing most of one of the water bottles. "Okay," she muttered. "Break's over." She put everything away, careful not to leave any trash on the ground, heaved the backpack onto her shoulders, and continued on. Having a full belly made a big difference, and she found herself moving more quickly. Where was the next town anyway? It was then that it occurred to her that she should have asked the man this very question. She was an idiot. Then she remembered the way the man had looked that morning, shirtless and gorgeous. Maybe she'd just been distracted. Deciding to go with that excuse, she plodded on. A while later, she heard the heavenly sound of an approaching vehicle. Racing to the road, she frantically waved her arms. "Hey!" she screamed. "Hey, stop!" When the vehicle, a beat-up black truck, came into view, then began to slow before pulling onto the shoulder 20 yards in front of her, she thought she was going to pass out with relief. Running toward the truck as best she could with bare feet on asphalt, she could see 2 men in the truck. She slowed to a walk, and when she was less than 10 feet from the truck, the man in the passenger seat opened his door and stepped out. He had a scruffy beard and longish hair, and Shay guessed he was in his 30s. She stopped. He looked her up and down. "Need a ride, honey?" Something about the look in his eyes gave her a sudden case of the creeps, and she remembered the jerk from the day before. Still, it was a ride. Maybe he would be okay. Where are you headed?" "Burton." "How far is that?" "About 10 miles. "Is that the nearest town?" She figured she might as well get some information. "Yep." Impatience crept over his face. "Are you coming or what?" Perilously torn. Did she want to possibly walk another 10 miles, or did she want to take her chance with a pair of possible creeps? She hesitated. "We got places to go," he said with a grin. "Things to do." Shay didn't always make the best decisions. The situation she was in proved that. But this time she decided to listen to her gut, and her gut was telling her to run away from these guys. Far, far away. I think I'll pass, but thanks anyway." The man stared at her before turning to look at his companion, who sat behind the wheel. Then he faced her again. "Now that's downright rude. You were the one yelling for us to stop, and then when we take the time to stop and offer you a ride, you say no? What's your problem?" The man seemed angry now, and Shay was beginning to feel scared. The same fear she'd felt the day before when she had decided to flee from Will, like she was in imminent danger. "I'm sorry I bothered you, okay?" He huffed out a breath. "No, it's not okay." He glanced up and down the road, then smirked at her. "There's no one around. I don't think it's safe for you to be out here all by your lonesome." His head tilted. "I think you should come with us." Was he kidding? But she could see by his body language and by the look on his face that he was dead serious. Would he really drag her into his truck? "I said no." She made her voice as forceful as she could, but the man just laughed. "She said no," he said to his companion. The driver's door opened, and the driver stepped out. His snug-fitting t-shirt emphasized the way his belly spilled over his jeans, and he looked like he could use a haircut. Deciding it was time for her to get the heck out of there, Shay turned and began to run back the way she'd come. All that walking for nothing, she thought, as she retraced her steps. "Come back," they called after her, but when she glanced over her shoulder, they weren't chasing her. Slowing to a walk, she kept looking behind her. They hadn't moved. Now what? She was walking in the wrong direction, but she wasn't about to walk past them. Glancing toward the trees, she knew she could go around them by walking in the forest, but that would mean no chance of catching a ride, and a good chance of running into a bear or something. Well, crap, she thought, this is just great. So focused on what to do next, she didn't realize they'd gotten back in their truck and had turned around until they'd pulled up alongside her. What the heck? The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end as fear slithered inside her. "Get in," the driver demanded. On the verge of freaking out, she backed up a few steps. "Please, leave me alone." Tears threatened. "Don't cry," she thought. "It will make you look weak." Both men laughed, sending a zing of terror to all of her nerve endings. In her abject fear, her ears began to ring, which is why she didn't hear the approaching ATV until it was practically beside her. "There you are, Shay," a man said, as if he'd been searching for her all morning. She spun in his direction. A man wearing a ball cap pulled low over his eyes was a few feet away. It took her a moment to realize it was the man from the cabin. "What?" she said stupidly. He looked at the 2 men in the truck, then turned to her. "I've been looking for you. Get on." He didn't have to ask her twice. Still numb with fear, as she began to climb on behind him, the men in the truck turned their vehicle around and drove away. Chapter 6. "Get off," the man said. Startled, and with adrenaline still pumping through her veins, Shay froze. "What?" "You heard me." More confused than ever, she did as he demanded. Then, still recovering from the scare she just had, plus upset over the humiliation that this man was heaping upon her, she turned away from him and began walking the way she'd originally been headed. She'd walked a good 30 feet when she heard him call, "Where are you going?" Angry now, she turned to face him. "What do you care?" He drove the ATV forward, stopping in front of her, blocking her path. "Leave me alone." Her voice was tinged with fury, her nerves stretched tight. "I'd like to talk to you." His voice was calm. Widening her eyes and shaking her head in disbelief, she said, "Then why'd you tell me to get off your ATV?" He smiled, which nearly disarmed her. "Because I want to look at you when I talk to you." That made sense in a completely ridiculous way. "Oh." He glanced at her bare feet, then one side of his mouth tugged upward. He scanned the forest, then he looked at her. "Why don't we sit for a minute?" Shay thought the man was crazy. Even so, when he climbed off of the ATV and walked to a spot under a tree, she followed him, and when he sat, she sat too. "Do you want something to eat?" she asked, then felt like an idiot. What, was she a hostess now? She was in the middle of nowhere, and the food in that backpack was all she had. "No," he replied. Then he smiled. She studied him. He was wearing a t-shirt that nicely displayed his biceps and ripped chest. And that smile, perfectly straight white teeth framed by full lips. "Thank you for, saving me from those guys who'd been about to kidnap me," she thought. Just imagining where she would be at that moment if he hadn't come along sent a surge of adrenaline pounding through her veins. "You shouldn't take rides from strangers." His eyes narrowed. "You told me earlier that you didn't need a ride." Oh yeah, she thought, that. Like you said, I shouldn't take rides from strangers. A smirky smile curved her mouth. "So how could I take a ride from you? I don't even know your name." He laughed, which made his smile even more gorgeous. Shaking his head, he plucked a long piece of grass from the ground beside him, then he focused on her. "My name's Josh." Josh. She liked the sound of that. "So, Shay." He stretched his long legs out in front of him. "Where are you headed?" All of a sudden, she didn't want to pretend that everything was fine. Her face kind of crumpled, although she refused to let tears fill her eyes. "I don't know." He cocked his head. "You don't know?" His gaze went to her bare feet, then back to her face. "Yet you're walking along this road with nothing but the clothes on your back and the little bit of food I gave you. You don't even have any shoes." He shook his head. "Not a great plan." He didn't have to tell her what she already knew, and when he listed it out like that, she felt like a complete loser. She didn't need to sit there and listen to him make fun of her. Determined to show him that she could take care of herself, even though that was in serious doubt, she jumped to her feet. "Again, Josh, thanks for chasing off those creeps, but I've got to get going." He looked up at her, a lazy smile tugging up the corners of his mouth as he placed the stem of grass between his teeth. "Yeah, you don't want to be late to..." He paused a beat. "Where did you say you were going again?" Why was she still standing there listening to him poke fun at her? She stared down at him. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that he was so dang hot and she had nowhere to go. Using all of her self-control, she took a step back, then turned and began walking toward the road. "Shay," he called, freezing her in place. She turned in his direction but didn't speak. He stood, tossed aside the piece of grass, then brushed off his jeans. She couldn't help it. Her gaze slid from his toes all the way up his sexy body, then to his face, and when she thought of the way he'd been her knight in shining armor, okay, her knight on an ATV, Her attraction to him could not be denied. "What?" she asked as he walked toward her, but her voice was softer than she'd meant it to be. "I was just teasing you." And, she thought, how did that help? "Fine, but I have a long way to go, so I need to get moving." He looked at her bare feet again, then met her eyes. "Are you really going to walk 10 miles without any shoes?" A huff of air left her mouth and she shook her head. "Why? Do you have a pair of shoes in my size tucked away in that ATV?" She motioned with her head toward his ATV, which was behind him. He swiveled in that direction, then turned to her with a half smile. "Can't say that I do." "Right." She turned away, ready to hit the road, but when she'd only taken one step, his fingers wrapped around her upper arm. "Hang on." He let go, and she slowly turned to face him. When her eyes met his piercing blue ones, it was like she was hypnotized by his very presence. Regardless, her predicament hadn't changed one bit, and she waited to see what he was going to say. "Since you're probably going to hitchhike, why don't you let me drive you to wherever it is you're going?" Not liking how vulnerable she felt, she placed a hand on her hip. "I don't know where I'm going, remember?" He chuckled. "Yes, I remember." Looking doubtfully at his ATV, she added, "Besides, I wouldn't want to ride on that for 10 miles. Smiling like she was a slow learner, he said, "I meant that I would drive you in my truck." "Oh." Feeling stupid, she lashed out a little. "Thanks anyway, but I can manage on my own." Uh-huh, she thought. Right. He stared at her, then nodded. "Okay, have it your way." Then he turned around and climbed onto his ATV. "Wait!" she wanted to scream. But it was too late. She'd already made it clear she didn't need him. He grinned at her, then turned on the ATV and began driving back the way he'd come, toward his cabin. She stood there and watched until he had disappeared over a rise. Then a thought occurred to her. Why was he heading home? Hadn't he been on his way somewhere? Or had he only come this way because he was looking for her? Thrilled by the idea, she almost immediately dismissed it. Why would he do that? He didn't know her. In fact, he'd sent her on her way. But she couldn't help wonder if he'd only come this way to find her. Chapter 7. Now what genius, Shay thought. She had passed up 2 rides. Yes, one would have been with a pair of creeps, but why hadn't she gone with Josh? Did she love the feel of blisters rubbing against asphalt? Glancing at her bare feet, then back in the direction Josh had gone, Shay knew she'd let her pride get in the way of making a smart decision. Only one way to fix that. Staring in the direction Josh had gone, she shaded her eyes with her hand. Nothing was visible beyond the rise, so after sighing in resignation, she began walking in the same direction he had gone. Trying to console herself with the thought that it would be better to retrace her steps to a place she was sure of, rather than to walk 10 miles to a place she wasn't sure existed, she plodded onward. 10 minutes later, she crested the rise, and to her utter astonishment, she saw an ATV parked at the bottom of the hill. She was pretty sure it was Josh's ATV. Scanning the area near the ATV, she saw him sitting under a tree, his legs stretched out and his head leaning against the tree trunk like he was taking a nap. Was he okay? Why was he just sitting there? Unexpected concern swept over her, and she trotted down the hill as best she could in the condition her feet were in. "Josh?" she called when she was about 30 feet away. He lifted his head and smiled at her. "There you are, Shay." There she was. What? Had he been expecting her? "Are you okay?" she asked as she reached his side. "Yes." He looked at her feet. "Are you okay?" Now that he mentioned it, her feet did hurt like crazy. "I've been better." He stood. "That's what I figured." She narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean?" Softly chuckling, he looked past her shoulder in the direction she'd come from, then smiled at her. "I kind of figured you would change your mind about wanting a ride, so I decided to stop here and wait for you to show up." A little irritated that he'd figured her out so easily, but in too much pain to let her pride take over, she scowled. "Well, aren't you the clever one?" His smile only grew. "I have my moments." He gestured toward the ATV. "Come on, Shay, get on." Remembering the way he'd had her get on before, then had immediately demanded that she get off, she said, "Are you sure?" Laughing, he nodded. "Yeah, come on." He easily swung his leg over the seat, then placed his hands on the grips. The ATV wasn't a two-seater, so she would have to wrap her arms around his waist to keep from falling off. At the thought, she hesitated. "Let's go." "You know you want to," she thought. Giving in to what she knew was best for her aching body, and to be honest, the idea of being pressed against him didn't sound too bad either, she climbed on behind him. "Hold on now," he said as he started the engine. Leaning forward, she wrapped her arms around his middle, and when she felt his tight abs under the palms of her hands, and with her body pressed against his, powerful attraction ripped through her. Flushing with a sudden urge to lay her cheek against his back, she held herself steady as he put the ATV in gear and they began the drive back to his cabin. He stayed on the shoulder of the road, but he moved pretty fast, so she had to hold on tight. It didn't take long to reach the road to his house, much faster than walking. As they bounced along the rutted dirt road, she saw his biceps flex as he fought to control the ATV, and she enjoyed holding on to him a little more than she was willing to admit. When they reached the cabin, she reluctantly let go of him and climbed off. "Ouch!" she cried when her blistered feet landed on the hard dirt. Josh got off the ATV and turned to her. "Are you okay?" "It's just my feet." They both looked down, and that's when she realized how filthy her feet had become. "Nice, Shay," she thought. "Let me see if I can do something about that." Not in any position to refuse, she nodded, grateful. "Thanks." He gestured for her to go first, but as she made her way to the cabin, she was hobbling more than walking. "Do you need some help?" he asked as he followed her. She'd made it to the base of the steps by then, and as much as her feet hurt, she preferred to climb the stairs unassisted. "I think I can make it," she said as she ascended the first step. "Okay." He was right behind her. She could feel the heat coming off of him. Holding tightly to the railing, she took the other 2 steps and stopped on the porch, expecting that he would need to unlock the door. "Let me get that for you." He stepped past her and twisted the doorknob, and the door swung inward. "Didn't you lock the door?" He laughed. "No need." She remembered how she'd had to break in through a window the evening before. "It was locked yesterday." He appraised her as they stood on the threshold. "Yesterday I was out of town." "Oh." Deciding not to bring up anything else that would remind him of how she'd made herself at home after breaking and entering, she walked inside and stopped in the entryway. He motioned toward the couch. "You'd better sit." Grateful for the invitation, she took off the backpack and set it on the floor before sinking onto the soft cushions. Sighing in relief, she watched as he walked out of the room. Enjoying the luxury of sitting in a soft place for a while, she lay her head back and closed her eyes. A few minutes later, she heard Josh come back in the room. Opening her eyes, she sat up straight, and to her surprise, she saw that he had a small basin full of water in one hand, a bottle of soap in the other, and a thick, fluffy towel tucked under one arm. He set the basin on the floor at her feet, then knelt in front of her. Alarmed by what he might have in mind, she asked, "What are you doing?" He grinned up at her. "I'm going to take care of your feet." Take care of them how? She wondered. As she imagined the intimacy of him handling her feet, then looked at how filthy they were, her face turned an unflattering shade of red. I can do it." He shook his head. "No, let me." Before she could object any further, he slid the basin right in front of her feet, then lifted each foot before placing them in the bath of warm water. Sensations bounded through her. His touch, the warm water on her tender feet, the way he looked as he knelt in front of her. She didn't think she could stand it. Then he squirted foam soap into the palms of his hands before gently washing her feet. Her feet had always been sensitive, but that, combined with his touch, all kinds of sensations rolled through her. Even with the pain of the blisters, the way he was ministering to her made it all okay. "How are you doing, Shay?" He lifted his eyes from her feet to her face. Trying not to moan with pleasure, she managed to whisper, "Okay." A knowing smile turned up the corners of his mouth. "Good." As he finished washing her feet, then lifted them out and began to gently dry them with a soft towel, he looked at her again. "What happened to your shoes anyway?" Embarrassed by her impulsive act, she half smiled. "Well, actually, I threw them away." He stopped what he was doing and stared at her, a question on his face. "Why would you do that?" "They were making my blisters worse." Softly chuckling, he shook his head as he finished drying her feet. Then he lifted his gaze and captivated her with those amazing blue eyes. "Wait here." "Okay," she breathed out, as if she could even move just then. He stood, then picked up the basin, which was now filled with dirty water, and left the room. When he came back, he had a small first aid kit and a pair of socks. Curious about what he was going to do, and loving the way he was taking care of her, she recalled how that very morning he had told her she had to leave. Why was she here now? Why had he come for her? Why had he changed his mind? He sat near her on the couch and said, "Here, put your foot on my lap." "Okay." As if she would refuse that kind of request. She shifted her position to comply, and when he lifted her feet and set them on his muscled thigh, she had to work to slow her breathing. He dug around in his first aid kit, then after putting a towel under her feet, he swabbed some iodine onto each of the blisters. "I'm going to drain these blisters and then bandage them, all right?" Thrilled that she might get some relief, not to mention how much she was enjoying having such a gorgeous man tend to her needs, she nodded. "Okay." He took a needle and wiped it with rubbing alcohol, then he punctured the first blister and used a tissue to absorb the clear liquid that drained out. "Does that hurt?" he asked, concern on his face. "No." His lips curved into a smile. "Good." He drained each and every blister, then after spreading ointment on each one, he bandaged them and placed socks over her feet. Finally, he lifted her feet from his lap and set them on the couch cushions as he stood and moved to a chair next to the couch. Not able to restrain her confusion, she said, "This morning you made me leave. Why did you come for me?" Why had he come for her? Josh asked himself. As he'd watched her walk down the dirt road, away from his house, the backpack on her shoulders, wearing those ridiculous flip-flops on her feet, something had pushed him to go after her. Call it instinct, something he'd honed as he'd become a champion quarterback. Whatever it was, he didn't regret it. Especially when he'd found her, barefoot, talking to those men on the side of the road. When he'd seen that, an unfamiliar sense of protectiveness had swept over him, and his interest in her had only grown. To his surprise, she'd been reluctant to come back with him. Luckily, his hunch had paid off, and after he'd left her on the side of the road after her refusal, she'd retraced her steps and found him waiting. Remembering the way she'd rushed toward him, apparently worried that he was hurt, he allowed a small smile to tug up the corners of his mouth. Then he thought about the way it had felt to wash her feet in the basin, to tend to her blisters. Holding her roughened feet in his hands, knowing the effect it had on her when he gently washed the dirt away, then holding her feet on his lap while he'd pierced and drained each blister. Caring for her like that had been strange for him. People usually took care of him, did whatever he asked of them. He worked his butt off for his team, but he was well rewarded for his hard work. Maybe his first impression about her had been wrong. Maybe she wasn't a groupie. Maybe she had no idea that he was the famous Josh Wisner, star quarterback for the Sacramento Vipers. Not that it mattered. She couldn't stay. He would feed her, then he would drop her off in town. Josh thought about her question again. Why had he come for her? Because she intrigued him. He wasn't about to admit that to her, though. Scowling, he turned to her and said, "Does it really matter?" Chapter 8. Yeah, Shay thought, it kind of did matter. How else would she keep him from suddenly changing his mind again? "What would you say if I told you yes?" she said. He stood and faced her. You should just be glad I came." Then he strode into the kitchen. "I am," Shay called after him, afraid he was mad now and would kick her out at the first opportunity. "I really am." He poked his head into the living room, then let it go. A moment later, he was out of sight, and she could hear him doing something in the kitchen. "Okay," she said to the room, too quiet for him to hear, hopeful he was fixing something for her to eat, although she didn't want to make any assumptions at this point. She stayed where she was and stared at the ceiling as she tried to figure out what she should do. When she'd fled her apartment the day before, all she'd known was that she had to get away from Will, no matter the cost. Yesterday hadn't been the first time he'd hit her, or even the worst of his beatings. But yesterday something had changed. It was like a switch had been flipped, and the urge to flee had become overwhelming. She'd been lying face down on the floor of their apartment, gasping for air, her fingers digging into the dirty carpet, when she'd felt his hot breath next to her ear. "Don't even think about leaving, Shay," he'd said. "I'll find you wherever you go, and if you make me come after you—" A menacing chuckle had wafted over her. "Well, let's just say that would be something you would regret for the rest of your short life." Then he'd stormed out of the apartment, completely confident that when he returned she would be there, waiting for him. At the memory, a shiver of terror raced from the top of her head to the tips of her toes. She didn't know where she'd found the courage to flee, but somehow she had. Now, as she looked around the living room, a living room that belonged to a man she'd barely met, a feeling of safety and security wrapped around her like a warm blanket. Maybe it was because there was no way Will would be able to track her here. How could he? She hardly knew where she was. Or maybe it was something about Josh, that even though his initial reaction to her presence was to kick her out, he'd come for her at the moment she had needed him the most. Warmth toward the hot man in the kitchen pulsed through her, and she wished there was some way she could stay there, under his protection, forever. The heavenly smell of bacon mixed with a sizzling sound reached her, and her stomach began to rumble. Josh walked into the room. "Are you hungry?" Shay looked him over, taking in his incredible good looks and the semi-friendly expression on his face. She knew he wasn't totally excited about having her there, but hey, he was making her something to eat before sending her on her way. "Yeah." Motioning with his head toward the kitchen, he said, "I made something to eat." Shay's stomach growled loudly in reply, and one side of his mouth turned up in a smile. She stood and gingerly followed him to the dining room where he'd set 2 places. Then she glanced at the window. The screen was still missing. Had he noticed that she'd taken it out the day before? That she'd bent it? Feeling only slightly guilty, she had been desperate after all, she slid her gaze his way to see if he was going to mention it, but he just pointed to the table. "Have a seat." Then he turned and walked into the kitchen. "Do you need any help?" she called after him. "I've got it." A moment later, he came back carrying one plate piled with bacon and another plate filled with scrambled eggs. He set them on the table, then poured some coffee into their mugs before joining her. "This looks delicious," she said as her mouth salivated. "Help yourself," he said, so she did. The clock told her it was nearly 11, so she was a little surprised about the late breakfast, although she wasn't going to complain. He must have noticed her eyeing the clock because he said, "I didn't have time to eat after you left." His smile was a bit sheepish. The ATV wouldn't start right away. So he'd come after her soon after she'd left? Interesting. "How did you know which way I went?" Why was she bugging him about that? She was just going to irritate him again. Instead of getting angry, he chuckled. "It wasn't hard to figure out. You left little dusty footprints on the asphalt." "Right." She forked the eggs and placed some in her mouth. After swallowing, she said, "These are really good." "Thanks." He ate a slice of bacon, then he stared at her for several moments, making her fidget. "What's your story, Shay?" She wasn't about to tell him she was on the run from an abusive boyfriend. Not when she felt so stupid for letting things with Will get completely out of hand, for waiting so long to flee. She should have left him after the first time he'd raised a hand to her, but she hadn't. If she admitted that, Josh was sure to think she was pathetic, to look at her differently. That was not what she wanted. Instead, she stalled. My story? Fork poised over his plate, he kept his blue-eyed gaze steady on her, which nearly disarmed her. Yeah, this morning you told me you were stranded, but I get the feeling you don't have a car nearby. Am I right? She could admit to that. Yes. Okay then, how did you get stranded? Seeing her chance to get more information from him, she decided to bargain. If I tell you, will you answer a question of mine? He ate another bite of eggs before answering. Maybe. Maybe. That was probably the best she would get, so she decided to give him part of her story. I hitched a ride, and the man, well, he kicked me out of his car. Josh stared at her, his face unreadable. Why'd he kick you out? Remembering the leering expression on the creep's face, as well as his words, she shuddered slightly. She began. He wanted me to do more than just sit in the passenger seat. Swallowing over the revulsion she felt at the memory, she shook her head. When I told him that wasn't going to happen, he stopped the car and kicked me out. Josh's expression didn't change. Did this not shock him? Had he heard of this kind of thing before? Was he like the creep? The idea revolted her, but she didn't know Josh at all. For all she knew, he was worse than the creep. That's how I ended up here, she added, as if that wasn't already obvious. He nodded, then with a tilt of his head he asked, Why were you hitching a ride? Okay, she thought, enough of the Q&A. I don't want to talk about it. He studied her. All right. He finished off his eggs. How are your feet feeling? Glad he hadn't pushed for more information, she wiggled her toes. Much better. She didn't want to gush, but she really appreciated what he'd done for her. Which reminded her, You said if I told you my story, you would answer my question. He grinned, his straight white teeth gleaming in his perfectly shaped lips. Then he took a bite of bacon. I said, maybe. Okay, so I was wondering why you came after me. He lifted his mug to his lips. Already asked and answered. Then he took a swig. It had been worth a shot. He set his mug down and stared at her. The question you should be asking is, why were you so willing to come back with me? You don't know me from Adam. That was a good question, but she knew the answer. It was because she hadn't known what else to do. Lifting one shoulder in a shrug, she said, It was better than walking barefoot for 10 miles. Yeah, that makes sense, but you do realize I don't have any shoes that'll fit you, right? Yeah, I guess. So, you have no shoes, and I have no shoes for you. What are you going to do now? What did he expect her to do? He'd said he would drive her to the next town. But then what? Was he implying that she would be walking again soon, after he left her? Hating the idea, and with nowhere to go, he looked at her face and began shaking his head. No. No what? I barely know you, Shay, but you're too easy to read. I am? One side of his mouth turned up in a smile. Yeah. Okay, what am I thinking? That you want to stay here. Am I right? Yes, she thought, but she said, No, no way. That is not what I was thinking. He threw his head back as laughter burst from his mouth. After several moments, he got himself under control. Then he looked at her. Yeah, right. She had to own up to it. Okay, fine. The thought may have crossed my mind. Like I said, no, absolutely not. As she imagined him kicking her out again, and then walking along the road, blisters covering her bare feet, with only creeps there to give her a ride she might not even want, warm tears pushed against the backs of her eyes. Don't cry, Shay, she thought. Don't do it. She cleared her throat. Then to buy herself a minute, she used her napkin to dab at her mouth. Deciding to woman up, she pushed back from the table and stood. Can I keep the socks? What? The sound came out as a bark of laughter. The socks. Can I keep them? Since I don't have shoes. Clenching her jaw for a moment, she added, For my walk. Your walk? His eyebrows jerked together. I said I would drive you to town, or did you forget? Shay laughed like all her cares had been resolved. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sure you can buy a pair of shoes when we get there. She couldn't argue with that logic, except that she only had about $20 to her name. Alrighty then, she said. Shall we go? No point in dragging out the inevitable. He leaned back in his chair and folded his arms across his chest. In a hurry to leave now? With his arms crossed, his biceps bulged against his chest, and she found her attention involuntarily drawn to them. Shay, he said, and her gaze snapped to his. Cocking his head to one side, he raised his eyebrows as his lips pulled into a smirk. Why did he have to be so good-looking? Life just wasn't fair sometimes. What? Placing his hands on the table, he stood. If you've had enough to eat, we ought to go. Softly sighing, she nodded. Okay. At least she would get to be with him for however long it took to get to town. With that thought in mind, she followed him out the door into his truck. Chapter 9. I'm sure you'll be able to find your way to wherever it is you want to go once we reach Burton, Josh said as they turned from his dirt road onto the asphalt. Yeah, Shay thought, won't that be awesome? She stared out the passenger window as they drove along and tried to decide what she would do once they reached this town he kept mentioning. Did she still want to go to Reno? Are your feet feeling okay? She looked at him, wondering if he really cared or if he was just being polite. They're fine. That wasn't strictly true. The truth was that they were tender, probably from her walking on them when they left his cabin. What would be the point in telling him that? It wasn't like he would do anything about it, not when he was eager to see her go. Curious about him, she angled her body in his direction. So, Josh. He glanced at her, his right hand hanging loosely over the top of the steering wheel, his left arm resting in the open window frame. Yeah? What's your story? My story? Yeah, you wanted to know mine. Now I'm asking yours. He laughed. I don't have a story. Come on, everyone has a story. He shook his head, his smile nearly slaying her. Not me. Wondering why he wouldn't tell her only made her more curious. Too bad she would never see him again once he dropped her off. Do you live at that cabin year-round, or do you have another place? After a sidelong glance at her, he shook his head but didn't reply. It is your cabin, isn't it? She asked. This time he laughed. Yes, it's mine. If you live in that cabin, which is in the middle of nowhere, I might point out, what do you do for money? He appraised her, then he threw her a smile. That, lovely lady, is none of your business. Pleased that he'd called her a lovely lady, but slightly irritated that he'd refused to answer such a basic question, she decided to tease him a little. So, you either do something online, although I don't know if you even have internet way out here, or you're a criminal. Remembering the guns and ammo magazine she'd found in his second bedroom, she looked at him, her head tilted in question. Maybe you're an assassin. He threw his head back and laughed, but didn't give her a hint as to what he did. Once he'd gotten himself under control, he said, I can only assume you're unemployed. Shay didn't like his assumption, although it was 100% true. She frowned. I don't know why you'd assume that. So you have a job? Not anymore, she thought. She was sure that when she hadn't shown up at the burger joint for her shift the day before, they'd fired her. Maybe they'd even called to see if she was coming in, but since she had no cell service, she had no clue. Which led her to thoughts of Will. Had he tried to contact her? Almost afraid to get cell service since it would mean he would be able to reach her, she was absurdly grateful to be completely out of touch with the world. I did have a job, but, well, I don't anymore. Why's that? She wasn't about to get into the details, but since it was her ex's fault, she decided to lay the blame at his feet. Someone made me quit. That wasn't technically true, but it kind of was. If she hadn't had to escape Will, she wouldn't have basically quit her job. Josh shook his head. Sounds like you're too easily swayed. No one had swayed her to quit her job. Escaping had made that happen, but telling him that would bring up a whole host of questions she wasn't prepared to answer. But was it true? Was she too easily swayed? She thought about Will and how she had always gone along with what he wanted, whether it was good for her or not. Was that because she was too easily swayed? Or was it her way of keeping the peace? She didn't want Josh to think she was like a dandelion, getting caught in the wind, blowing whichever way the breeze took her. "I'm not easily swayed," she said, trying to project confidence, although she wasn't certain he was wrong. "Oh yeah?" he shot back. "Tell me a time when you didn't do what someone else wanted you to." He'd nailed her, and she didn't like it. "That's none of your business." He laughed like he knew there wasn't a time. She knew darn well that fleeing Will was definitely not what someone else wanted, but since that bit of information wasn't for public consumption, she had to come up with something else. Racking her memory to come up with something, anything, she gave up when nothing came to mind. That's when she had to admit that up until that point she had been too easily swayed. Well, that was about to change. From then on, she would do what she wanted to do. Her days of being swayed were over. They rode in silence, with her stewing over her resolve to have a backbone from now on, and with him thinking who knew what. Josh was sure of it. Shay didn't know who he was. Kind of thrilled by the novelty of it, he looked at her as she stared out the passenger window, deep in thought. What was her story, really? Who had made her quit her job? Why was she out here with nowhere to go? With nothing? Was she a criminal? On the run from the police? He had to admit the possibility intrigued him. Was she actually a tough chick, playing at being an innocent girl? If she was, she hadn't planned her escape very well. Nothing but the clothes on her back, and he had a feeling there wasn't a lot of cash in that little purse slung across her body. Okay, maybe not a criminal, but who knew? Didn't matter anyway. Once they reached Burton, he would drop her off and never see her again. He had done his part. He'd fed her, tended to her blistered feet, and now he was giving her a ride to town. There was nothing more he was expected to do, right? She wasn't his responsibility. He didn't know her. Yeah, she didn't know him either, but he wasn't the one who had broken into a stranger's home and slept in their bed, just like Goldilocks. She was a brunette, though, with emerald green eyes, and when she smiled, dimples appeared on both sides of her cheeks. There was an innocence there that he found endearing. But those lips, full and ruby red, those didn't speak of innocence. Those were the kind of lips a man wanted to kiss. Wait, why was he cataloging her assets? Yes, he found her attractive, but what did that matter? When they reached Burton, he would never see her again. He thought about her question, about whether he lived in his cabin year-round. Of course he didn't. He had a small place in Sacramento where he stayed when he needed to be in town for practice and games and such. His cabin was over an hour away from Sacramento, so it only made sense to have a separate place there. He was glad Shay hadn't noticed that he hadn't answered her question of whether he lived in the cabin year-round. Admitting that he didn't would only raise more questions, questions that he didn't want to answer. "Here we are," he said, as they pulled into a parking lot next to a cluster of stores. "You should be able to buy yourself a pair of decent shoes and be on your merry way." Chapter 10. On her way, Shay thought. To where? Reno? She wasn't sure that was where she wanted to go now. She really had no idea where she should go. Dragging her eyes away from the window, she looked at Josh, but he was busy driving. Moments later, he angled into an empty parking space and shut off the engine, then swiveled his head in her direction. She didn't move from her seat, but when he continued staring at her, she said, "What?" as if she didn't know he was waiting for her to get out. "Good luck, Shay." Not ready to face the inevitable, she turned away from him and scanned the stores as if she was carefully selecting which one to shop in. That's when she saw the beat-up black truck the creeps had been driving. At least, she thought it was theirs. They'd been headed this way, so it only made sense that it belonged to them. It was parked in front of a restaurant, so she figured they were inside eating. Great. With a glance at Josh to see if he'd noticed, she found him watching her, his right arm resting on the console between the seats. I've got it, she thought. I thought of a time when I wasn't swayed, she said, glad for a reason to postpone getting out. Just today, in fact. His eyebrows rose. Oh? Proud of herself, she smiled. Yes, when those creeps insisted I get in their truck and I flat out refused. His eyes narrowed. What do you mean, they insisted? Guess she'd never told him what happened. Well, they offered me a ride, but I got a bad feeling about them, so I said no. They implied I wasn't safe out there all alone. The memory sent a sharp pang of fear into her chest. I told them no again, and I started walking the other way. They turned their truck around, and when they stopped next to me, they demanded that I get in. She paused a beat. That's when you showed up. Fury swept over his face. Holy crap, Shay! Why didn't you tell me this before? Lifting her shoulders in a shrug, she said, I don't know. I guess I was just glad you came along when you did. She looked at the black truck parked at the diner, and Josh followed her gaze. That's their truck, isn't it? I think so. Her voice was soft. He sighed and shook his head. There was nothing he could do. She just had to face her reality. She threw open the passenger door and gingerly hopped to the ground. Where are you going? Confused, she looked at him. To get some shoes and be on my merry way. Then she thought, just like you said. He looked at the black truck again, then back at her. Get in. Her right hand rested on the doorframe. What? You heard me. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. A partial smile curved his mouth. Please. But you drove me all the way here, so I would leave. I don't think you're equipped to protect yourself against those guys, or other guys like them. Not equipped, she thought. What did that mean? Not sure if she should be insulted or not, she stayed where she was. Then, remembering that she was supposed to stop letting herself be swayed, she turned and began hobbling away. That would show him that she could do what she wanted, even if someone was trying to convince her otherwise. She heard his door open, then slam shut, and then he stood in front of her. Tall, ripped, hot. His hands were on his hips as he stared down at her. What the heck are you doing? Shay crossed her arms over her chest. Whatever the heck I want to. He stared at her, then he smiled. Stop being so gorgeous, would you? She thought. You can be stubborn when you want to be, Shay. I guess that's better than not being equipped, whatever that means. He chuckled. I'm sorry I said that. From where I stand. His gaze slid up and down her body, sending a wave of heat through her. You're equipped just fine. Was there a double meaning there? Not sure, but happy that he'd apologized, she said, Thank you. Now, would you please get back in the truck? Not that she didn't want to climb right back in with him, but she wanted to make sure this way he had of boomeranging between her getting on and getting off, and getting in and getting out wasn't going to strike again. And then what? She asked. And then I'll take you home. Home? She didn't have a home. He spread his arms to the side. To my cabin. Suspicious that it wouldn't last, she narrowed her eyes. For how long? He rolled his eyes. For however long it takes. Still uncertain, because she didn't want to have to hot-foot it back to town with blistered feet, she asked, For however long it takes to do what? He turned and walked 2 steps in the other direction before coming back to the truck and leaning against the side and crossing his arms. Look, I know you have nowhere to go, and I don't feel like being responsible for throwing you to the wolves, okay? Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. Which is? His voice was very soft, like he was doing all he could to control his exasperation. How long is this generosity going to last? He chewed on his lower lip, as if considering his answer. Maybe we can work something out, like Maybe you can, I don't know, keep the house clean, cook the meals, do the laundry, crap like that. Hope blossomed within her, and she thought, I might have somewhere to go. I also know how to garden, she said. And work in the yard, he added with a smirk. And then you'll let me stay? He studied her. We'll see how it goes. She knew that was the best offer she was going to get that day, so she held out her hand. You've got a deal. His eyes went to her hand, and when he wrapped his large hand around her smaller one, a jolt of energy arrowed right into the heart of her, and she knew this was going to be a very interesting job. What was he getting himself into? Josh asked himself. Why had he suggested she come back to his cabin? This was supposed to be his time off, time to recharge his batteries before preseason practice started. How would having some woman he'd barely met living at his place help? Still, the thought of those scumbags forcing her into their truck to do who knew what with her brought out the protective side of him. Shoving her out there, into their eager embrace, sat wrong with him. The vibe he got from her, like she was vulnerable, just made it all the worse. Even as a kid, Josh had been a big guy. Maybe because his parents had feared he could easily become a bully, they'd taught him that he should look out for the little guy, the underdog, that he should stand up for those who couldn't stand up for themselves. If anyone needed that kind of protection, it was Shay. At least in relation to the scumbags of the world, of which there were many. Bringing her back to the cabin was the only option. The girl was clearly homeless. How could he turn his back on her? He couldn't, that's what. I know you don't have any shoes, he finally said as they stood next to his truck. And I can only assume you don't have any clothes in that little purse of yours. A soft blush rose on her cheeks, which Josh found endearing. She nodded. Yeah, when that jerk shoved me out of his car, he took my suitcase with him. That sucks. Yes, it does. He stared at her. Did he want to take the next step? He could certainly afford to, but where would it lead? How far down this road of helping her did he want to go? What? She asked, as if she could tell he was trying to come to a decision. Josh lifted his eyes to the stores that lined the parking lot, then he looked at her. I suppose I can buy you a few things. Chapter 11. Shay already felt in his debt. She didn't want him buying her stuff. Looking at what she had on, the same shorts and t-shirt she'd been wearing since the day before, plus the socks Josh had put on her feet that morning, she had to agree that maybe she needed a few things. This is just an advance on my... He'd never said he would pay her, just that he would let her stay for a while. Well, on the work I'm going to do. He stared at her, then he nodded. Right. Feeling slightly better about him spending money on her, a woman he'd only met when he'd found her in his bed the night before, when he pulled a wad of cash out of his wallet and handed it to her, she had second thoughts. You don't have to do this, she said, although she was really glad he was offering. Yeah, I do. He laughed. You can't wear the same thing day in and day out. Plus, if I may remind you, you need shoes. She couldn't argue with that. Take it, Shay. His voice was firm. She looked at him as a wave of gratitude crashed over her. Thanks. He turned and began walking back to his side of the truck. Aren't you, she began, confused. Aren't you coming? He laughed. I hate shopping. I'll wait here. Yeah, right. He was probably planning to leave the moment she was inside one of the stores. I'm not going anywhere, he said, as if he'd read her mind. I promise. She had no choice but to believe him. Anyway, if he left, she would be in the same situation she would have been when they'd driven there, only with some new clothes. All right. She turned and walked toward the stores, resisting the temptation to look behind her to see if he was already driving off. Normally, she liked to take her time when she shopped, but she was afraid the longer she took, the longer he had to wait for her, the more likely it would be that he wouldn't wait at all. 30 minutes later, she had a new pair of sneakers, a few new outfits, and some basic toiletries. To her great relief, when she walked out to the parking lot, there he was, sitting in his truck. "You're still here." Her tone was filled with disbelief as she opened the passenger door. He chuckled. "I told you I'd wait." He tilted his head. "You're a fast shopper." He grinned. "I like that in a woman." Pleased that he was happy with her, she put her seatbelt on. "Thank you, Josh, for the loan." He smiled as he turned on the engine. "You're welcome." The black truck was still parked in the same place, and she noticed Josh looking in that direction as well. Wanting to think about something else, she said, "What'd you do while you were waiting?" He backed out of the parking space and turned onto the road that would take them back to his cabin. "Took a power nap." There was something else she'd been thinking about the whole time she'd been shopping, something that she was hesitant to bring up, but decided she had to anyway. "Are you, really sure about this arrangement?" He glanced at her before facing the road, but he didn't smile, and he didn't reply. Dang, he was already thinking it was a bad idea. Worried that he would dump her along the road now that he'd gotten her some shoes, she added, "I'll do a really good job, and I'll leave you alone." He frowned in her direction. "I won't even talk to you if you don't want me to." His frown deepened, but he still didn't reply. Deciding it would be best if she kept her mouth shut, that way she could demonstrate that she was capable of silence, she didn't say another word until they'd reached his cabin and walked inside, the bags with their new things in her hands. She glanced around and remembered that the only bed in the house was in Josh's room. "Where should I put these?" Josh hung his keys on a hook near the front door, then turned to her. "In the spare room upstairs. The couch folds into a bed." His eyes raked over her. "That's where you'll sleep." The way he looked at her sent a pleasant tingle through her. "Okay." "There's extra sheets in the linen closet." His lips twisted into a smirk. "I think you know where to find the linen closet." Yeah, that was where she'd helped herself to a towel the day before. "Uh-huh." "After you get settled, you might as well get started." "Get started?" His eyebrows pulled together as he cocked his head. "Yeah, get started working. You can make us something to eat." Oh, that, she thought. Right. "Okay." Inside, she grimaced because she'd forgotten to mention that cooking wasn't her favorite thing, and she had kind of a limited repertoire of foods that she knew how to make. But she did have a green thumb, and she was sure she could follow a recipe book. Knowing those things would only cut it for so long, she tried not to think about how her limited skills would affect her employment. Josh turned away, and she knew their conversation was over. She carried her meager belongings up the stairs and into the spare room. The space needed dusting. Good thing Josh has a maid now, she thought. Then she frowned because she'd also failed to mention that she hated to clean. She knew how, of course, but she hated doing it. Suck it up, Shay, she thought. Unless you want to be sent away, you'll cook and clean like it's been your life's ambition. She set the bags on top of the desk, then went to the linen closet and pulled out a set of sheets, a spare blanket, and a pillow. After bringing them into the room, which she figured she could consider hers, she changed into clean clothes and headed to the kitchen. She didn't know where Josh had gone, but she dug around until she came up with bread and lunch meat, then she put together sandwiches. She found a package of red grapes in the fridge and added a small bunch to each plate before carrying the plates to the table in the dining room, the only place to eat that she'd seen in this house. Josh?" she called out. "Lunch is ready." Since she didn't know where he'd gone, she had no idea if he'd heard her, and after waiting a few moments and getting no response, she decided she'd better go look for him. Chapter 12. Shay found Josh in the garage, standing next to a workbench, tinkering with what looked like a small motor. "Lunch is ready." He dropped the thing he was working on with a clatter and turned to look at her, annoyance on his face. "You startled me." Sorry. Although she really wasn't. Instead, she was worried. Worried that he was used to being alone and that he would quickly tire of having her around. Better step up your game, she thought, what little game you've got. He wiped his hands on a rag, then walked past her with barely a glance. She followed him into the house. "Do you want something to drink?" she asked, eager to please. He sat at the table. "A cold beer would be great." At least he was talking to her. Scurrying to the fridge, she pulled out a beer for him and poured cold water for herself. She'd never cared much for beer. "Here you go," she said, as she set the bottle in front of him. "Thanks." She nodded, but sat at her place without saying another word. He picked up the sandwich and took a large bite. On pins and needles to see if he would like it, she didn't touch her sandwich. "Not bad," he said, his blue eyes meeting hers. Then he smiled ever so slightly. "Thank you." She began eating and wondered, not for the first time, if he had a girlfriend. But with the way he lived, in the middle of nowhere, isolated and alone, she didn't really think so. Then again, where had he been when he'd come home and found her in his bed the night before? It had been kind of late. Maybe he'd been with a woman. A streak of jealousy slammed into her, but she shoved it down and focused on eating. They ate in silence for a while, and then she couldn't take it anymore. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "Why are you letting me stay?" He shook his head. "Heck if I know." That didn't sound too promising. Sounded more like he could change his mind on a whim. She took another bite. She had to convince him that he wanted her around. Smiling brightly, she said, "Can I get you anything else?" "No, but thanks." He pushed back from the table. "I'll be in the—" He paused, like he had to check what he was going to say before speaking. "The barn." "Okay." She smiled. "I'll be in here, cleaning." He nodded, then he walked out of the kitchen, and she heard the front door open and close. She began cleaning up from lunch, which is when she realized that there was no dishwasher. Great. She just loved washing dishes by hand. Not. Putting aside her irritation at the extra work she'd volunteered for, she finished her task, then got to work tidying up the main floor. As she worked, she thought about her motives for wanting to stay. What was the worst that would happen if Josh made her leave? She could go home and stay with her mother and her mother's boyfriend of the moment, but that would be a special kind of torture, although she could make herself scarce as much as possible. Or she could stay with Megan. She couldn't forget about that. In all reality, that was the last thing she wanted to do. Shay loved her big sister, but Megan had too much advice for her, advice she didn't want to hear. At least at her mother's house, she wouldn't have to listen to unwanted advice about how to live her life, but that was only because her mother was too wrapped up in her own messy life. To be honest, neither option was appealing. Besides, when Will discovered she'd fled, her mother's house would probably be the first place he would look. The thought of him finding her sent a shiver of fear down her spine. No, going anywhere he would think to find her was out of the question. She finished cleaning the main floor, then she headed upstairs. She poked her head into Josh's room and briefly considered cleaning in there first, but then she decided to focus on her little slice of heaven. After tidying up her room, neatly stacking all of his magazines on the desk, she thoroughly dusted the room, then transformed the couch into a bed and put the bedding on it. Maybe if Josh saw this room as her bedroom, he would be less likely to send her on her way. She hung her few outfits in the closet, then sat on the edge of her bed and looked around. Not bad. She could see this as home, which was a good thing, since for the moment it was the only home she had. Pleased with the progress she'd made, she cleaned the hall bathroom. Then she went into Josh's room to clean. How would he feel about her cleaning in there? He'd never said not to. Besides, she'd already slept in his bed. He probably wouldn't mind if she tidied up in there. When she'd gotten up that morning, she'd made the bed, so she vacuumed the carpet and dusted the top of the dresser. Then she put away the cleaning supplies and headed downstairs to figure out what she was going to make for dinner. With her limited cooking abilities, she figured it would be a good idea to get a jump start on the big meal. After digging around in Josh's kitchen cupboards, she found some old cookbooks that she took out and set on the counter. Opening the first one, she looked through the well-used pages and found some recipes that had notes scrawled beside them, like, "Use an additional cup of broth," or "Cut salt in half." Figuring those were recipes Josh had used and liked, she chose one that didn't seem too complicated and made sure all the ingredients were available. As she was busily gathering the necessary supplies so she would be ready to start later, Josh walked in. His hair was damp, and he smelled like he'd just showered. He had a shower in the barn? That was weird. Picturing him in the shower was probably a bad idea, but she couldn't seem to stop the image from filling her mind, and she had to look away. "How's it going?" She met his eyes and tried not to swoon. "Good. I cleaned the house, and now I'm getting dinner figured out." One of his eyebrows lifted like he was impressed, and she hoped that put a check in the "keep Shay around" column. "Great. Do you need me to do any laundry or anything?" Because she could do laundry, she was actually quite useful to have around. "Maybe tomorrow." Tomorrow, she thought. Hoping that meant she would be welcome for at least another day, she smiled. Okay. Josh had had a good workout in a state-of-the-art gym. What looked like a barn to anyone who happened to notice was actually his custom-built gym. When he'd signed his first NFL contract, he'd bought the cabin and the 20 acres surrounding it. His very first place. He loved it. Though he could afford to renovate the house, to make it large and luxurious, he had no desire to. He loved it just the way it was. It represented his very first accomplishment, and in a way it kept him humble. No one would see it and think he was anything special. The gym, on the other hand, would give a whole different impression. Built to look like a barn, inside it had everything he needed to work out to his heart's content. Not to mention a sauna and a really sweet bathroom, including an oversized shower and a jacuzzi tub. He also had an office out there where he conducted all of his business. That was where he had his internet access set up, although with the Wi-Fi username and password, he could get online on his phone in the cabin. Now that he thought about it, Shay hadn't asked about contacting anyone. It was almost like she wanted to be isolated. Another mystery to be solved. Speaking of Shay, he'd seen the questioning look on her face when he'd walked into the kitchen looking like he'd just showered. That was okay. He didn't owe her an explanation. She could wonder all she wanted. He wasn't going to let her in on his little secret, and there was no way for her to get inside the barn, not without knowing the code for the keypad. He found he really liked the idea that she had no clue what he did for a living. He remembered her guesses as they'd driven to town. An assassin? Hardly. But if she knew he was a star quarterback in the NFL, would she look at him differently? Well, yeah, of course she would. He had to protect his secret at all costs. Wait, why did he make it sound like she would be around for a while? Why not just give her some cash, call an Uber, and send her on her way? Yeah, he was concerned about her safety, and he felt bad for her, but he didn't owe her anything. There was no reason to keep her around. So why was he? Shaking his head in confusion, he settled onto the living room couch and scanned through the latest issue of Sports Illustrated on his tablet. Though he liked print magazines, lately he'd found it more convenient to get the digital version. He'd downloaded it earlier when he was in his barn. He could hear Shay working in the kitchen. The chop, chop, chop of a knife, and then a sizzling sound filled him with an unexpected warmth. Maybe he liked having her around after all. "I'm so sorry," Shay said once again, feeling terrible for burning dinner. "It's okay. Eggs are actually a good source of protein." He scooped up another forkful of the eggs she'd scrambled in an attempt to give them something to eat, despite the fact that they'd had the same thing to eat when he'd made brunch earlier. He was being way too nice about this, which worried her. It had to mean he was planning on kicking her out first thing in the morning. She had to preempt that. "I'll do better tomorrow, I promise." His fork froze halfway to his mouth, and she was sure she'd nailed his plan. A half-smile turned up one corner of his mouth. Right. Then he continued eating, cleaning his plate within 60 seconds. Was he really that hungry? Or was he trying to hurry through dinner so he could stop looking at her pitiful face in an attempt to ease his guilt? "No, really. I'm good at making pancakes. What time do you want breakfast?" He set his napkin on his plate and stood, but paused to look at her. "I can make my own breakfast." That sealed it. At the crack of dawn, she would be in the kitchen making the most mouth-watering pancakes on the planet. Josh carried his dishes to the sink and began rinsing them off. Leaping from her seat, she rushed over to him. "Let me take care of that." Her voice carried a note of desperation. He frowned at her, but stepped away from the sink. "Have at it." She hadn't eaten her food yet, and though it was growing cold, she turned her full attention to cleaning the kitchen. As she'd been slaving over dinner, she hadn't been able to stop thinking about Will and what he would do if he found her. That may have had something to do with the fact that she'd forgotten to turn on the timer and ended up burning the casserole that would have been so delicious if she hadn't screwed it up. That failure was an exclamation point on why she needed to stay right where she was. If she had burned Will's dinner, she would have felt it, right in her gut. He never hit her in the face, never anywhere obvious, but her ribs were often tender from his reminders to never displease him. When she had told Josh that she'd burned his dinner, she'd braced herself for what was to come next. When he had simply suggested they have eggs instead, she'd nearly wept with relief. His reaction had clinched it. She had to stay, at least until she could figure out her next move. Chapter 13. Shay didn't sleep well that night, partially because the fold-out couch in the spare bedroom was less than comfortable, partially because she didn't want to oversleep. Just as the sun began to peek over the horizon, she was in the kitchen whisking up pancake batter. When she'd gotten up, Josh's door had been closed, and she'd heard soft snoring on the other side. At least she'd gotten up before he did, although for all she knew, he would sleep until noon, and her efforts would be wasted. Regardless, she considered Phase 1, making breakfast before he had a chance to make it himself, to be a success. 10 minutes later, she had the table set and was ready to start pouring batter onto the hot griddle. But certain that Josh would prefer freshly cooked pancakes, she waited, and waited. When it seemed that Josh wasn't coming down to breakfast anytime soon, she put plastic wrap over the batter-filled bowl and placed it in the fridge. By then, the summer sun was rising in the east, and as she looked out the kitchen window at the wild backyard, her fingers itched to get out there and dig in the dirt. Though the thick forest was nearby, there was a huge clearing between the house and the tree line. Wild flowers and weeds filled the clearing. It didn't look like anyone had touched that space in ages. Probably its only purpose was to create a fire break. She could picture a thriving vegetable garden there, and as she stared at the colorful wildflowers, she had an overwhelming desire to bring some inside. Moments later, she had a pair of scissors in hand. She'd come across them in the junk drawer earlier, and she headed out back. When she'd walked back there the evening before last, she'd been completely focused on slaking her thirst and had barely noticed the beauty of the area. Now, though, she breathed in the clean mountain air, listened to the cheerful morning song of the birds in the green trees, and basked in the warmth of the sun. Spreading her arms and tilting her head back, she soaked it in, because she didn't know how long she would be there to enjoy it. The reminder that she would be out the door in seconds if Josh so chose sent a jolt of fear throughout her body. Right now, right then, she was in paradise, and she didn't want to leave. She also didn't like having her fate in the hands of a man she barely knew. Unfortunately, there wasn't much she could do about that at the moment. With no money and nowhere to go, she had to suck it up until she thought of a better option. Besides, being with Josh hadn't exactly been torture. Holding back a smile as she pictured him, she began snipping the stems of the wildflowers until she had a large bunch in her arms. She carried them inside, then set them on the counter while she looked for a vase. She didn't find one, although she shouldn't have been surprised. Josh didn't seem like the kind of man who kept vases around. Instead, she took out a glass pitcher and placed the wildflowers inside, then stuck the pitcher under the faucet. "Where'd you get those?" Josh asked. Startled, she nearly dropped the makeshift vase. Shutting off the water, she turned in his direction. "From your yard." Apparently, he'd never noticed the beautiful flowers blooming out there. One side of his mouth lifted in a smile. "Right." He wore running shorts and a t-shirt, along with a pair of sneakers. "Are you hungry? I have pancake batter ready to pour on the griddle." His eyebrows rose, and she wasn't sure if he was surprised at her initiative or worried that she would burn the pancakes. I'm about to go for a run, he said, his eyebrows back in place, perfectly framing his amazing blue eyes. Then he tilted his head. Do you run? Shay had done a little track and field in high school, but the only running she'd done since then was away from Will yesterday. I used to. Was he going to invite her on his run? He nodded, but didn't suggest she come with him. Disappointed, she plastered a smile onto her mouth. Really, Shay, she thought, you thought he would invite you to come with him on his one chance to get away from you? How long will you be? She kept the smile in place. I can have the pancakes ready when you get back. His eyes narrowed. Are you always so eager to please? This was so opposite of what Will expected from her, doing everything to make him happy. She was totally thrown. No? She had to show Josh that she was a strong, confident woman, even if she still was working on those qualities. Swallowing over a burst of nervousness, she said, The pancakes will be ready in an hour. When he didn't respond, she added, I hope they'll still be hot when you get back. His expression didn't change, but after staring at her for several moments, he burst out laughing. With a shake of his head, he left the kitchen, and then she heard the front door open and close. Had she just given him another reason to kick her out? The mountain air was fairly brisk at this hour of the morning, and as Josh ran his usual route around his property, his mind was free to roam. But it stubbornly stuck on Shay. He pictured her standing in the kitchen, the bunch of wildflowers in the pitcher. There was something very cozy about the image, something he'd been missing in his life for a long time. Growing up, he'd been fortunate to be surrounded by the love and support of his parents, but once he'd headed off to college on his football scholarship, life had gotten harder. Not that it had been easy at home. He'd worked hard at his studies, and especially at playing football, but that was nothing compared to what his first college coach had expected of him. He loved the game, but he wouldn't have minded getting a good night's sleep once in a while. The pressure to perform on the field had been tremendous, but Josh also expected a lot from himself in his studies. He'd graduated with high honors with a degree in finance before being drafted into the pros. He had it all. Everything was going his way, except that he didn't have anyone to share it with. But who had time to build a relationship, especially with how often he was on the road? That's why this time between seasons was so precious, and why, even though he found Shay more attractive every time he saw her, there was no way he could pursue her. He had no time or space in his life for a meaningful relationship, and he wasn't looking for a casual relationship either. Once again, he was glad Shay had no idea who he really was. That simplified things in so many ways. Too bad life was too complicated for him to even consider anything beyond friendship. Chapter 14. An hour later, as promised, Shay had hot pancakes ready to eat, but Josh hadn't returned from his run. Nervous about what he would say when he got back and the pancakes were stone cold, she focused on her task, but her mind refused to ignore the worry that clawed at the back of her brain. Would he be angry? Would he yell at her? Would he make her cook a fresh batch? What if he was like Will? What if he hit her? Forcing those thoughts away, she continued cooking the batter. She had to stop worrying so much about what someone else would do in reaction to her, and she had to stop assuming that all men were like Will. So far, Josh hadn't given any indication that he was like that. Of course, she hadn't known him for very long. Still, she couldn't live her life that way, and since right now she was dependent on Josh's kindness, she had to give him the benefit of the doubt. Distracted by her thoughts, she almost burnt the last batch of pancakes, but managed to salvage them. She carried the plate with a stack of pancakes to the table, then took a few from the top and put them on her plate. She was going to start without Josh. She had to. She told him that's what she was going to do, so she needed to do it. Frowning, she poured syrup over the golden brown pancakes, then began eating, her ears attuned to Josh's return. She had no idea how long his runs were. He could be gone for hours. 10 minutes later, she heard the front door open, and a bright smile burst upon her mouth. Was it because she was glad the pancakes were still warm for him? or was it because she was eager to see him? Not happy with either choice, because she didn't want to worry about pleasing him, and she certainly wasn't looking for a replacement for Will, she focused on eating her breakfast. "Did I make it in time?" Josh asked as he walked into the kitchen, a grin on his face and sweat soaking his t-shirt. "Barely," she said with an answering smile, thrilled to see he wasn't angry or upset that she'd started without him. His blue-eyed gaze was steady on her. "Good, because I'm hungry." Glad she hadn't screwed up breakfast, she smiled. "How was your run?" He sat at the place she'd set for him, then moved a large stack of pancakes from the serving platter to his plate. "Exhilarating." "Do you run every day?" "I try to." He poured a large glass of milk, and after downing it in one long swallow, he filled it again. "What about you? What do you do for exercise?" Truth be told, exercise wasn't high on her list of priorities. Between working full-time and staying on her toes around Will, she didn't have much energy left for exercise. I've been meaning to get to that." He laughed as he poured a generous helping of syrup over a stack of pancakes. Wait a minute, she did have something she did for exercise. "Gardening counts as exercise," she said. His head tilted as his eyes narrowed. "Gardening? Really?" His tone showed how ridiculous he thought that was. "It's true." "How can that be exercise?" Not offended by his disbelief, she set her fork down. "Have you ever gardened?" She didn't know why she was asking. Going by the way the property around his house looked, she didn't think he did any yard work at all, let alone maintain a garden. "Nope." "Okay, well think about it. Digging, planting, weeding, those things are a lot of work." Work that she enjoyed. Something about pulling weeds out of the ground was cathartic, like she was pulling negativity out of her life. And now that she had uprooted herself from Will's control, the possibilities were infinite. Just thinking about that made her smile. "Yeah," Josh said as he polished off his pancakes and took a few more. "I guess so." An idea began to fill her mind. "You can find out for yourself. After breakfast, I'm going to start working on a garden in your backyard." That would have a twofold benefit. First, it would be fun. But more importantly, growing a garden took time. And as long as she was working on that project, there would be a reason for her to stay, right here where she felt safe. He put his hands up. "Wait a sec. Are you suggesting that I should work on this garden?" "Only if you want to." He seemed to think about it. "What are you going to plant? I mean, it's not like I have any seeds lying around." That thought had crossed her mind, but she hoped he was willing to make this work. "Is there a nursery we could go to get supplies?" "Why does this feel like it's starting to become my project?" She laughed. "I promise I'll do all the work, but since this garden will be in your yard, and since I don't have any transportation, I would need you to take me to get supplies." His lips lifted in a smirk. "And buy them?" "Well, yeah." "Right." This wasn't like him buying her clothes. The garden would be to his benefit, so she had no problem asking him to buy the supplies. "What would we need to get?" Pleased that he was showing some interest, she smiled. "A shovel, which you probably already have, a trowel, a garden rake, a hoe, a soaking hose, and of course, seedlings." "That sounds reasonable." Excitement that this project was starting to come together rushed through her. When she'd visited her grandmother as a child, she'd helped her with her small garden, and she'd loved it, but she hadn't done much gardening since her grandmother had passed away several years earlier. Even so, she was confident she could do this. "We'll take a field trip later this morning." Why was he digging himself in deeper, Josh thought? Why was he investing time into this garden idea? Had he lost his mind? He had work to do, yet he was ready to spend half a day driving to a nursery to get stuff for a garden? What the heck? Yet there was something about Shay's excitement that had gotten to him. She was obviously passionate about this garden idea, and somehow that had become contagious. It was just a few hours. They would go there, get the stuff, and come back. Then he could focus on what was important while she played in the dirt. Josh finished eating, pleasantly surprised by how good the pancakes had turned out. After the dinner fiasco the night before, he'd had his doubts about her ability to cook. Of course, after his run he'd been famished, so that may have played a part. But no, the pancakes were good regardless. "I'll be ready to go in an hour," he said as he stood to carry his plate to the sink. "Great!" Her smile was radiant, which kind of stopped him in his tracks. Her dimples deepened in her cheeks, and her emerald green eyes sparkled. Pulling himself away, he went to the sink and washed the dishes off before setting them on the counter to be washed by hand. Turned out he was looking forward to their field trip. Chapter 15. An hour later, they were on the road. The nearest nursery was in Wayside, 30 minutes away, but Josh didn't mind. "Thank you for taking me," Shay said as they drove. He glanced at her, liking that she was riding in his truck. This was his personal vehicle, one that he never allowed groupies to enter. But Shay wasn't a groupie. He was certain of it. "I'm expecting an awesome garden out of this." Her eyes widened. "Okay." He was just kidding, but decided not to tell her that. He'd always found that pressure to perform was a good thing. Besides, she needed to earn her keep. Having her around was nice, but it was still an inconvenience in a lot of ways. It was like he needed to be on his best behavior when he was around her. Not that that was a bad thing, but still. He glanced at her, thinking he might have to help her with this gardening thing. She had no idea what he did for a living, so he should at least pretend he knew how to take care of his property. Shay really hoped she wouldn't screw this up. Josh expected an awesome garden, and she would do her best to deliver. She glanced surreptitiously at him. Now that he knew her a little better, maybe he would tell her more about himself. "So, Josh," she began. His eyes cut in her direction before he faced the road again. "Yeah?" "What do you like to do? Besides running, I mean." He was quiet, and she wondered if he was going to answer. Why wouldn't he? What did he do all day? He had to have a job, unless he was independently wealthy. That seemed doubtful, considering the cabin he lived in. The place was pretty minimal, not the kind of place someone with money would live in. Plus, he couldn't be more than 28, 5 years older than she was. "I like to tinker," he finally said. "Tinker? Tinker on what?" Then she remembered finding him in the garage the day before when she'd finished making lunch, and how he'd been working on something out there. "I have a few pieces of equipment that I need to keep running." He glanced at her. "Like my ATV." "Right." The mention of his ATV reminded her how it had felt to be pressed against his strong back as he'd brought her to his cabin. The memory sent a pleasant tingle through her body. "What else? Like, what do you do for a living?" That's what she really wanted to know, because if he was a paid assassin, she wasn't so sure she wanted to stick around. What if one of his enemies came to kill him and she got caught in the crossfire? That would ruin her day. "Do you really want to know?" Was he actually going to tell her? "Yes, I do." A muscle moved in his jaw. Then, while staring at the road in front of them, he said, "I consult with businesses on financial matters." He glanced at her, then focused back on the road. That sounded important. Impressed, she said, "Why didn't you tell me that when I asked you before?" He scowled, but didn't answer. Not wanting to irritate him, but still curious, she asked, "Do you have to travel a lot?" His scowl smoothed out, and when he looked at her, his lips lifted into a smile. "Yeah." "Do you like to travel?" He pointed his eyes back at the road. "It's required for the job." That made sense. "What about using one of those online conference calls? Can you do those instead?" Of course, that would require internet access, which she wasn't sure he had, but he had to have some way to communicate with the outside world, although she already knew he didn't have a landline. The scowl was back, and when he didn't answer, she decided not to push him. She wondered what Will was doing right then. It had been 48 hours since she'd fled. Was he looking for her? Was he getting angrier every second that he couldn't find her? Was he plotting what he would do to her once he found her? The thought sent a shiver of terror pounding through her, and she wrapped her arms around herself in a protective gesture. Eventually, she would have to check her phone for voice messages or texts. She had her phone with her. Maybe there would be cell service at the nursery. Maybe she would get the nerve to turn on her phone. Josh didn't like lying to Shay, but there was no way he was going to tell her the truth about his profession. He liked that there wasn't that awkward, "you're rich and famous" thing coloring her opinion of him. Then again, why did he care how she felt about him? She wouldn't be around forever. Eventually, she would have to move on. For now, he would just go with the flow. "Do you have your list with you?" he asked. "What?" Her head jerked as she faced him, like he'd startled her. What was that all about? "Your list. Do you have it?" "Oh," she began. Then her lips lifted in a smile, but it seemed forced. "I don't need a list." She tapped her forehead. "It's all up here." Chuckling, he nodded. "Okay, as long as you have it somewhere." "Never fear. I've got it all under control." Who was she kidding? She had nothing under control. Not her living situation, not her relationships, not her life. In fact, everything was out of control. From one moment to the next, she wasn't certain where she would be. The only reason she had a roof over her head right then was because Josh had taken pity on her. Occasionally, she looked at him out of her peripheral vision. His eyes were steady on the road, so she turned her attention to the view out of her window. Pine trees lined both sides of the road, reminding her of the walk she'd made 2 days earlier. What had led her to Josh's house? Was it some kind of luck? Was her luck finally turning? The thought cheered her. "Here we are," Josh said a few minutes later, as he pulled off of the road and into a small parking lot. The nursery wasn't very big, but Shay was certain it would have what they needed. Josh pulled a ball cap low over his head, then opened his door and climbed out. Shay got out as well, then they headed inside. "Good morning," a man who she guessed was in his 40s said as he watered a row of bright purple flowers. "Hello," Shay said. Then she noticed Josh had walked in the other direction. Wondering what had caught his eye, she turned to follow him. "Can I help you find something?" the man asked her. "No, I think we're okay." "All right. If you need any help, just give me a holler." "Okay." Passing several rows of green plants, she made her way to Josh's side. He seemed to be studying the instructions on a package of compost. "Do we need any of this?" he asked as she stopped beside him. "I don't know. It depends on the quality of the soil at your house." Surprised, yet pleased by his interest, she added, "Let me grab a cart and we can start loading up." He smiled at her, which made her heart do a little flip. As Shay wheeled a flatbed cart in his direction, she couldn't help but notice the way his t-shirt showed off his muscular build. At least she knew she wouldn't have to do any of the heavy lifting. The bags are 30 pounds each. Smiling at the thought, she stopped beside him. "How many bags should we get?" She had no idea, and as she opened her mouth to throw out a number, her heart began to pound. If Will was standing there and she threw out a random number, he would scowl at her with derision, as if she was an idiot for not knowing exactly how many they needed. Then she reminded herself that Josh wasn't Will. Deciding to test Josh to see how he would react, she said, "Let's get 30. He looked at her, his eyebrows raised. "Whatever you say, boss." Then he started moving bags of compost to the flatbed cart. Her heart nearly melted. "Wait," she said, and he looked at her, a question in his eyes. "Maybe just 15. Straightening, he grinned. "You really have no idea, do you?" She didn't want him to think she was clueless. "I have some idea. I just don't know exactly how much we'll need." He laughed. "Good enough." Then he finished loading the 15 bags. Despite Josh's initial reaction of kicking her out of his house, Shay decided he was actually a pretty nice guy. Not to mention easy on the eyes. Chapter 16. As Josh followed Shay around the nursery, loading their carts, they ended up needing a second one. He found himself getting kind of excited about this whole gardening thing. Then the guy who worked there came up to them to ask how they were doing. Not wanting the guy to blow his cover, Josh turned away and pretended to be fascinated by the marigolds in the row beside him. "We're doing great," Shay said in answer to his question. Thanks. He heard the happiness in her voice, and it warmed him. Knowing he was playing a small part in bringing her that happiness gave him a feeling of satisfaction that he hadn't felt in a long time. A short time later, Shay announced that she'd gotten everything they needed, and they made their way to the register. Keeping his head down, he avoided making eye contact with the man who was ringing up their purchases. Maybe he wouldn't recognize him, but Josh didn't want to take the chance. He really, really liked that Shay had no idea who he was, and he didn't want that to change. The weight of Shay's purse seemed to increase as she thought about her cell phone tucked inside. She had yet to turn it on, and though she wasn't eager to check for texts or messages, she knew she should. What if her mom had tried to contact her? She'd been out of touch for going on 3 days. Though she didn't speak to her mother often, she was still her mother, and Shay knew she loved her. She didn't want her to worry about her. There were still quite a few items for the man to scan into the register, so Shay gathered her courage and turned to Josh. "I'm going to wait by the truck." His eyebrows pulled together in question. "Okay." She didn't want him to know why she was acting weird, so she smiled before walking to his truck. When she got there, she leaned against the hood as she took her phone out of her purse. Hesitating, she stared at the blank screen, her fingers hovering over the power button. Finally, she held the button in as she waited for her phone to boot up. Half hoping she wouldn't have cell service so that she could stay in the dark, when 4 strong bars appeared at the top of the screen moments later, her heart began to hammer in her chest. Josh didn't know why Shay had decided to walk away at that moment, but it turned out it was a good thing, because when the nursery employee saw Josh's face, the man's eyes lit up with recognition. "Hey," the man said with a grin, "you're Josh Wisner, right?" Now that Shay wasn't there to overhear, Josh basked a little in his famousness. "Yeah, I am." The man continued working as he spoke. "You did awesome last season." "Thanks, it was a good season." The man paused mid-scan. "What's the story with Parson?" Hank Parson, one of the wide receivers on Josh's team, had struggled last season. Josh knew Hank had been having personal problems that had pulled his head out of the game on more than one occasion, but that wasn't something Josh was going to share. "Don't know," he said with a forced smile and a shrug. The man shook his head and finished ringing up their purchases. Josh looked at Shay and saw her staring intently at her phone. It was the first time he'd seen her using her phone. Of course, there was no cell service at his house unless you had the Wi-Fi password, which he hadn't given her. Still, seeing her on her phone gave him pause. What if she really did know who he was and was playing him, reporting to who knows who about his life? Maybe this trip to the nursery had been a setup to give her access to cell service. The thought that he was being played infuriated him, but he tamped down his anger. Jumping to conclusions would be a mistake. He would have to tread carefully. It only took a few moments for the text messages to start appearing on Shay's phone. There were 18 of them, and they were all from Will. Nearly holding her breath, she tapped the message icon and began reading his texts from oldest to newest. "Where are you, babe? Are you okay? It's been 2 hours and still no word from you. Where are you? I'm getting really worried. Why haven't you answered my texts? You know I love you, right? Talk to me, babe. This is getting ridiculous. Where are you? Shay, come on. Where the freak are you? I'm starting to lose my patience. You know I'll find you, right? Better to tell me where you are now. If I have to track you down, I'm really starting to get pissed. Okay, it's been over 24 hours. You know I didn't mean it, right? You know I love you, right? Babe, come on. Talk to me. I can't believe you're ignoring me for 2 days. Really? I'm really starting to lose it, Shay." At that last one, Shay could picture the absolute fury boiling on his face. The image made her shudder. She continued reading. "I don't have time for this crap, but if this is how you want to play it, it's your choice. I'm done, Shay. I'm done being reasonable." Then she read the most recent text. It said, "I'm gonna find you." She checked the timestamp. It had been sent less than an hour earlier. The finality of his last statement made her stomach churn, and she had to swallow over the bile that climbed her throat. Then she reminded herself that she was safe, that Will had no idea where she was. A tiny sense of peace settled over her, and she softly exhaled. "What's the news?" Josh asked as he pushed one of the carts in her direction. Startled, she looked at him, her eyes wide. "Nothing." Then she shoved her phone into her purse. He studied her, his expression unreadable. Wanting to think about something besides Will, she forced a smile. "Looks like we should be well set for gardening." "Yeah," Josh said, but he didn't smile in return. What was going on with him? Why did he seem angry all of a sudden? Chapter 17. The look of guilt on Shay's face, like he'd caught her doing something she shouldn't have been, only seemed to confirm Josh's suspicion. Wanting to believe she wasn't playing him, he began loading their purchases into the bed of his truck. Shay stepped to his side to help. "Thank you for driving me here." He set the bag of compost on top of the growing stack, then looked at her, evaluating her expression. She seemed sincere. Was she a good actress, or was he making assumptions that were false? Hoping it was the latter, he let the corners of his mouth lift into a small smile. "Like I told you, I'm expecting an awesome garden out of this." Fear flashed in her eyes, but seconds later it was gone, replaced by determination. "I won't disappoint you, Josh. I promise." The earnestness in her voice caught him off guard, but it was the fear he'd seen in her eyes that stayed in his mind. What had that been all about? Intrigued by the hidden depths that Shay displayed without warning from time to time, Josh began to return to his original belief that she didn't know who he was. But he needed to be sure. "What were you doing on your phone?" he asked, his eyes steady on her, on the alert for any indication that she wasn't being honest. Shay wasn't about to tell him about Will and his threats. She liked that Josh had no idea how pathetic her life had become, and she didn't want him to find out. That knowledge would color his view of her, and she wanted to remake herself into the confident, self-assured, independent woman she knew she had the potential to be, that she had been once before. Yeah, she wasn't independent just then, but she would get her feet back under her soon. She knew it. Back in high school, she'd been a decent student, and after graduation, she'd even finished one semester of classes at Fresno City College. Still living with her mother at the time, she'd had a desire to get out on her own and had dropped out of school to work full-time so that she could afford her own place. Soon after that, she'd met Will. He'd been charming and solicitous and sweet, and he'd been so in love with her that he couldn't stay away from her, had texted her constantly, had to always know exactly where she was. At least, she'd thought it was love. Turned out it was just his controlling personality that had eventually morphed into his true nature, one of complete control and abuse. By then, Shay had gotten so caught up in his cycles of fury followed by professions of love that she'd found it hard to leave. That, plus his unambiguous threats of what he would do to her if she left him. Now, knowing how angry he was at her, that he was determined to find her, a shiver of fear raced up her spine, but she tried to focus on Josh's question, scrambling to come up with a plausible answer. Then she realized she didn't have to lie about what she'd been doing on her phone. "I was checking my text messages." Shay's emerald green eyes stayed focused on him, and Josh believed her. The real question was, who was she texting? Someone who would publish lies about him? Or worse, someone who would tell the whole world about his private life? He tossed the final bag of compost into the bed of the truck, then turned to face Shay. "Who are you texting?" Her eyebrows puckered. From his probing question, or from her desire not to tell the truth, he couldn't tell. "Just, a friend." Her focus flicked away from his face before coming back to meet his eyes. Why was she lying? Tempted to grab her purse and yank the phone out so he could look for himself, he held back. Make no mistake, he would find out what she was hiding, but he would do it in his own way and in his own time. Shoving down his concerns, he pushed the flatbed cart back into the store and got the other one, then worked with Shay to load the rest of their purchases. Deciding to do a little test, He looked over all of the goods in his truck before turning to Shay. "Looks like we won't have to come back here again." Her face seemed to relax, like this was good news. "Nope, I think we have everything we need." Had that been the response he'd been expecting? If she was secretly spying on him for some news outlet, then she would be eager to return to where she could get cell service. Maybe she really was just texting a friend. Still, he had the feeling she was hiding something, and he had every intention of finding out what it was. The farther they got from town and the nursery, the more relaxed Shay became. She knew it didn't make any sense, but somehow the idea that at Josh's cabin she was out of touch with the world made her feel safe, like it was impossible for Will to get to her. She remembered Josh questioning her about what she had been doing on her phone, and then asking her who she'd been texting. Why had he asked? Was he the controlling type, just like Will? The notion made her insides churn. Maybe it was time to move on. To where, she had no idea, but being on her own without someone trying to control her was better than being somewhere relatively safe, but with someone trying to manage her every move. "How big is this garden going to be?" Josh asked as they drove, yanking her out of her reverie. "I don't know. How big do you want it to be?" He laughed. "You're the gardening expert. I'll leave it up to you." His words totally contradicted the idea that he was trying to control her. But why had he acted funny about her phone? She couldn't think of a reasonable explanation. Then it hit her. Maybe he was an assassin, using the financial consultant job as a cover, and he was worried that she was somehow compromising his location. As completely ridiculous as that was, it gave her an excuse to put aside her worries for the moment and instead savor the feeling of safety she felt when she was with him. Even if he was an assassin. And, she promised herself, if it turned out he really was just a controlling jerk, she would leave. When they reached his cabin, Shay was more than ready to begin working on the garden. "What are you making us for lunch?" Josh asked as he turned off the engine. Holding back a groan, Shay turned to him with a smile. "How does chicken salad sound?" "Sounds good, actually. I can grill chicken for it." That meant she wouldn't have to make lunch completely on her own. Nice. And putting a salad together would be easy. After they'd unloaded all of the nursery items, some in the garage to be used later, and some on the back patio to be used right away, Shay went into the kitchen to start putting the salads together while Josh threw the chicken on the grill. As they ate lunch, a meal that had turned out great, much to Shay's joy, they talked about the next steps in creating the garden. "First, we need to till up the dirt and get rid of the weeds, and then we can mix in the compost." She ate another bite of salad. "That way, the soil will be rich with nutrients before we plant the vegetable seedlings." Suddenly realizing that she'd forgotten something very important, she frowned, then hesitated, almost afraid to admit to Josh that she'd screwed up, worried that he would be angry with her. Do you have something in that garage of yours that we can use to till up the ground? Like, she grimaced, a rototiller?" Chapter 18. Josh's eyebrows tugged together. "No, I don't." Had she forgotten that on purpose? As an excuse to go back to the nursery to get cell service? Had she forgotten to report something to her contact? Frowning, Josh contemplated Shay's real motive for showing up at his house. In all honesty, she hadn't done anything to lead him to believe that she was lying about who she was or why she was there, but that didn't mean she wasn't working up to doing something. He didn't like it. He knew his best option was to take a look at her phone to see what she had really been doing, who she had been talking to. Focusing on the conversation, he knew it would be easy to take a peek at her phone while she was working in the yard, which meant he needed to get her the tools she needed. "I know a couple of the neighbors. I'm sure I can borrow a rototiller from one of them." Expecting to see disappointment on her face, because surely she wanted a reason to go back to the nursery, when instead he saw relief, he was surprised. Then he heard himself say, "I can help you till the ground." What? Why was he offering to help? This gardening thing was her baby. Then again, it would be a good old-fashioned workout. Working up a sweat with hard work. That appealed to him. "Really?" Shay asked, her green eyes bright. "That would be..." She smiled as she shook her head. "That would be awesome." She ate the last of her salad, then looked at his plate, which was already empty. "I say we get started right away. Can you check with your neighbor?" Her smile was radiant, like looking into the sun. Now Josh almost didn't want to check her phone. What if it turned out she was a plant? The thought infuriated him, but he really hoped that wasn't the case. But one way or the other, he would have to find out. "All right, just give me some time to drive over there." He didn't have phone numbers for any of his neighbors, but it wouldn't take too long to drive over. "Great! I'll clean up while you're gone." She got up and went into the kitchen. Watching her standing at the sink, a sense of home swept over him, but he pushed it aside. He didn't want to think of her like that, not with how busy his life was. Instead, he went out the door into his truck. Half an hour later, he was back, a rototiller on a small utility trailer attached to his truck. He wheeled the rototiller around to the backyard, then went into the kitchen. "You found one," Shay said when he walked in. She was sitting at the table, writing something on a pad of paper. "What are you doing?" "Drawing up plans for how to lay out the garden." Impressed that she was planning this so meticulously, once again he hoped he was wrong about her true motives. Not knowing was killing him. He had to know the truth, right now. "Why don't you go outside and figure out exactly where we're going to put this garden, and I'll be out there in a few minutes." Shay tilted her head as she looked at him. "You're not backing out on helping me, are you?" He forced a laugh. "No, just give me a few minutes." "All right." She stood, the piece of paper in her hand, and went outside. Josh watched her go, then he jogged up the stairs and into her room, where her purse sat on her bed. With his hand hovering over the small bag, he hesitated. Did he want to invade her privacy? No, but when he pictured her lying to him about her true motive, playing him, all guilt at digging into her purse and looking at her phone disappeared. It only took a moment to turn on her phone and unlock the screen. Surprised, yet glad, that she didn't have any kind of security on her phone, he tapped on the message icon. She didn't appear to have very many text threads. Just a few, actually. Dashing across the hall and into his own room, which overlooked the backyard, he made sure she was still outside, then he focused back on the phone. The most recent texts were from someone named Will. Who was he? A boyfriend? Josh read the messages, scrolling backwards. Then he reread them, starting with the date Shay had broken into his house up until this morning. They said, "Where are you, babe? Are you okay? It's been 2 hours and still no word from you. Where are you? I'm getting really worried. Why haven't you answered my texts? You know I love you, right?" Josh frowned. Definitely a boyfriend. Jealousy slashed through him, taking him by surprise. He continued reading. "Talk to me, babe. This is getting ridiculous. Where are you? Shay, come on. Where the freak are you? I'm starting to lose my patience. You know I'll find you, right? Better to tell me where you are now. If I have to track you down..." I'm really starting to get pissed. Josh's eyes narrowed. What was this guy's problem? He continued reading. "Okay, it's been over 24 hours. You know I didn't mean it, right? You know I love you, right? Babe, come on, talk to me. I can't believe you're ignoring me. For 2 days. Really? I'm really starting to lose it, Shay. I don't have time for this crap, but if this is how you want to play it, it's your choice. I'm done, Shay. I'm done being reasonable. I'm gonna find you." Was this guy for real? Was he actually looking for her? Why? And what would he do if he found her? With concern for Shay growing, Josh turned the phone off and placed it back in her purse before walking down the stairs, his mind racing. It was clear she wasn't a plant trying to delve into his private life, and now her story made so much more sense. Why she had quit her job and left with nothing. Why she had nowhere to go. Why she was so eager to stay with him. She was hiding from this guy. From Will. Was he just a bully, or was he a real threat? Glad now that he'd gone looking for her after kicking her out the morning after she'd arrived, Josh stood at the kitchen window and watched as Shay shoveled dirt. The thought of someone coming after her, threatening her. Adrenaline pumped through his veins as he imagined having to physically protect her. Then he frowned. He'd barely met her, didn't know anything about her. So why was he feeling like he needed to be her savior? What had gotten into him? With a shake of his head, he strode to the kitchen door and walked out back. Chapter 19. "About time," Shay said with a smile when Josh stopped beside her. She hadn't been out there very long, but already she had worked up a sweat. She hated feeling sticky, like she needed a shower. Holding the shovel handle in one hand, she placed her other hand on her hip as she turned to him. He held her gaze, but didn't say anything. Not sure what he was thinking. The man had a talent for wearing a poker face. Shay looked at the ground where she'd been working. "I dug a small hole at the corners where I think the garden should go. That way we'll know where to do the tilling. But first we need to remove all the large rocks and the roots." He appraised her a moment longer before nodding. Together, they cleared the area, then Josh said, "I'll grab the tiller and get started." Thrilled that he was so willing to help, Shay said, "I'll make us something cold to drink." Shay went into Josh's well-stocked kitchen and gathered the ingredients to make a pitcher of ice-cold lemonade. As she stirred the mixture, she looked out the window and watched Josh controlling the tiller, moving it across the ground as it bit into the dirt. He was completely focused on what he was doing, his well-defined biceps bulging with effort as the machine bucked under his hands. Smiling in appreciation at not only how attractive, but at how completely masculine he looked as he worked, but also in the fact that he jumped into this project with both feet, Shay carried the pitcher and 2 glasses out to the backyard, where she set them on a small table. Standing on the edge of the patio, she watched Josh, her attraction to him growing with every passing moment. He didn't seem to notice her, so she stayed where she was, enjoying the view. Half an hour later, he shut off the tiller and wiped his forehead, then turned to her. "Looking good," she called out, then her face reddened. She hoped he thought she meant the work he'd done, which did look good. But so did he. Very good. "Thanks." He walked over to her, his eyes on her, then they went to the lemonade. "Thirsty?" she asked as she poured him a glass. It was midday on an early June afternoon, and though it wasn't as hot in the mountains as it was back in Fresno, working in the bright sun was energy-sapping. "Yeah." He took the glass from her before downing it in one long gulp. He handed her the empty glass. "Thanks." "Let me pour you another." "After I finish tilling." Then he got back to work. As Josh worked the tiller around the garden area, his mind was on Shay and the texts he'd read. By looking at her, he couldn't tell that she was worried about this guy searching for her. Was he misreading things? Maybe he'd misunderstood. Maybe there was nothing to worry about at all. Extremely curious to know the whole story, he wasn't about to ask her. He had his own secret he was keeping from her, although it wasn't a secret to millions of sports fans, so he could understand wanting to keep certain information close to the vest. He just hoped she would eventually trust him enough to confide in him. An inner voice asked him if he would confide his secret to her, but he immediately silenced it. She was bound to find out who he was eventually, but until then, he would enjoy just being Josh, the guy with the cabin. He finished tilling, then he turned to Shay. She was watching him, and when his eyes met hers, she smiled, her face lighting up. She was so beautiful, and now that he knew she wasn't spying on him, his attraction to her surged. He had to rein it in. He didn't have time for a relationship. "What's next?" he asked, forcing his mind to the task at hand and away from the powerful desire he had to kiss her. "Now," she said as she walked toward him, a glass of lemonade in her hands, "you stay hydrated." He took it from her and laughed. "You sound like my He'd almost said trainer, but had caught himself in time. "Your what?" she asked, her head tilted. He downed the lemonade, then held it out for more. "That's delicious, but I need more. You were right. Gardening is definitely a workout." He wiped away the sweat that was streaming from his forehead as if to emphasize the fact. She smiled. "Right?" Then she took his glass and walked over to the table where she'd left the pitcher. He watched her go, appreciating the view. Shay wondered what Josh had been about to say. Who did she sound like? Like his handler? The one who gave him his killing assignments? Shaking her head at the ridiculousness of it, At the same time, she hadn't missed the fact that he hadn't completed his thought, hadn't told her who she sounded like. Trying not to worry about it, she filled his glass and carried it back to him, not missing the way his eyes stayed on her. She liked the way he looked at her, liked that he found her attractive. Could there be something there? A future for them? The thought jumped into her mind, but she immediately tamped it down. She didn't know enough about him. All she knew was that he was gorgeous and sweet and thoughtful. But was that enough? She handed him the glass, and this time he drank it more slowly. He handed it back to her. "What now, boss?" Smiling at the term, she said, "Now we mix the compost in. We'll pour it all over the ground you tilled up, then you can mix it in with a tiller." "More tilling, huh?" Guilt swept over her. "I didn't mean for you to have to do all this work. This is supposed to be my project." She paused. I can run the tiller." He looked at her doubtfully. "You think so?" Now she felt a challenge. "Of course." He laughed. "Okay." What had she just agreed to? She'd never run a rototiller before. But how hard could it be? Together, they dumped all the compost around the garden area, and then Shay walked over to the tiller. When Josh had worked it, she hadn't paid any attention to how he turned the thing on, but determined to figure it out, she looked at the different handles and moved first one, then the other. But she was stumped. "Need some help?" No reason to deny it. "Just to, get it started." He smiled, but walked over to her and gave her a brief tutorial on how to get it going, then demonstrated how to get it to cut into the ground. "Thanks." She stepped in front of it and grabbed the handles before guiding the blades into the dirt. Though the machine propelled itself forward, it was still a struggle to control it, but Shay persevered, moving forward, her whole body straining to manage the beast. Chapter 20. Josh watched Shay work, impressed that she was willing to try something that was not easy. It only made him like her more. After about 5 minutes, he could tell she was flagging. She'd slowed down, and the expression on her face showed she was not enjoying this. Deciding to help her out, he walked up behind her and put his hands on the tiller's handles. The feel of her so close to him sent his attraction to her soaring. What was he doing? Was he simply trying to help her, or had he wanted an excuse to get close to her? Knowing it was the latter, he tried to keep his focus on steering the tiller where he wanted it to go and ignore the light floral scent coming from Shay's hair. When Josh stepped behind her, Shay gasped. Fortunately, the rototiller's motor was loud enough to completely mask the sound, and when his hands grasped the handles as he took control of the rototiller, his body surrounded hers and she could feel his strength. The man was in fantastic shape. They walked forward together, moving the tiller across the ground, mixing the compost with the existing soil. Shay loved the feel of Josh so close to her, and rather than feeling stifled, she felt protected and secure. They worked this way for several minutes, then Josh shut off the motor and stepped away from her. Immediately missing his presence, Shay turned around to see why he'd stopped. "Do you want to continue on your own, or do you want me to do it?" She'd proven to herself that she could do it, although she hadn't enjoyed it. She was ready to turn it over to Josh if he was willing. "I'm happy to do it, Shay." "In that case," she said with a smile, "how about if I fix us a snack?" "That sounds good." When Shay turned to walk away, Josh wanted to reach out and stop her, to take her by the hand and draw her into his arms. Good thing she'd walked out of his reach before he'd acted on that. Getting physical would only lead to trouble. He turned the tiller's engine back on and concentrated on his task. As he worked, he asked himself why he was spending so much time on this. He should be in his office studying game tapes and working out in his gym. But he had to admit he was really enjoying himself. When he'd finished mixing the compost with the soil, he wheeled the tiller to the side and joined Shay on the shaded patio. "What'd you make?" he asked as he sank into a chair and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. She pushed a plate filled with bunches of grapes, sliced cucumbers, carrot sticks, and broccoli along with a bowl of ranch dressing. He needed way more food than this, but he would make up for it later. "Thanks again, Josh, for doing so much," she said as she dipped a carrot into the dressing. That made him think about the comment he'd made earlier, about how she had better make the garden awesome, and the fear he'd seen in her eyes. After reading those texts, and knowing that she was probably in hiding from this Will person, he felt bad for saying something that might frighten or worry her. "Since I'm helping," he said with a smirk, "obviously this garden is going to be awesome." That ought to settle her fears some. She laughed, but he couldn't miss the relief that flashed into her eyes. "Obviously." To think he'd been worried about keeping her out of the arms of those losers in the beat-up black truck who had tried to force her to go with them, when in reality she might need protecting from some guy who said he was going to find her. Was he actively looking? And what would he do if he found her? The idea of someone doing anything to her infuriated him, but he still had mixed feelings about letting her stay. On the one hand, he relished this time at the cabin when he could be by himself to recharge and regroup before the new football season began. But on the other, having Shay around had been, well, he really liked having her around. And it wasn't just because she was beautiful. She was a hard worker, and since she didn't know he was a star in the NFL, she treated him like a regular guy. And though she'd been trying to please him, probably so he wouldn't send her away, he'd also gotten a glimpse of a no-nonsense side of her that he liked. Sending her away seemed less and less likely. Besides, if he made her leave, where would she go? She'd already made it clear she didn't have a home. What kind of man would he be if he shoved her out the door knowing someone was looking for her, someone whose motives he didn't yet understand? Of course he wouldn't send her away. He couldn't, not in good conscience. But he couldn't tell her that. Not without admitting he'd read her texts. Chapter 21. Shay munched on the veggies, enjoying the companionable silence she shared with Josh. When he'd said the garden would be awesome since he was helping, it had taken some of the pressure off of her, but just some. It was still up to her to make it all come together, and she feared if she failed, he would toss her out on her butt without a second thought. Tired of worrying about that, she decided to inoculate herself against the constant fear by asking herself what was the worst that would happen if he made her leave. Assuming he sent her on her way with just the clothes on her back and maybe a backpack with a few supplies, she would... What? What would she do? She'd already decided she wouldn't go to her mother's or her sister's. The lack of options made her bite the inside of her lip as she absently picked up another carrot. With no money, she would be forced to hitch a ride from whomever was willing to pick her up. She didn't like that idea, although she didn't see what other choice she would have. Okay, so say some nice person gave her a ride. Where would she go? Maybe Reno was still a good destination. It would be new to her, and she could start her life over. The idea was daunting, no doubt about it, but it was also kind of exciting. Starting fresh held all kinds of possibilities. Maybe she could get a job at one of the casinos. There had to be a lot of opportunities there, right? She could make a fresh start there. Yes, she could do this. She could make it work. She would be okay. The positive self-talk strengthened her confidence. No matter what, she would be okay. Knowing that lessened the fear of Josh making her leave, and a sense of calmness settled over her. Shay looked toward the garden as a new thought occurred to her. What if she didn't wait for Josh to kick her out? What if she left all on her own? If she took control of the situation, she could leave at a time of her choosing, giving herself time to mentally prepare. The idea of doing this on her own removed any worry she had about Josh kicking her out. If leaving was her choice, then there was absolutely nothing to fear. Well, there was still the fear of her unknown future, but that was there regardless. A sense of resolve settled over her as she smiled. Yes, she would leave, on her own terms, when she was ready. But when would that be? Before she left, she should at least finish the garden project, get it to the point where Josh could take over maintaining it. After that, there would be no reason to stay. "What do we do next?" Josh asked. Her gaze slid to his amazing blue eyes, which were steady on her. She would miss him, no doubt about that, but leaving was absolutely the right thing to do. As much as she was growing to like him, and she was growing to like him much more than she'd ever thought possible, she doubted he had any interest in a homeless girl on the run from an abusive ex-boyfriend. Of course, that didn't mean she wasn't interested in him, but in all reality, she knew this couldn't last. Even if Josh was willing to let her stick around out of pity, that wouldn't last forever. Eventually, she would have to move on. Better for her to be the one to control it, rather than to live in fear that he might toss her out at any time. Plus, the more time she spent with him, and the more her feelings for him grew, the harder it would be to leave. She would leave. Soon. Now that she'd made up her mind, calm threaded its way through her, giving her a new sense of confidence. "Now," she began in answer to Josh's question, "we plant the seedlings." She laughed. "First thing tomorrow." The afternoon had only grown hotter, and she figured he'd done enough for one day. "I have some work to do tomorrow morning, so you may have to start without me." "One of those consultant things?" she asked. How often did he work on those? And where did he work? She hadn't seen any kind of office space in the cabin when she'd cleaned. "Yeah," Josh replied. Then he amended his statement. "I need to prepare for consultation." Which was sort of true. He had some game film to study, which he would eventually discuss with the offensive coordinator. That was like consulting, wasn't it? "All right." As she sat near him at the table, her emerald green eyes sparkling, his attraction to her cascaded over him despite his attempts to tame it. She had spearheaded this whole garden operation, even been willing to learn how to use the rototiller, and as he looked at her, he saw something new in her expression, something like self-assurance. Mildly surprised to see that in light of the fact that some guy was angry at her and looking for her, it only made him more intrigued. "I think we should have something cold for dinner," she said. He chuckled. "Like what? Cereal?" "That would work." Then she grinned. "But I was thinking more along the lines of a smoothie." That sounded good just then. "I have protein powder we can add." He had to have his protein. "Perfect." "I'm going to wash off the rototiller first, though." "Wait, you have a faucet out here?" "Of course." Then he moved the barbecue over a few inches to reveal the spigot. She began laughing. "What's so funny?" Shaking her head, she said, "When I found your place, I looked for an outside faucet to get a drink, but I didn't see that. That's why I broke in." The thought gave him pause. What if she had seen the spigot? Would she have gotten a drink and then been on her way, never to have met him? The idea of never knowing Shay sent a sharp sense of regret into his soul. Shaking it off, he tossed her a crooked smile, then began washing off the rototiller. While he worked, he noticed Shay gathering the other tools they'd used and putting them in the garage. When they'd both finished cleaning up the yard, Josh said, "I need to shower." Shay grimaced. "So do I." What he really wanted to do was have a session in his sauna to sweat out the dirt that had gathered in his pores. But telling Shay about his custom gym and spa-like bathroom in the barn would force him to either tell her who he really was or come up with a whole host of new lies. No, he would have to forfeit that luxury. "You can shower first." "Are you sure?" she asked as they entered the kitchen. "Yeah." "Thanks." Then she turned and walked toward the stairs. Josh watched her go, wondering if he should admit that he had read the texts on her phone, that he knew she was in hiding. Chapter 22. Not wanting to use all the hot water, Shay hurried through her shower, and when she was done, she called down to Josh to let him know the bathroom was free. "Thanks," he called back, and a few minutes later, as she got dressed in her room, she heard him climbing the stairs. This day had gone so much better than she could have dreamed. To think only a couple of days earlier, desperate for a drink of water, she'd broken into Josh's house, and now here she was, working on a garden with the hottest man she'd ever met, a man who had turned out to be kind and generous, even though she had been a complete stranger, a stranger who had broken into his house and slept in his bed as if she were Goldilocks. Then she thought about the revelation that there was a faucet outside after all. What if she'd found it that first day? Would she have broken into the house regardless, needing a place to spend the night? What if she hadn't? What if she'd never met Josh? She couldn't fathom that. Then again, she would be leaving soon. It would be hard to forget him. Maybe it would have been better never to have met him. As much as she would like him to invite her to stay forever, to be part of his life, she knew that was unrealistic. He had a life here, and that life didn't include her. She finished getting ready, then she went into the kitchen and pulled out the ingredients to make smoothies: frozen fruit, milk, and juice. Not sure how Josh usually made smoothies, or if he did. She waited for him to join her before starting. 20 minutes later, he walked in, all freshly showered and looking good. They set to work making their smoothies, and when they were done, they took them out back. As Shay sank into a chair on the back patio, shaded by the overhang, she sipped her smoothie as she stole a glance at Josh. Broad-shouldered, strong, so very masculine, she couldn't ignore her growing attraction to this man. To distract herself, she turned to him and asked, "Where do you do your consulting work? I haven't seen any office space." Maybe he worked at the kitchen table. He shifted in his seat, almost like the question made him uncomfortable. Actually, I have an office in my barn." That wasn't what she had expected him to say. "Doesn't it get hot in there?" she asked. And wasn't it smelly? At least, that was her impression of barns. Not that she'd ever actually been in one, but that's how she'd always imagined a barn to be, hot and smelly. Josh took his time drinking his smoothie before answering. In a way, he wanted to show Shay his amazing gym and office. It was his pride and joy, the place where he spent so much of his time when he was here. But he couldn't, not without exposing his true identity. He had NFL memorabilia everywhere in there. The truth would be evident pretty quickly. Maybe one day he would show her everything. Hold on. Why would he think that? Was he planning on letting her stick around long enough to learn the truth? Did he want her to learn the truth? Not sure how he felt, he focused on answering her question. I put air conditioning in there." Her forehead furrowed in question. "But you don't have AC in the house." "I spend more time in my office than I do in the house." Which was true, even if that sounded strange to her. "Do you need me to do any cleaning in your barn?" "No." The answer shot out of his mouth before he had a chance to tone it down. "I mean, I've got that covered." Shay wondered what that was all about. Why was Josh acting weird about his barn? And why did he have an office out there? She was certain he was hiding something from her. But what? Though she'd been joking when she thought that Josh might be an assassin, she wondered if he really was doing something criminal. Something he didn't want her to discover. Something dangerous. She'd stumbled upon his cabin by pure chance, and now she might be putting herself in danger just by being around him. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. The saying popped into her mind as she thought about the danger she was already in from Will. Was Will actually the lesser of the dangers growing around her? Was Josh the one she had to be wary of? Not that he would hurt her. She didn't get that vibe from him at all. But what if he associated with dangerous criminals? People who would hurt him if he crossed them, and by extension would hurt her. Maybe she should move up her exit date before something bad happened. "How's your smoothie?" he asked, drawing her away from her thoughts to focus on him. "It's good, and I can't even taste the protein powder you added." He grinned. "That's kind of the point. It adds protein without changing the taste of the food you add it to." Shay's gaze slid over Josh's biceps and powerful chest. The man was fit, no question. When and where did he work out? She knew he liked to run in the morning, but that wouldn't make him as ripped as he was. Did he keep in shape because he liked to be healthy, or was it so that he would be able to defend himself? What if a bad guy showed up? Would Josh defend her? He hardly knew her. Why would he risk himself for her? The notion of a violent criminal showing up when they were in the middle of nowhere terrified her. With no way to call for help, they would be sitting ducks. Shay knew what it felt like to be punched, and she had no desire to ever again be put into a position where someone could hurt her. Will was looking for her, there was no doubt about that, but that didn't mean she needed to stick around an unsafe place to keep him from finding her. There had to be a better solution. "Are you done?" she asked as she stood and held out her hand. She needed time to think, to evaluate what she should do. Josh held out his empty glass. "Yeah, thanks." She took it from him and carried it into the kitchen, where she rinsed out both of their glasses. Taking her time washing the blender and glasses, she wondered if she could sneak into the barn and see for herself what he had in there. Did Josh have a meth lab in there? Were people in there working? The idea made her shiver despite the warmth of the house. Drying off the blender parts, Shay looked out the window at Josh, who had walked over to the garden and was surveying the area where they'd worked. What was he thinking? That he'd wasted his entire day on something that wouldn't earn him any money? Or was he thinking he could bury a body under there and no one would know? Chapter 23. The next morning, Shay woke early. After quietly dressing, she listened for the sound of Josh leaving for his morning run. When she heard the front door close, she crept down the stairs and made sure he was gone before stepping onto the front porch. With a last check to make sure he wasn't lurking about, she hurried toward the barn. When Shay had climbed in bed the night before, her mind had whirled with what-ifs as panic had built inside her. What if he was a dangerous criminal? What if he got arrested and they were both sent to prison? What if she got caught in the middle of a firefight? She hadn't been able to fall asleep until she'd made the decision to get inside the barn and find out for herself what Josh was hiding. Now, as she reached the barn's pedestrian door, she was surprised to find it locked with a keypad underneath the handle. Why was the security on his barn better than the security on his house? Then again, if he really was a financial consultant, he probably had a computer in there, along with sensitive client files. That would warrant good security. Sighing, and with no idea what the code was, she frowned, then walked around the perimeter of the huge red barn, on the lookout for some other way inside. There were a few windows, but the blinds were drawn, and short of breaking the glass, there was no way to open them from the outside. Huffing out a breath of frustration, she turned and made her way back to the house. She'd been prepared to go inside and snoop around, even though she didn't really want to, but she believed she had to for her own safety. She had to look out for herself. No one else would. With no way to get inside the barn, she decided to work in the garden, and after carrying flats of vegetable seedlings out to the garden area, she got to work. Thrusting the trowel into the soft dirt, she made a hole before setting a tomato seedling inside, then she filled the hole and firmly patted it down. As she worked, she considered ways to find out what Josh was hiding. She had to know. She wasn't normally a nosy person, but whenever she asked him about his job, his body language told her that he was lying. Why? What was it he really did, and why wouldn't he tell her? She had to get inside that barn. Maybe when he was working in his barn office, she could go out there with some excuse and he would let her in. With the beginnings of a plan in mind, she turned her focus to planting the seedlings, and by the time Josh returned from his run, she'd completed 2 rows. "That looks great," he said as he walked over to where she knelt on the ground. Looking up at him, she smiled. "Thanks." "It actually looks kind of fun," he added. Then he chuckled. "I liked playing in the dirt when I was a kid." Wearing an encouraging smile, she stood and faced him, then held out the trowel. "Give it a try." He studied her, making her heart do an unexpected flip. He was sweaty from his run, but still so attractive. The man was super fit, not an ounce of fat on him. More than that, his rugged good looks and confident demeanor drew Shay in. Hating the idea that he was lying to her, she consoled herself with the thought that she would find out the truth, soon. Josh couldn't tear his attention away from Shay's face. Her emerald green eyes sparkled, and her rosy cheeks glowed. He was glad she had found his cabin and had taken refuge with him, glad that she would stay right there with him. Guilt crashed over him at the thought. He was being selfish. It would be better for her if she had a home, a place where she felt safe. It would be better if this man named Will wasn't trying to find her. There was a reason he was having those selfish thoughts. Because his attraction to her was becoming more and more powerful, almost too powerful to deny any longer. "Sure," he said. "I'll give it a try." Wiping his hands on his shorts, he looked over the garden, then took the trowel from her outstretched hand. "Where do you want me to start?" She pointed to the end of a row. "Plant the carrot seeds over there." "Okay, boss." She smirked. "And when you're done, you can start on the radishes." He laughed. "We'll see." She laughed in return. "Okay." Then she paused. "Hey, do you want me to make you a smoothie?" Liking her thoughtful nature, he smiled. "That would be great, thanks." He watched her turn and walk toward the kitchen, her slender hips gently swaying, her hair in a high ponytail, her smile on his mind. As she made Josh's smoothie, Shay kept glancing out the kitchen window to watch him. Seeing him work so hard on the garden made her smile. Maybe he wasn't really hiding anything at all. Maybe he was telling her the truth about what he did. She hoped so, because she really, really didn't want him to be a dangerous criminal. Later, after Josh had planted the carrots, Shay stood outside with him as he told her he was going to shower, then go into his office to work. "If you need anything," he said with a smile, "there's a doorbell by the barn's main entrance." Knowing her chance to get a peek inside would be coming soon, her heart began to race. She didn't want to give him any hints that she would be using that doorbell, so she played it cool. "Okay, but I'm sure I'll be fine." He smiled with confidence, his eyes steady on hers. "I'm sure you will." The way he looked at her made her heart race harder, but for a different reason, and as she watched him walk away from her and into the house, she tried to push away the image of Josh as a bad guy. She really needed him to be one of the good guys, and she was counting on having her fears allayed that day. Josh ran his fingers through his hair as he leaned back in his desk chair. He loved football. He always had. But at that moment, he wanted nothing more than to go outside and work with Shay in their garden. Wait, their garden? It was his house and his yard, so really, it was his garden. But if it wasn't for Shay, there would be no garden at all. He pictured her beautiful face, the way her eyes sparkled, her smile, and wondered why that man was angry at her, why he'd said he was done being reasonable. What did that mean anyway? With a shake of his head, he forced aside those thoughts as he stood and went to the couch that faced a large screen TV mounted to the wall. Grabbing the remote, he plopped onto the couch and pulled up the recording of the game that he'd been planning on studying. Much to his chagrin, after only 20 minutes, Josh found his focus wandering back to Shay, and as hard as he tried to push the image of her out of his mind, she refused to go away. Grabbing the remote from the table beside him, Josh gave up, jabbing the power button with his thumb. The screen went black, and he leaned his head back and stared at the ceiling. What was going on with him? Never before had a woman captured his attention the way that Shay had. It had been less than a week since he'd found her in his bed, but already he was finding it hard to imagine being at the cabin without her. But that was ridiculous. Soon enough, she would go on with her life, and he would head to training camp. That's how it had to be. That's how it was supposed to be. The doorbell rang. His head jerked up. It had to be her. No one else was supposed to come over, and he'd specifically told her that if she needed anything, to ring the bell. His lips lifted in a smile as he made his way to the door. Chapter 24. Shay had waited as long as she could to come to the barn, but now that she was standing in front of the wooden door, waiting for Josh to open it, her heart pounded harder than ever. Would he be angry at her for interrupting? Would he invite her in with a smile? Would he... The door opened part way. "Hey," Josh said with a smile, his eyes lasered in on her face. Okay, Shay thought, so far so good. He doesn't seem mad. Whenever she interrupted Will, he would scowl at her, making her wish she hadn't bothered. In fact, she avoided interrupting him for just that reason. "Hi." She made her voice bright and friendly. Wanting to get a glimpse of the inside of the barn, she tried to peer around him, but he stood right in the way, completely blocking her view. Plus, his attention never wavered from her face. "Did you need something?" I was wondering if you have internet access in there. I need to, get in touch with my mother. Let her know I'm okay." In reality, she was fairly certain her mother hadn't realized she was missing, and she certainly didn't want to get any more messages from Will, but she hadn't been able to come up with any other reason to request entrance into Josh's barn. Josh considered her request. It wasn't unreasonable, not at all. But knowing what he knew, that some guy named Will was searching for her, he had to consider that this had nothing to do with her mother and everything to do with Will. When he'd read her texts, there hadn't been any replies. Maybe she had needed time to think things over. Maybe she was going to tell him where to find her. That would be a huge mistake. He couldn't let her do it. But what if she really did want to contact her mother? He couldn't stand in the way of that. "Sure," he finally said. Her face lit up with obvious relief. "Can I come in?" He hadn't thought that one through. "It's kind of a mess in there," he said, thinking quickly. "Let's sit on the porch and I'll give you my Wi-Fi password." The relief on her face faded away. What was up with that? Darn, Shay thought, so close. She had no choice but to agree, but his reluctance to let her come in gave weight to her suspicions. He stepped out of the door, closing it behind him, not giving her a chance to take a peek, then led the way to the porch. "How's the planting coming along?" he asked as they sat side by side on the porch swing. "Okay. There's lots more to do, though." It had been more fun when he'd been helping. "Maybe when you're done working, you can join me." He smiled. "I can help you after you talk to your mother." "You're done working?" That hadn't taken him long. It had been less than an hour since he'd gone to his office. "I have more to do, but I'd rather play in the dirt." That was fine with her. "Are you ready for that password?" There was no point getting onto his Wi-Fi any longer, but she had to see this through. "Yeah." She typed the information into her cell phone, and moments later, her phone was connected to his Wi-Fi. Had Will sent more texts? It had been 24 hours since he'd sent the last one she'd read, the one where he had said he would find her. Almost holding her breath, she listened for her phone to chime a notification, but it was silent. Pretending like everything was fine, she pulled up the phone app and called her mother. "Do you want privacy?" Josh asked. She shook her head. If her mother even answered, the call would be brief. Plus, she liked having Josh sitting beside her. The phone rang on her mother's end, but she didn't answer. Instead, it went to voicemail. After the beep, Shay said, "Hey, Mom, it's me. I don't know if you've tried to get in touch with me, but I wanted to let you know I'm okay. I'm staying with a friend." She glanced at Josh and saw him smile. "Love you. Bye." She disconnected the call and stole a glance at the screen. There were no new text messages from Will. That almost scared her more than if he'd reached out to her again, because it meant he was too angry to bother trying to persuade her to talk to him. She powered down her phone and tucked it in her pocket. From what Josh could tell, Shay hadn't received any new texts. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? And should he admit that he knew her secret? Searching her face, he couldn't tell what she was thinking. She turned her phone off and put it away, and she'd had no qualms about him listening to her call. All good signs. Still, she seemed downcast. Was it because she hadn't been able to talk to her mother? Or was she worried about Will finding her? Maybe he could get her to admit that Will was looking for her. He preferred that over having to confess that he'd read her texts. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah," she said without hesitation. "Everything's fine." "Are you sure?" Her eyebrows bunched. "Yeah, why?" "You just seem, I don't know, like something's bothering you." Her smile grew, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Everything's fine, I promise." Not much else he could do to get her to admit the truth. "All right." He studied her. "You know you can tell me stuff, right?" Was that going too far? Would that make her suspicious? She didn't look away. Okay. She paused a beat. That goes both ways, you know. You can tell me stuff. Like what, he thought? That he was actually an NFL quarterback that everyone in the sports world knew about? That wasn't going to happen. The more time he spent with her, the more of a connection he felt with her. A real connection between a man and a woman, not between a football star and a groupie. He liked that feeling, a lot. Too much to divulge his secret. Okay, he replied. Good to know. She stood. Time to get back to work. He stood as well. You're kind of a slave driver. Not that he wasn't used to hard physical labor. That's what he did day in and day out during football season and while training. But working in the garden was a different kind of work. Work that he liked. Although if he didn't have Shay with him, leading the way, he knew his interest would plummet. Shay walked with Josh to the garden, pleased beyond measure that he was coming with her. Working side by side with him was much more fun than doing it on her own. What's next, boss? He asked as they stopped on the porch and looked over the flats of orange, yellow, and red marigolds waiting to be planted. The vegetables are all planted, so now we need to plant the marigolds around the edge of the porch. She'd been looking forward to this part. The vegetable garden was fun, but the riot of color from the flowers were what really pleased her eye. First, though, we need to add compost to the soil. Josh groaned, making Shay laugh. Not more compost. Grinning, she said, Afraid so. Maybe I should go back to work. The mention of him working reminded her of the way he had deflected her attempt to get into the barn, and she decided it was time to deal with her concerns. She turned and faced him. What do you really have in that barn, Josh? His eyes widened like she'd caught him at something. Startled by his reaction, because it meant she must be on the right track, her heart skipped a beat. I told you before, he said, his eyes back to normal. My office is in there. Ready to push for more, she said, Either you have a really big office, or there's more than that in there. Then she remembered how he'd come back from the barn freshly showered. Do you have a shower in there? He hesitated, which made her suspicions grow. Yeah, he finally said, I do. Sometimes I go to the office straight from a run, so it's easier to shower in there. That made sense. Should she press him for more? She still believed he was hiding something from her, but she couldn't figure out why or what it was. Josh wondered why Shay was interrogating him. She obviously suspected something, but he wasn't about to tell her the truth. Let her wonder. She was keeping something important from him, so he only felt a little guilty about not telling her his true identity. Ready to end the inquiry, he said, Let's get started. She stared at him a moment longer, then she nodded. Okay. They worked the compost into the flower bed, and then they planted the flats of marigolds. When they were done, they stood back and admired their work. I have to admit, the flowers really improved the yard. Shay smiled. Yes, they do. He turned and looked at the vegetable garden. I've never had vegetables fresh from my own garden before. He shifted to look at her and saw the happiness on her face. You'll love it, Shay said. Nothing is better than tomatoes fresh from the vine. But then she asked herself, would she be around to eat them too? Chapter 25. At dinner that night, a Mexican casserole that had come out just right, much to Shay's relief, they chatted about the different vegetables they'd planted and what they would make with them. Spaghetti sauce with fresh tomatoes, Josh suggested. Shay nodded as she swallowed the bite she'd been chewing. And a salad made completely from your own garden. As they talked, she almost forgot that Josh's cabin was just a brief way station on the path to her new life. It had almost come to feel like home, but she quickly dismissed that idea. It was Josh's home, not hers, and since she'd already decided that she needed to leave at a time of her choosing, she needed to choose that time. Now that the garden was planted, there was really no reason to stick around. Plus, Josh's evasiveness about what he had in that barn made her want to leave sooner rather than later. She'd had enough of hiding the truth with Will. In the beginning of their relationship, he charmed her, and by the time his true nature had come out, she had already gotten caught in his web to the point where it wasn't easy to leave. She had no intention of letting herself get caught in Josh's web, whatever that web entailed, even though he was super hot and had been nothing but kind to her, except for when he kicked her out that first morning. Speaking of that, now that they had become more friendly, maybe she could get him to tell her why he'd come for her that day. When he kicked her out, she thought she would never see him again. What had changed his mind? "So, Josh," she began. He looked up from his plate, his eyes narrowed at the tone of her voice. "Yeah?" Grinning, because she had asked this question before, she said, "Now will you tell me why you came for me? That day you made me leave. And why did you make me leave in the first place?" Sighing audibly, he frowned. "I thought we'd gotten past that." What was the big deal? Why wouldn't he tell her? Then it hit her. Maybe he'd had to hide the evidence of his criminal activity. Maybe once he'd decided to let her stay, he'd had to give himself time to hide whatever it was he had to hide. Not ready to settle for his refusal to answer, she said, "You never answered the question." He scowled. "Maybe I should make you leave now so that I don't have to keep hearing the question." Her mouth slammed shut as her smile vanished. The reminder that he had the power to push her out the door on a whim, coupled with his evasiveness, solidified something that had been brewing in her mind, the knowledge that she couldn't keep putting it off, that it was time to move on. Once they'd finished planting the last flower that afternoon, she'd known she could leave without feeling like she'd stuck him with an unfinished project. But the moment that thought had entered her mind, she'd pushed it away. She didn't want to leave, not with how much she'd grown to care for him. But now the fear that had seemed to hang around the edges of her mind, the fear that she had no control over her future, burst forth once again. The decision had been made. She would leave. First thing in the morning. Josh hadn't meant it. He would never kick her out, not as long as that man was searching for her. But dang it, why did she have to keep asking him the same question? Telling her that he thought she was a groupie would force him to admit who he really was, something he wasn't willing to do, not yet. She hadn't replied to his threat. Instead, she turned her attention to her meal. "Look," he said, "can we just enjoy this delicious casserole you made?" She lifted her eyes and stared at him. "I am enjoying it." There was something new in her eyes, something like determination. He liked it, but he wondered why it had suddenly appeared. What was she thinking? "I'm sorry I made you leave that morning," he said, hoping to placate her. "I should have believed you when you said you were stranded." She tilted her head, her eyes narrowed. "Believed me? What do you mean?" Had he inadvertently told her more than he'd meant to? Setting her fork down, she locked eyes with him. "Why didn't you believe me?" He thought, "Because I thought you were a football groupie who had broken into my house." Since he couldn't say that, he had to come up with a reasonable explanation for his doubt, but he was drawing a blank. "Because," he finally said, his mind scrambling, "I didn't know you." "What difference did that make?" she asked. "What reason would I have to lie?" The answer suddenly came to him, and he nearly grinned with relief. "You could have been some homeless girl looking for a place to squat, and since I wasn't home—" He let the words trail off. Shay couldn't argue with that. Besides, she was a homeless girl, but not a squatter. She had just been desperate for something to drink, and a safe place to spend the night. "Okay, I guess." "Anyway," he said with a smile, "I'm sorry I didn't believe you at first." "So you came for me because you decided I was telling the truth?" "Yes." His eyes were wide, like he hadn't realized the reason until she'd said it. "Yes, that's exactly why." Did she believe his explanation? It still seemed like he wasn't being completely truthful with her. Looking through the lens she'd been wearing, the one where she assumed he was a criminal, she still thought her original explanation that he'd had to hide something before he could let her stick around made the most sense. It fit with his secretiveness around his barn, and the sense she got that he wasn't being truthful. It didn't matter, though. Her mind was made up. The next morning, while he was working in his office, she would leave. She wouldn't even say goodbye. She would just leave. It would be better that way. Better if she didn't have to look into those amazing blue eyes and say goodbye forever. Chapter 26. Cleaning up from breakfast the next morning, Shay was on edge. Knowing she was going to walk away into an unknown future had her nerves singing. Not to mention the fact that after today she would never see Josh again. Even though she was uncertain about his true character, she'd really grown to like him. Maybe she'd even started falling for him. Didn't matter. She had to go. She couldn't pretend like there could be a future between the two of them. She didn't know enough about him, what he was hiding. All she knew was that ever since he'd come for her that first day, he'd been nothing but kind to her. Plus, he was so attractive, so strong, so... She had to stop thinking about him like that. She couldn't let herself get that close to him, not without revealing her deepest, darkest secret, that she had just escaped an abusive relationship. If Josh knew that, would it change the way he saw her? She hated that idea. She wanted him to see her as she was, not as the woman she'd been. No, she had to go. She had to do this on her own, remake herself into the woman she'd been on the way to becoming before Will had stepped into her life. Then she would be ready for a relationship. Of course, Josh would be long out of the picture by then. Sadness at that realization swept over her, but she had to move forward with her plan despite the difficulty of leaving. "What do we need to do in the garden today?" Josh asked as he came into the kitchen. Just water it." She turned to look at him. "It needs to be watered every day, especially as the weather gets hotter." Why was she acting like that? It was almost as if she was broadcasting that she wouldn't be there to do the watering. "Okay." His forehead furrowed. "Do you need any help?" "No." The single syllable came out quickly, so she smiled to soften it. "No, I can handle it." "Great. I have to make up for skipping work yesterday." That was good. That meant he would be in his office for a long time, giving her a chance to get a good head start before he realized she'd left. Tossing him a smile, she turned her attention back to washing the dishes. She heard him walking out of the kitchen. The second she was done in the kitchen, she hurried through watering the garden. After all of their work, she didn't want to do anything that would jeopardize the seedlings getting a good start. Satisfied the plants had quenched their thirst, she went into the house and strode briskly to her room. She still had the backpack Josh had given her when he kicked her out, so she filled it with a few belongings she'd earned. Then she went into the kitchen and put some bottled water as well as a bit of food inside. Zipping up the pack, she looked around the room that had begun to feel like home. Was she sure she wanted to leave? Biting her lip as indecision rushed through her, she sighed and shook her head. Leaving was for the best. Her attention settled on the notepad she'd used when she'd plotted out the garden. The least she could do was leave a note thanking Josh for helping her. Setting the backpack on the floor, she paused to listen to make sure she was alone. Then she wrote a brief note. It said, "Josh, thank you so much for all you've done for me. You didn't know me, yet you helped me when I needed it the most. It's time for me to move on, but I couldn't leave without telling you how much I appreciate your kindness." Shay hesitated before writing a final line. "Don't come for me this time. I need to do this on my own. Shay." She reread the note, then set it in the middle of the table where she was sure Josh would see it. With a final look around, she swung the backpack onto her shoulders and walked to the front door. Opening it a crack, she peered out to make sure Josh wasn't coming her way, and not seeing him anywhere, she stepped onto the porch, her gaze going to the barn. With a final sigh, she walked down the porch steps and began the trek to the main road. Grateful for the sturdy shoes Josh had bought her, she was confident that even if she couldn't hitch a ride, she would be able to walk all the way to Burton, a town she had now visited. Determination flowed through her. Determination to get to Reno and find a job, to start her life anew. Striding along the shoulder of the road, Shay's mind went to Josh, and she wondered what he was doing just then. Had he gone into the house for any reason and found the note? Probably not. It hadn't even been an hour since she'd left. Most likely, he wouldn't realize she'd left until lunchtime, and if he was busy working, he might not even notice it then. Adjusting the straps of the backpack on her shoulders, she heard the sound of a car approaching. She surprised herself when she didn't attempt to get it to stop and pick her up. It drove on by, and she kept walking. At least she didn't feel any blisters. Walking in a good pair of sneakers beat walking in flip-flops any day. She felt like she could walk for miles, which was funny, since that's exactly what she would be doing. She didn't know where she would sleep that night, but she would deal with that when the time came. Optimism surged through her. She could get where she needed to go all on her own. Yes, she already missed Josh, much more than she thought she would, but she loved the feeling of taking charge of her life. Josh's morning had been productive. He'd finished watching the game he'd wanted to study and had hardly thought of Shay the entire time. Well, that wasn't strictly true. He'd thought of her every 5 minutes, but hey, that wasn't the entire time. Stretching his arms above his head, he smiled as he pictured her working hard in the garden, and he had a sudden desire to join her. Why not? He'd earned a break. Softly chuckling at the idea that working in the garden was the way he wanted to spend his break, he stood before walking out of his office and toward the barn door. Maybe he was ready to tell Shay the truth about who he was. He'd known her less than a week, but that didn't seem to matter. His attraction to her had been blossoming, and he'd grown to hate lying about the biggest thing in his life. Smiling, he nodded. Yes, it was time. Chapter 27. Josh bypassed the house and went directly to the garden. Expecting to see Shay hunched over the soil tending the seedlings, when he was greeted with silence, he was surprised. Water glistened on the seedlings, and the ground was damp, so she'd been working out here. Turning toward the house, he smiled. She must have finished what she needed to do and had gone inside to take a break. With a purpose in his step, he strode to the kitchen door and pulled it open. "Shay?" he called out, expecting a reply. When the only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator, he went into the living room but found it empty. Maybe she was upstairs. Taking the steps 2 at a time, he reached the top, then went into her room. The bed had been converted back into a fold-out couch, and the room looked a little too tidy. A sense of unease engulfing him, Josh looked in the drawers where Shay kept her things and found them empty. What was going on? Where was she? He went to the window that overlooked the front of the house, his gaze shooting in all directions. She was nowhere to be seen. Had Will found her and taken her? Fresh panic swept over him. How could he have found her? Had she texted him after all? After she'd left a message for her mother, she turned her phone off. Had she waited until she'd been alone and decided to get in touch with Will? To tell him where she was? He thought about the look of determination he'd seen in her eyes at dinner. Did that have something to do with this? His mind in a whirl, he made his way to the kitchen. His mouth had gone dry. Pouring himself a glass of cold water, he leaned against the counter as he gulped it down. Then he surveyed the kitchen, picturing Shay working at the counter, loving the image. He had to find her. She could be in danger. Then a slip of paper on the table caught his eye. In 3 steps he was to the table, where he snatched the paper from the tabletop and quickly read the note. "Josh, thank you so much for all you've done for me. You didn't know me, yet you helped me when I needed it the most. It's time for me to move on, but I couldn't leave without telling you how much I appreciate your kindness. Don't come for me this time. I need to do this on my own. Shay." The first emotion he felt was relief. Will hadn't taken her. Immediately after that, a mix of annoyance, worry, and determination surged through him. Annoyance that she would leave without telling him face to face, worry that she was in danger, and determination to find her. Setting his jaw, he grabbed the keys for his ATV and headed to the garage. When he stood beside his ATV moments later, he paused. Was he wrong to want to go after her? She had specifically asked him not to, stating that she needed to do this on her own. Do what, though? Throw herself to the wolves? He hadn't forgotten the story she told him about the men trying to force her into their truck. Picturing her being dragged away by men who meant to do her harm, or by Will, who had stated that he was going to find her, that he was done being reasonable, Josh felt adrenaline flood his veins. He had to get to her, immediately. Jumping onto the ATV, he started it and drove out of the garage. When he reached the road, he hesitated, not sure which way she'd gone, but then he figured she would head toward Burton, as that was the way she'd been going before. He pulled onto the road, keeping close to the shoulder. How long ago had she left? She had to be on foot, so she couldn't have gone very far. Unless she'd already hitched a ride. Urgency to find her before she climbed into a car with a stranger made him open the throttle. Keeping a steady pace, Shay continued walking. Several cars had passed her, but she had ignored each one. Confused by her reluctance to shorten her walk, she analyzed her feelings. Was she resistant to putting distance between herself and Josh? If so, why? She had no illusions about her level of attraction to him. The more time she spent with him, the deeper her attraction to him had grown. At first, it had been all about his incredible good looks. Who was she kidding? That still played a large part. But it had become more than that. Despite his occasional threat to kick her out, he'd been nothing but kind and thoughtful, the polar opposite of Will. Maybe that was the problem. She was afraid of falling for him and having him turn into someone else, someone she hadn't realized he truly was. She could sense that he was hiding something from her, and her fear of whatever that thing was had scared her away. Yet, she already harbored some level of regret for leaving. She could have stuck around, figured out what he was hiding, decided if he was worth it. But what if she'd fallen harder for him, and then discovered that he was into something bad, something criminal? Then what? It would have been that much harder to leave. No, she'd made the right choice. Then why did she feel so discouraged? Her future was wide open, which should have filled her with optimism. Yet it didn't. That future would not include Josh. It couldn't. And then there was Will. How long would he look for her before he gave up and moved on? The man could be relentless, and she knew she'd hurt his pride by leaving. Maybe he even cared about her in his own twisted way. When she turned her phone on again the night before to see if her mother had called back, she'd also been curious to see if Will had sent any new texts. He hadn't, and that continued silence worried her. But he had no way to find her, no way to know which direction she'd gone. She was safe. She had to be. The sound of an engine reached her ears, but it sounded different than the vehicles that had passed her. It almost sounded like an ATV. Could it be? Had Josh come after her, even though she'd asked him not to? Heart racing, Shay spun around to look in the direction of the sound. Moments later, a woman flew by on an ATV, then a man who wasn't Josh drove past on his ATV. Disappointment slammed into Shay, and to her shock, she realized she'd been hoping Josh would come for her. But she told him not to. Of course he wouldn't. He would respect her wishes. Regret uncoiled inside her. She could turn around and go back, but that would put her right back where she'd been that morning, on unsteady footing with regards to whether or not she could stay with Josh, not to mention her uncertainty and concern over what he was hiding. No, she needed to continue on the path she'd chosen when she'd walked away from Josh's house that morning. Chapter 28. Plodding onward. When Shay heard another ATV approaching, she didn't bother to turn around. No point in getting her hopes up only to have them dashed. Moments later, the sound of the ATV changed, sounding like it was slowing down. Could it be? Almost afraid to find out, she slowly turned and saw Josh, wearing a huge grin. "I found you," he called out as he pulled to a stop beside her. Though thrilled that he'd come for her, she still had the same kaleidoscope of emotions: worry about what he was hiding, uncertainty about whether he would let her stay, excitement at seeing him. Tempering her happiness with her concern, she smiled. "Hey!" He climbed off of the ATV and leaned against it, facing her, his arms folded across his chest. "Where are you going?" "Didn't you get my note?" She stood only a few feet away, her strong attraction to him keeping her from turning and continuing her trek. "Yeah." He tilted his head in question. "What's going on?" What's going on, she thought. Wasn't it obvious? Hadn't she told him enough? Apparently not. "Like I said in the note, it's time for me to move on." "Why? What's the hurry?" Maybe she should tell him her reasons, let him know that he needed to come clean. Heart pounding at the idea of saying what was on her mind, something she always avoided doing with Will for fear of his reaction, she chewed the inside of her lip. If she had any hope of becoming the independent woman she wanted to be, she needed to take charge. Besides, what was the worst that could happen? He would turn around and go back to his cabin, and she would go on her way? "The hurry," she began, but the words trailed off as her stomach started to churn. Did she really want to know the truth? Maybe it was better to believe he was a good guy and not know that he was really a criminal. To say their goodbyes and leave it at that. "Yeah?" he prompted, his blue eyes locked on her face. Not able to tear her gaze away, she swallowed. "What are you hiding, Josh?" He recoiled slightly, his hands falling to his sides. "Hiding?" Noticing that he hadn't denied it, she stared at him. "It's just a feeling I get whenever I ask you about your job." She paused. "You're not a financial consultant, are you?" His expression said it all, his eyes slightly wide, his lips parted. She was right. He had lied to her. "No," he finally said, "I'm not." Fear and curiosity swept over her. "What do you really do?" His jaw tightened, and he looked away before facing her, his stance tense, like he wasn't sure he wanted to tell her. Then he lifted his chin slightly. "I'm a quarterback in the NFL. I play for the Sacramento Vipers." Disbelief flooded her. This lie was worse than the one about being a financial consultant. At least that one had been believable. But a pro football player? Come on. She shook her head as her mouth pulled into a smirk. "No, you're not." Josh was dumbstruck. He'd finally told her the truth, and she flat out didn't believe him. That was the last response he'd expected. "No, really," he said, eager for her to believe him now. "It's true." "Uh-huh," she said with a frown. "Right." This was a new experience for him. Typically, he had to fight off the groupies who threw themselves at him. But Shay? She was as different as could be. Not only did she disbelieve who he was, but she wasn't in any hurry to stick around. "I can prove it." "You can, huh?" Her arms were folded across her chest, her left foot planted forward. "How?" Josh pulled his phone out of his pocket, but of course there was no cell signal, no way for him to pull up any number of images or news articles proving who he was. He stuffed his phone back in his pocket and said, "Come back with me." "No." The words showed no hint of a willingness to compromise. "Why not?" Josh sure seemed eager to have her come back with him, Shay thought. Why? Was he telling the truth now? Her gaze slid up and down his amazing body. He had the build of a quarterback, and his body language didn't show the shiftiness she'd seen before, but she still had her doubts. What were the odds that the home she'd broken into belonged to some hotshot quarterback, that the man she'd spent the last several days with was well known by thousands, no, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of sports fans? It didn't seem possible, that's what. She pictured his cabin. It didn't seem likely that a successful quarterback would have such a humble home. Then again, He had that barn with who knew what inside. Maybe it contained stuff to do with being a football player. Or maybe he was full of crap, and it was full of illegal contraband that she didn't want to know about. Anyway, it didn't matter. Her attraction to him was growing too strong for her to stick around, not to mention that she didn't have confidence that he wouldn't kick her out on a whim. "I don't care if you are some hotshot football player," she said, although the idea did make him even sexier than she already thought he was. "How do I know you won't send me away tomorrow?" she added. "Just yesterday you threatened to make me leave so I would stop asking questions." His eyebrows rose, and she wondered if he thought she hadn't paid attention to his threat. "I can't have that hanging over me," she said, then thought, "not with the worry of Will hanging over me too." "I shouldn't have said that," Josh said. "I would never send you away. Not with that man after you." His eyes went wide, like he'd said more than he'd meant to. Shay's arms fell to her sides as her mouth opened in shock. Wait, what? How did he know about Will? How could he possibly know? She'd never so much as hinted at what had sent her running. "You're in danger, Shay. Don't deny it." "How do you know that?" Her voice had fallen to just above a whisper. He straightened, looked over his shoulder, then turned back to her. "I read your texts." Shay's eyebrow shot skyward. "You did what?" Going cold with humiliation, she broke their gaze as she stared off to the side. Moments later, she forced herself to look at him, her face hot. "I'm sorry." "Why would you do that?" A knot had formed in her throat, and she wanted to cry. The thing she was most embarrassed about had been laid bare for him to see, and she hadn't had a chance to prepare herself. No one knew how Will had abused her, beat her, torn her down. No one. But now Josh knew, the man she'd really grown to like, who hadn't known how pathetic she was. Now he knew. How long had he known? How long had he been pretending to respect her when all along he'd known her deepest, darkest secret? Well, maybe he didn't know exactly, but if he'd read those texts, then surely he had an idea. Fresh humiliation swept over her, and she turned away again as she tried to gather her emotions. "I can explain." His voice was soft, which drew her attention back to him. She didn't respond. Instead, she waited to hear what he had to say, to learn what he knew. Chapter 29. Josh felt terrible. He knew something about her that she obviously wanted to keep a secret. It was as if he'd betrayed her trust. But now that it was out there, he was glad. Now he could explain why he didn't want her to go, why he would never send her away. "It was because of what happened at the nursery," he said. Shay's head tilted as her eyebrows tugged together. "At the nursery?" "I saw you on your phone, and when I asked you about it, you acted really suspicious, like you were hiding something." He could see the wheels turning in her head. "I wasn't sure about you, if you knew who I was, if you were, spying on me or something." "Spying on you?" He could see she wasn't getting it. "Believe it or not, some people are a little too interested in my private life." "Okay." Did she still not believe he was an NFL quarterback? The irony made him want to laugh. "I had to know." "Know what?" "Who you were texting, what you were saying." Feeling kind of foolish, she added, "If it was about me." "Wow," she said with a scowl. "Nice ego." Ouch, but he couldn't say he didn't deserve it. "That's why I looked." He barely concealed his frown. "So," she said, her emerald eyes snapping with displeasure, "you lied about who you are, and you didn't tell me what you knew about me. What else are you hiding, Josh?" When she put it like that, he thought, "I'm not hiding anything, okay?" He was glad that was the truth. As each fib had left his mouth, he'd come to realize how much he hated lying to her, although he didn't regret keeping his true identity a secret. He'd liked that she'd gotten to know him without the distraction of knowing he was rich and famous. Then something occurred to him. "What about you? Why didn't you tell me the real reason you were stranded?" He did air quotes on the word. He had her there, Shay thought. She'd been guilty of not telling him the truth, too. But had she straight up lied? No. Then again, did it matter? At this point, there was no reason to hide the truth. Not now that he'd read the texts from Will. "Because," she said. Heart pounding, she clenched her jaw as all the terrible secrets about Will and the way he treated her flowed into her mind. She'd never admitted to anyone that he'd been abusive. Deep inside, she knew it wasn't her fault. But on a more conscious level, after each beating, she always questioned if there was something she could have done differently to prevent his anger. "Because?" Josh asked. "Because what?" "Because," she began, softer this time. "Because I'm—" Her face crumpled as tears jumped into her eyes. "Because I'm ashamed, okay?" Her voice shook as she spoke. Josh looked confused. Ashamed of what? Had she said too much? Had he not figured out why she had run? Maybe he hadn't, but that didn't mean she couldn't explain, that she wasn't ready to explain. The words came out in a rush, along with her tears. Of staying with him for as long as I did, for not getting out after that first beating, for not telling anyone what was happening, for being stupid enough to fall for him in the first place and to believe I could change him, for... The tears were coming so fast now that she couldn't speak, and she slammed her hands against her eyes in a failed attempt to make them stop. That's when she felt Josh's arms go around her as he pulled her into a tight embrace. Josh was astonished. He'd had no idea Shay was a battered woman, that things were that serious. The text had been just vague enough for him to know something wasn't right, that she was hiding from Will, and that she might be in danger. But of course Shay knew what he was capable of. So why had she left the safety of his cabin? Josh held her tighter and murmured into her hair, "It's okay, Shay. It's not your fault. Everything's going to be all right. I'm here." The thought of someone hurting her, his Shay, he would protect her at all costs. When Josh's arms had gone around her, Shay's hands had fallen from her eyes, and she'd slid her arms around his waist, then pressed her face into his chest, soaking his shirt with her tears. It was only after standing that way for several moments that his words penetrated her mind, and she knew he meant it. She knew he wanted to help her, that he would be there for her. An overwhelming feeling of longing, to be loved, to be cared for, to be protected, suffused her, and she sobbed harder. Josh didn't let go. Instead, one of his hands gently pressed against the back of her head as his fingers glided through her hair. Eyes still drenched with tears, after several moments, Shay pulled away slightly and looked up at him. His eyes were on her, his face serious, and as they stared at each other, a burst of energy filled the space between them, an energy that held an attraction that she couldn't deny, and after a moment that seemed to last an eternity, he lowered his head toward her, his mouth coming ever closer to hers. Mesmerized by the look in his eyes, Shay held completely still, her lips parting slightly in expectation. Then it happened. His mouth was on hers, and her eyes fluttered closed as her arms moved from his waist to circle his neck, and they clung together, there on the side of the road, the forest at Shay's back, and the future looking brighter than it had in months. After what seemed like forever, they broke their kiss, and Shay took a step back, her eyes on Josh and her mind racing. That had been amazing. He had taken her completely by surprise, but wow, just wow. As she gazed into his blue eyes, her attraction to him grew and deepened, nearly overwhelming her. Though they'd had a rocky beginning, well, she had broken into his house and slept in his bed. He'd shown a kindness to her that she never would have expected, not from a total stranger. And even though he hadn't been honest about who he really was, she didn't completely hold that against him. Even now, she wasn't sure he was telling the truth, but the feelings she had for him were the biggest truth she knew, And at the moment, they were also the most important. Yes, she would need to find out what his real story was, but now, as her gaze was locked on his, her pulse racing, she was torn by indecision. What would happen now? Had he kissed her out of pity after hearing her sad story? Or did he feel something for her as she did for him? Had they revealed all of their secrets, or was there more to tell? Confusion swarmed over her. A week earlier, she'd still been with Will, although she had wanted to leave him for months before that. And now she stood on the side of the road with the most gorgeous man she'd ever seen, a man who had taken her in and treated her with more sweetness than Will ever had. What did Josh expect from her now? What did she expect from herself? What did she want? This was too much. She needed to clear her head. She needed to go. Chapter 30. Josh couldn't tear his eyes from Shay's face. Her tears, coupled with her revelation of what she'd been through, had done him in, but he'd never meant to kiss her, only to comfort her. But that kiss, it had felt so good and so right, but he hadn't meant for it to happen, even if he was attracted to her beyond all reason. She looked as stunned as he did. Maybe they should forget it ever happened, even though his lips still tingled from the kiss. He began. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that. Not that he regretted it. Not one bit. But he wasn't sure how she felt about it. That's okay. She looked in the direction she'd been headed. I should probably get going, though. She was leaving? Now? After everything they'd said? After she'd revealed the truth of her circumstances? After that amazing kiss? This woman was starting to drive him crazy. No, he said. The word was immediate. Her eyes narrowed. No? What do you mean, no? That had been the wrong thing to say. He could see that. I mean, of course you can go if you want to, but I don't want you to. Wait, what was he saying? If she wanted to go, she should go. He had enough on his plate. He didn't need to take on her problems too, did he? You don't? She asked, her green eyes wide. Not yet, anyway. He tried to backpedal, but he couldn't exactly take back what he'd said. Besides, he really didn't want her to go. He just wasn't ready to admit it. Just as she thought. Shay couldn't rely on him to not change his mind. The only person she could count on was herself. Same as it ever was. Wanting to give him a chance to explain, she stared at him steadily as she asked, What do you mean, not yet? I mean, he began, it's not safe for you, out there, with that man, looking for you. Life hadn't been safe since the moment she'd met Will, but that hadn't stopped her from leaving after finally having enough of him, and it wouldn't stop her from leaving now. There was no doubt Will was doing everything he could to find her. The man held a grudge like no other, and she was certain she'd hurt his pride when she'd left, deeply. But she'd let fear rule her choices for long enough, and she wouldn't let her fear of him finding her stop her from living her life. Besides, how was it any better to allow herself to fall for Josh only to have him force her out when he thought Will was no longer a threat? That was no solution either. I'll figure it out, she said. Then, remembering her vow to not let other people sway her decisions, she smiled. What? Josh asked, annoyance on his face. I'm no longer swayable, that's what. Is that even a word? Lifting her shoulders in a shrug, she tried not to think about the way it had felt to be held in Josh's arms, to have his mouth claim hers, to feel so safe and protected, like nothing could ever hurt her. I said it, so it must be a word. He shook his head as he smiled. So what you're saying is, I need to work harder to change her mind. Was that what she wanted? Or would it be better if he just let her go? Not sure what she preferred. Okay, that was a lie. She would love it if he begged her to stay, if he promised to protect her from any and all threats. But she was realistic enough to know that wouldn't happen. He tapped a finger against his chin as he appraised her. How's this? If you'll come back with me, I'll show you all of the cool stuff in my barn. After all of her curiosity, that was tempting, but it wasn't enough to risk putting herself in a position to fall for him harder, or to have her living arrangements still be uncertain. Not sure what to say, she stayed silent. Not enough? When she still didn't reply, he said, All right. How about I buy more seedlings to fill your garden, plus whatever tools you want? Why was he so eager for her to stay? Was it really altruism, or did he have an ulterior motive? If you're really a pro football player, she said with a barely suppressed grin, and I'm not convinced that you are, I hope you have an agent to do your negotiating, 'cause you kind of suck at it. He threw his head back and laughed. Then he looked directly at her with his amazing blue eyes. Not swayed yet, huh? Actually, she was, but not because of the carrots he'd held out. The more he stood there trying to convince her to stay, the more she wanted to. He was just so darn appealing. Not only physically, although she was attracted to him beyond all reason, but because he was being so sweet. Even so, she had to know his reasons. You wouldn't tell me why you came for me that first day, she said, and now you want me to come back again. Why, Josh? Tell me the real reason you came for me that first day. Chapter 31. Josh studied her, his mind working. What would be the harm in admitting the truth now? He'd already told her his biggest secret, so there was no reason to hold back anything else. I thought you were a groupie. Her forehead furrowed. A what? Did she really not know what that meant? A groupie. A woman who follows athletes around, trying to get close to them. She recoiled slightly, like she was offended that he would think that about her. That's why I sent you away. I thought you were one of them. She was quiet a moment. Do these groupies show up at your house often? Shaking his head, he laughed. No, never. You were the first. At the look on her face, he held up his hand. I just thought you were a groupie. It didn't take long for me to realize you had no idea who I was. An image of her walking away from his house wearing those ridiculous flip-flops, blisters on her feet, filled his mind. Thinking about it now, imagining where she would be if he hadn't gone after her, maybe in Will's hands, maybe in the hands of those men in the beat-up black truck, he felt a shock of relief, a shock so deep that it took him by surprise. Relieved beyond measure that he had gone after her, that she was standing in front of him, safe and under his protection, he had the sudden urge to kiss her again. No. That was the last thing he should be thinking about. He had to get a grip. Shay frowned. He thought she was a groupie? Why would he think that? Then again, if he actually was some hotshot NFL quarterback, it kind of made sense. She had been in his bed after all. If he really was, did that change the way she felt about him? Her gaze raked over him. Sure, it would make him that much sexier, but she'd been attracted to him when she suspected he was a criminal. Speaking of... So, she began, you're not doing something illegal in that barn? His eyebrows yanked together. What? You were so secretive with your barn. I thought, maybe, I don't know, you had a meth lab in there or something. Now his eyebrows jumped skyward. You thought that? Really? Well, it's not impossible. His face settled into its normal hotness. Yeah, I guess. But no, I promise there's no meth in there, or any other drug for that matter. Well, that was a relief, assuming he was telling the truth, and he sure seemed to be. Good, because I don't need to be around something illegal. I have enough problems. He looked thoughtful. Is that why you left? Because you thought I was a drug dealer? He frowned. No, a drug maker? Geez, Shay. As she stared at him, she decided to come clean with her thoughts. That's one of the reasons. And the other? I can't. She shook her head. If I come back with you, I can't have you, on a whim, changing your mind about me staying. She paused. I need to feel, I don't know, some security, I guess. When he didn't reply, she feared that she'd been right all along, that he could never commit to that. You know what? Never mind. Her eyes cut to the side, in the direction she'd been walking, then she looked at him. She pointed in the general direction she'd been walking. I should get going. Hold up, he said, his face serious. Just give me a minute. A minute for what? I need to think. She'd laid it all out for him pretty clearly, and now he needed to decide. Yes, he had enjoyed that kiss more than he thought possible, and yes, he wanted to protect her, but did that mean he was ready to commit to her living in his house indefinitely? To commit to what? Being in a relationship with her? Was he ready for that? Is that what he wanted? Not sure if he was ready for that step. He pictured his cabin. It was the place where he could recharge and regroup, a place where he could be on his own, where he could be away from the pressure for a little while. Would having her there ruin that, or make it better? He thought about how much he'd enjoyed preparing and planting the garden with her. Without constant care, the garden would die. It was too young, too new. Did he want to take care of it all on his own? He pictured himself in the yard, weeding and watering, and doing whatever else he needed to do, all alone, without Shay. Loneliness swept over him. He didn't want to do it alone. And it wasn't just the garden. He loved having her around. And to be honest, she didn't seem overly impressed with the fact that he was in the NFL. That was a good thing, right? Shay sighed, and then with a shake of her head, she frowned before turning and walking away. She'd walked 10 yards before Josh jogged up to her and stopped in front of her, forcing her to stop as well. The corners of her lips tugged downward. You're in my way. I need you to come back with me and help me take care of the garden. I don't know what to do next. Her lips pursed as her head tilted. You water it. You pull the weeds that come up, and when the vegetables are ripe, you pick them and eat them. It's not that hard, Josh. She was really going to leave, wasn't she? She wasn't bluffing. She didn't care who he was, that he was famous, that groupies fell all over him, desperate for a moment of his time. If he didn't give her some kind of commitment, he would never see her again. The thought sent him into an unexpected panic. How will I... he began, then he shook his head. How will I know the vegetables are ripe? She stared right at him. Google it. Right. I'd rather have you there to tutor me. I'm no longer available. Now, if you'd kindly step aside. The woman was determined. He had to give her that. You win, Shay. I believe you now. What? I believe you're no longer swayable. To his delight, laughter burst from her mouth. Darn straight. Okay, now that we have that out of the way, will you come back with me? Her head tilted as if she was asking, really? I promise not to kick you out, he said, finally sure that he wanted her around, that he was in no hurry to see her go. Shay saw his lips form the words and heard them come out of his mouth, but she still had her doubts. Then she asked herself what was the worst that could happen if she went with him. If he was who he said he was, that meant it wasn't unsafe, not like it would be if he was a criminal. So where was the danger? But she knew what it was. The danger was in falling for him before having to say goodbye, because eventually she would have to go her own way. I don't know, she began. His eyes were steady on her. Maybe this will help you decide. Without warning, he closed the distance between them, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. Emotions exploded within her. Desire, security, hope, but also determination. Seconds later, he pulled away, an expectant look on his face. The kiss was magical, no doubt about it, and as much as she wanted to give in, to go with him, she shook her head. She wasn't ready to make that jump. She needed to get out on her own, to prove to herself that she could do it. Reaching up, she ran her fingers along his face. Goodbye, Josh. Then, with a last smile, she turned and walked away. Chapter 32. Stunned, Josh watched Shay walk away. She didn't look back. She just kept walking. He wanted to go after her, to chase her down. For heaven's sake, he was ready to beg her to stay, but he didn't. Instead, he stared after her, respecting her wishes no matter how much it killed him. He sensed that this was something she needed to do, to go out on her own. She'd said as much in her note to him. He respected that, even admired her for that. After what she'd been through, to see her taking the next step, to move on with her life, he had to give her props. But as he watched her walk away from him and out of his life, he realized he wanted to be with her on her journey, to see where she went, to help her when she needed it, to just be there. He took a step to follow her, then another, and then he stopped. It wasn't up to him anymore. It was up to her. With lead in his gut, he stayed where he was, prepared to watch her until she was out of sight. Shay was numb. She couldn't believe she was walking away from Josh, the one man who had been so wonderful to her, who had done so much for her, who had come for her twice. Still, it felt great to strike out on her own, to make decisions for herself, to truly be unswayable, even by an amazing kiss. Lost in thought, it suddenly occurred to her that she hadn't heard Josh's ATV start up. Was he still there, watching her? Of course he was. But why? He was free of her now, truly free. Why wasn't he getting on with his life? She was getting on with hers, a life without him. Her pace slowed. Did she want a life without him? She wanted to take control of her future, but what good would that do if she had to live with the regret that the man she was falling for was not part of that life? Was she ready to give up the happiness she felt with Josh just to prove a point? Maybe taking control of her life, her future, was more than going away and living on her own. Maybe taking control of her life meant consciously choosing who she wanted to be with, not because of some amazing kiss, but because she wanted to be with him, wanted her future to be with him. That first day, the day he'd sent her on her way, he could have forgotten she ever existed. But instead, he'd come after her, saving her from those men in the black truck. And even though he'd been ready to drop her off in town, when he'd believed she was in danger, he'd stepped in to help. And now that he knew about Will, it would seem he was willing to do what he could to protect her. The man was amazing, beyond amazing. Slowly turning, Shay took a couple of backward steps before stopping. Josh stood a few feet in front of his ATV, about 50 yards away, watching her. As she stared at him, any indecision she had was gone. She wanted to be with him, no question. She chose him. Grinning, she walked toward him, and after a moment, he began walking toward her. At first, Josh hadn't been sure what she was doing, but when he saw that bright smile on her face, he knew. She was coming for him. He broke into a run, and after only a few moments, he reached her. "Hey," he said, unsure what was going on in her mind. Her green eyes sparkled. "Hey." "Are your feet sore already, even in those shoes?" He looked at the sneakers on her feet. She glanced down, then smiled at him. "These are actually quite comfy." "Really? Where'd you get them?" Tilting her head, she said, "A nice man bought them for me." "Huh, he does sound pretty nice." She laughed. "He is. He's also not too bad at gardening." Now Josh grinned. "I'll bet he has a good teacher." "The best." Josh gazed at her, wanting nothing more than to kiss her again, but he held back. "Why'd you come back to me?" His voice was soft. Her eyes were locked on his. "I changed my mind. I want to go with you." Thrilled, he decided it would be wise not to question her, but rather to go with it. "All right." Desperate to kiss her, but not wanting to give her a chance to change her mind again, he swept his hand toward his ATV. "Let's go." He got on, and she climbed on behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Feeling her there, tucked against him, Knowing she would be safe in his care, Josh felt a sense of protectiveness like he'd never felt before. "Hang on tight," he said. Then he started the engine before driving the ATV across the road so he could drive in the other direction. He drove along the shoulder, his mind going from one thought to another. How long would Shay stay? What if Will found her? But how could he find her? She would be safe at his cabin. What would happen when it was time for Josh to go to Sacramento and join his team? What would happen to Shay? Where would she go? Not wanting to think too far ahead, he turned his focus back to the road, but just at that moment a deer stepped out of the woods and right into their path. Josh swerved to avoid it, and the ATV tumbled onto its side, throwing him to the ground. Pain exploded in his right shoulder. Gritting his teeth, Josh rolled onto his back, then lifted his head, frantic to find Shay, to know if she was all right. At first he didn't see her, but then he did, and his worry ratcheted up several notches. She was lying on her side, facing him, her eyes closed. "Shay, are you okay? Shay!" When she didn't respond, not even a twitch, he knew she had been knocked unconscious. Using his left arm, he pushed himself into a sitting position, but a wave of dizziness kept him from standing. Hanging his head between his bent knees, when the dizziness passed, he crawled over to her using just his left hand. Pressing a finger against her neck, he felt her pulse, steady and strong, and he loudly exhaled. Moving his hand to her face, he gently stroked her cheek. "Shay." His voice was tight with worry. "Shay, can you hear me? Wake up, Shay." No response. Panic-caused adrenaline dumped into his system, and his first instinct was to scoop her up and get her back to his cabin where he could call for help, but he knew not to move her. What if she'd broken her neck or her back? Terror at the thought made him forget his own injury, until, when he automatically reached out to her with his right hand, excruciating pain radiated out from his shoulder. Cradling his right arm with his left hand, he breathed through the pain, his focus never wavering from her face. If something happened to her, he thought. "Do you need help?" a voice called from behind him. Startled, Josh swiveled his head in the direction of the voice and saw a man and a woman standing there, a car parked on the shoulder behind them. "Yeah, can you call an ambulance?" The man pulled his phone out of his pocket, stared at the screen, then frowned. "I don't have service." He looked at Josh. "Maybe I can," the man began as he looked at Shay. "Take you to the hospital?" "No, she can't be moved. Just keep on driving, and once you get service, call 911. The man nodded. "I'll hurry." Relieved that help would soon be on the way, Josh smiled. "Thanks." When Shay woke up, she was lying on a stretcher in an ambulance. What had happened? Why was she there? Was she hurt? She had no memory of getting hurt. The last thing she remembered was getting on Josh's ATV. Josh, where was he? Frantically looking around, when she didn't see him, panic built inside her. "You're awake," a man in an EMT uniform said from beside her. "How are you feeling?" "Where's Josh?" she asked, her voice scratchy. "He's fine," another man said from behind her head. "He's in another ambulance. He'll meet us at the hospital." "What happened?" "You were thrown from an ATV." "Do you feel pain anywhere?" the first man asked. Shay paused while she took stock of her body. "Just my head." She reached up to touch her head and saw an IV trailing from inside her right elbow. "You have a concussion, Shay?" Confused, she asked, "How do you know my name?" "Your friend, Josh. He told us." Her thoughts muddled, she asked, "Where is he? Is he okay?" "Yes, he's fine. He'll meet us at the hospital." Josh was okay. Letting her eyes slip closed, Shay tried to relax as the ambulance raced down the road. When they reached the hospital, Shay was beyond relieved when she saw Josh being wheeled into the emergency room right behind her. His right arm looked like it had been immobilized, and she worried about what had happened to him. Will had broken her arm once, and the pain had been horrible. Imagining that Josh was feeling something like that made her sad. But he was awake, and when their eyes met, he smiled at her, and she knew everything would be all right. When Josh saw that Shay was awake and alert, relief blasted through him. If something had happened to her because of him, he didn't know what he would do. From all appearances, she'd been through enough with her ex. He didn't want to add to that. He wanted to ease her suffering. They were wheeled into separate rooms in the ER, and after some tests, the doctor entered the curtained-off area where Josh was waiting. "You have a grade 2 AC joint separation, a separated shoulder," the doctor said. "How long will it take to heal?" Josh asked, worried about the upcoming season. If he couldn't throw, he couldn't play. "In my opinion, you don't need surgery, so I'd say 6 to 8 weeks. That news wasn't terrible, although he worried about the condition his shoulder would be in once it had finished healing. "Thanks, Doc." The doctor nodded, then after fitting Josh with a protective sling, he gave him a few instructions before leaving the room. Knowing his injury was newsworthy, Josh called his agent, Steve Thornton, to let him know what was going on. "The team doc will want to see you," Steve said. "Yeah, I figured as much." Josh adjusted the sling, his mind on Shay and how she was doing. "I'll prepare a press release and release it later today," Steve said. "Sounds good. Thanks, Steve." Chapter 33. Though she had a headache, Shay hadn't thrown up. The doctor told her that was a good sign, and that if she still hadn't thrown up in the next hour, she could leave. Wondering how Josh was doing, she considered going to find him, but decided it wouldn't be a good idea to barge in. What if he was talking to the doctor? But what was going to happen when it was time for her to leave? She told Josh she wanted to come with him, and he'd seemed happy about that. But what if now that they were away from his cabin, he changed his mind? Worried again about her future plans, the pounding in her head increased. "Is it okay if I come in?" a voice called through the curtain surrounding the bed where Shay rested. Recognizing Josh's voice, Shay smiled despite her discomfort and concern. "Yes." He pulled the curtain back and stepped into the small space, his right arm in a sling. "Are you okay?" Besides the headache, she felt all right. "Yeah." Trying not to think too much about what would happen next, she pointed to a sling. "What about you? What's wrong with your arm?" Frowning, he said, "It's not my arm. I have a separated shoulder." Shay had no idea what that meant, but it didn't sound good. And if he was an NFL quarterback, that made it even worse. Could an injury like that end his career? What had she done now, and why did she always mess things up so badly? Tears sprang into her eyes. "I'm so sorry, Josh." He pulled up a chair and sat close to her bedside. "You have nothing to be sorry about." Wondering why he didn't see it, she drew in a deep breath, then slowly exhaled as she got her emotions under control. "Yes, I do. If I hadn't left without talking to you, you never would have come after me, and then you wouldn't have crashed, and then you wouldn't have gotten hurt." Hot tears were pushing into her eyes again. Will had trained her to blame herself any time something went wrong, so taking it onto her shoulders had been second nature. Besides, it really was her fault, and she was certain Josh saw that too, that he was just too nice to say it out loud. "If anyone's to blame," he said with a smile, "it's that deer that stepped in front of us." Frustrated that her memory had been affected, she frowned. "What deer?" "I guess you didn't see it." "The last thing I remember was—" She almost said, "when you kissed me," but stopped herself before blurting it out. Though it wasn't the last thing she remembered, it still blazed in her mind, and the memory of it brought a blush to her cheeks. "What, Shay? What's the last thing you remember?" Hoping her face didn't betray her thoughts, she said, "Telling you I'd go back to your cabin with you." A lazy smile curved his mouth as he nodded, and she knew he was thinking about the kiss too. "Right." "What?" "I think you were going to say something else." Glad the conversation had gotten lighter, she smiled. "I have no idea what you're talking about." He gazed at her, his blue eyes sparkling. "Uh-huh." "What, you don't believe me?" "No, not really." I do have a concussion, you know." His eyebrows pulled together in obvious worry. "What did the doctor say? Are you going to be okay?" Touched by his concern, Shay nodded. "Yes, he said I can leave soon." "Good." She didn't want to ask if his offer was still open. She didn't want to put him in the awkward position of having to tell her he changed his mind, that he secretly blamed her for his injury, even though he'd said the accident wasn't her fault. "Was it really a deer?" she asked, afraid he'd made it up to make her feel better. "Yes. Why? Do you think I'm that bad of a driver?" "No, it's just, I don't remember seeing a deer." "Trust me, it was there. It came out of the forest right as I reached that spot. I swerved to avoid it and, well, here we are." He stared at her. "I should have had a helmet for you." He was blaming himself for her injuries? That was crazy. It was also the polar opposite of the way Will would have reacted. That realization gave her pause. Josh was such a good man. "Please don't blame yourself," she finally said, her voice soft. Who else would he blame, Josh thought. It had been his choice to go after her, and he couldn't be angry with her for leaving without talking to him. After all, she'd left a note explicitly telling him not to come after her. This was absolutely his own fault. He should have seen that deer coming, but he'd been lost in thought. At the very minimum, he should have had a helmet for Shay. It didn't matter that he didn't have one in her size. He could have gotten one for her, somehow. Josh knew he was being ridiculous, but he couldn't stand the idea that he was responsible for Shay sitting in a hospital bed. The idea sickened him, especially when he thought about what her ex may have done to her in the past. He needed to stop that line of thinking. What happened on the ATV was an accident, pure and simple. No one was to blame. A twinge of pain in his shoulder reminded him that he was suffering enough for his mistake and that he needed to look to the future. "One of my buddies is going to pick us up. The team doctor will want to take a look at my shoulder, so if you don't mind coming along." Pure relief spread across her face, then she smiled. No, that would be fine. Had she thought he would jettison her now, after everything? What kind of man did she think he was? He would have to prove to her that he was nothing like she was used to. Needing to know what she was thinking, he asked, "Why do you seem so surprised?" Her shoulders lifted slightly. "I don't know. I guess I didn't want to assume anything." Yep, she thought he was going to leave her in the hospital, helpless and with nothing but the clothes on her back. Wow, what kind of man had she been with before that she would think that of him? Wanting to put her worries to rest once and for all, he took her hand in his. "Let's get one thing straight right now, Shay. You're welcome to stay at my place as long as you want." Wait, did he just say that out loud? What had he just committed to? Then again, would having her around indefinitely be a bad thing? He had to admit that there was a lot of appeal to that idea. Really? Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. Yeah. He would figure things out later. For now, she needed reassurance, and he was happy to give it to her. I really appreciate that. And don't worry. I'm sure I won't need to stick around too long." Those words should have reassured him, but instead they sent a sharp pain to his heart. What was up with that? Chapter 34. Shay appreciated Josh's offer. She really did, but she wasn't going to hold him to it. Just knowing he was willing to let her have a place to get on her feet gave a tremendous boost to her confidence. And who knew? Maybe there could be more between them. She already knew how she felt about him, and he'd kissed her twice, so he must have feelings for her. Hope blossomed within her, and despite the accident, she was glad she'd chosen to get on that ATV. A few minutes later, the doctor came by. Josh excused himself, and after the doctor checked her over, he told her she was free to go. Happy to hear that, when she thought about paying all the bills, the ambulance, the doctor's fees, the costs of the tests they'd done, fresh anxiety wrapped around her. She had no money, and no way to get her hands on some anytime soon. Her agreement with Josh just covered room and board. He'd never offered any cash. What was she going to do? "Hey," Josh said as he came back into the room. "The doc gave you a clean bill of health?" "Yeah." She could feel her forehead furrowing, but she couldn't seem to stop it. Climbing off of the bed, she wondered if she could set up a payment plan with the hospital. "What's wrong? You look worried." Throwing him a smile, she shook her head. "It's nothing." "It's not nothing. You're too easy to read, Shay." All the stress of the day caught up with her, and tears threatened. Breathing slow and deep to get her emotions under control, she turned away from Josh to pick up her purse. "There's nothing to worry about," Josh said. "If the doc said you're okay, then we'll get you out of here and you can put this behind you." Shay had yet to turn around, embarrassed by her pitiful circumstances. "Look at me," Josh demanded. Squeezing her eyes closed, Shay gathered herself, then opened her eyes and turned around, a fake smile plastered to her mouth. "You're hiding something from me." His eyes were locked on her face, and she felt as if he was looking into her soul. "What's going on? Did Will contact you?" Will. She'd almost forgotten about her ex and his promise to find her. Something else to be anxious about. Her phone was still off, and she didn't want to turn it on to see if he texted her again. She shook her head. "I don't know. I haven't checked." Josh dipped his chin, his eyes never leaving hers. "Then what is it? Tell me." Shoulders drooping, she sighed. I don't have the money to pay for this." Sweeping her arms around to indicate the space they were in, she sighed again as her gaze fell to the floor. "Oh, Shay," he said. Then he lifted her chin with one finger until she was forced to meet his eyes. "I've already taken care of that." He released her chin, but she kept looking at him. Though grateful for his generosity, she didn't like being in his debt. First, he'd bought her clothes and let her come to his house. Then he'd crashed on his ATV and gotten injured because of her. And now he was paying her medical bills. It was too much. "I'll pay you back," she said. "No, you won't. I was the one driving, so it's my responsibility." She wasn't in a position to argue, but she also didn't need to agree. Instead, she just stared at him, her attraction to him deepening. And when she thought about the kisses they'd shared, it took all of her self-control to not throw her arms around him. Whether that would be in gratitude or because she just liked the feel of his arms around her, she wasn't sure. A man poked his head into the room. "Sorry to interrupt," he said. Shay could tell he was trying to speak quietly, but his voice was too deep to be quiet. Josh turned, and when he saw him, he gestured for him to come in. The man was a couple of inches taller than Josh, who was 6'2", and bigger all around. With thick brown hair, a neatly trimmed beard, and soulful brown eyes, he reminded Shay of a giant teddy bear. Was this guy one of Josh's teammates? Josh had said a buddy was coming, but he hadn't been more specific than that. Maybe Josh really was in the NFL. At this point, he had no reason to lie to her. Though it seemed unbelievable that a famous athlete would be helping her, she tried not to think about that and instead focused on the man she'd gotten to know. The generous, thoughtful man. The man she'd been attracted to since the moment she'd seen him. "Shay," Josh said, "this is Brock Remington. Brock, Shay Campbell." Brock extended his massive hand to Shay, and when she took it, her hand was completely enveloped in his. "Nice to meet you," Brock said. "Same here." He released her hand, and she smiled at him. It was obvious to Josh that Shay wasn't comfortable with him paying her medical expenses, but he knew she had no money, and he had plenty. Glad he could help her out, he hoped she wouldn't bring it up again. "Ready to go?" Brock asked. Josh looked at Shay, his eyebrows raised in question. "Sure." "Looks like it," Josh said. Then the three of them left the room and walked into the ER waiting area, then out of the hospital. They'd barely stepped out of the door when a man began taking photos of all three of them. Irritated that the media had already gotten wind of his injury, Josh scowled. His agent had said he wouldn't give out the press release until later that day, but Josh knew with social media, nothing could be kept under wraps for long. Most likely, when he'd arrived, someone had recognized him and tweeted about it, and the fact that Josh Wisner had shown up at the hospital in an ambulance had gone viral. Used to the attention, Josh ignored the reporter. "Josh," the reporter called to him, "how serious is your injury?" Josh continued to ignore the man, putting his arm around Shay to steer her away from him. "How did you get hurt?" the reporter shouted as they moved farther away. "Is it going to impact this season?" That was the million-dollar question, and one that he wasn't ready to think about. Shay had been startled when the man had shouted at them and taken their picture, but with Josh's arm around her, she felt safe. The questions the man asked only confirmed what Josh had told her, and she knew he'd been telling the truth about his job. Glancing at Josh out of the corner of her eye, she wondered why he'd bothered with her, a girl he didn't know who had broken into his house. But she knew why. That's the kind of man he was. Another reason she was falling so hard for him. "Here's my ride," Brock said. They'd stopped next to a tricked-out silver Land Rover. "Do you want to sit up front?" Josh asked her. She was a lot smaller than him, so she figured he would be more comfortable up front. Plus, with his injured shoulder, it would be better for him to have more room. "No, the back is fine." Josh twisted around, opened the door with his left hand, and Shay felt a burst of guilt that he couldn't use his right hand because of her. Trying not to think about that, she climbed in back. As they drove to wherever it was they were going, Shay stayed quiet, lost in thought as she replayed the day over and over in her mind. Chapter 35. "How do you know Josh?" Brock asked Shay. They were sitting in the waiting room as they waited for Josh to finish his visit with the team doctor. Did she want to tell him the crazy way she'd met Josh? Not really. I'm helping him with his garden." "I didn't know he was into gardening." Holding back a smile, Shay said, "It's a new hobby for him." "Guess he won't be working out there anytime soon." The reminder that he'd injured his shoulder and that it would impact his day-to-day activities, not to mention his career, sent a fresh burst of remorse through Shay. "Yeah, guess not." She would be more than happy to do all the work in the garden. It was the least she could do. "So," she began, ready to get some info, "are you on Josh's team?" "Yep." "What position do you play?" "Tight end," Brock said with a grin. Embarrassed that she had no clue what that meant, she smiled. "I don't actually know all that much about football. What does a tight end do?" "I have a few responsibilities, like protecting the quarterback from the other team and opening up a hole for the tailback to run through. And a lot of times, I take on the job of wide receiver." The names of the positions were familiar to her, but Shay didn't know much more than that. Will liked to watch football, but when he did, Shay usually found other things to do, as he would get worked up when his team wasn't doing well, and she didn't like to be around him at those times. Pushing aside thoughts of her ex, she asked, "How long have you known Josh?" Brock stretched out his long legs. "We were on the same college team before we were drafted onto the Vipers, so I guess we've known each other for about—" His gaze went to the ceiling. "8 years. Curious to know Josh's dating history, Shay didn't dare ask his friend, who would most likely tell Josh that she'd asked. It was a good thing she didn't ask, as Josh came out of the doctor's office just then. He seemed happier than he'd been earlier, which gave Shay hope that he'd gotten good news. "What's the verdict?" Brock asked. "Couple weeks of rest, then I'll start physical therapy. I should be good as new a few weeks into preseason training." "Awesome," Brock said as he stood. "Now what?" "Now you either take us back to my place, or I call an Uber." Josh smiled. "Either way is fine with me." "You know I would, bro," Brock said, "but I've got plans this evening." "No worries," Josh said. "Thanks for all your help today." "Anytime." Brock turned to Shay. "Have fun with your garden." Then he tossed a smirk at Josh before walking out the door. "You told him about the garden," Josh said with a half smile. Had that been a mistake? Was she not supposed to? "I'm sorry. I thought—" No, he said with a laugh, it's fine. Relieved that she hadn't screwed up again, Shay smiled. Josh preferred it when Shay smiled. Her emerald green eyes lit up, and her body relaxed. Much better than when she was worried. He'd seen that a lot with her lately, and he didn't like it, but he figured she had a few things in her life to worry about, so he couldn't blame her for feeling that way. And now that he talked to the team doc, he felt better about his prognosis, and he was confident he would be ready to start when the season began. That was all that mattered. 20 minutes later, he sat with Shay in the back of an Uber. The car was small, and not much space separated them. He noticed her eyelids drooping, and knew she must be exhausted after all that had happened that morning. You should sleep. It will take more than an hour to get back to my cabin. Then, not able to help himself, he put his left arm around her and tugged her against him. She smiled at him, then after moving to the middle of the bench seat and putting the seatbelt on, she snuggled close to him before closing her eyes. Liking the feel of her body pressed against his, Josh had to suppress the urge to lift her chin and kiss her. Surprised at himself, he wondered what it was about her that drew him to her so powerfully. Though he knew part of it was her vulnerability, that was only a small part. He liked that she didn't seem overly impressed with his job, and that she'd gotten to know him as a regular guy. He liked that she didn't expect him to pay her way, and in fact wanted to pay him back for what was basically pocket change to him. He liked her passion for gardening and her ability to work hard, and he liked that she took responsibility for her choices, even when they led her to a bad place. With a smile, he admitted that he kind of liked the stubborn streak she displayed from time to time. And to top it all off, she was gorgeous, with those emerald green eyes and that sweet smile that showed her dimples. Okay, now he really wanted to kiss her, but he could tell by her breathing that she'd fallen asleep. Glad she was getting some rest, he contented himself with having her pressed up against him as they drove home. Chapter 36. Let me help you, Shay said, as she watched Josh struggle with carrying his plate to the sink. It was the day after the accident, and they had just finished breakfast. Though she appreciated that he wanted to help with the cleanup, when she saw him juggling his plate in his left hand with his coffee mug balanced precariously on top, she had to step in. I've got it. His voice was traced with annoyance as he set the plate on the counter. Then he turned to her with a smirk. I'll let you wash the dishes, though. Laughing, she shook her head. That's fine. What are you going to do today? Leaning against the counter, he smiled at her. I might watch you work in the garden, but first I'm going to work in my office. His eyes twinkled. Speaking of my office, do you want the tour? I think I should, don't you? Just to make sure you don't have a meth lab in there or something. Her eyebrows had gone up, but she was smiling. He laughed. Exactly. Let me clean up in here, then I'll be ready. He nodded, then he paused. Have you checked to see if your ex has sent more messages? She'd been trying not to think about Will, but she knew sticking her head in the sand wouldn't make him go away. No. Maybe you should. I know. Josh took a step in her direction, leaving only a few feet between them. You know, Shay, he began, his voice soft and his eyes on her. You don't have to be afraid of him. You're with me now. Overwhelming comfort swept over her. She knew he meant it. He would protect her. She smiled. Thank you. He continued looking at her, and she wondered if he was going to kiss her. She wanted him to kiss her, but he didn't. Instead, he smiled. I'll be in the front room when you're ready. 15 minutes later, they walked side by side to the barn, Shay excited to finally see what Josh had been hiding. They reached the door, and Josh lifted his left hand to punch in the code, but stopped and turned to Shay. This code is top secret, he said with a grin, but I'm going to give it to you so you can come in here when you need to. Pleased that he trusted her with the code, she tilted her head as she smiled. You just want me to be able to come in here so I can clean up after you. Chuckling, he said, That may have crossed my mind. Her eyes slid to the sling on his right arm before going back to his face. You know I'm happy to help you however I can. He stared at her. As much as I appreciate that, it's your company that I like the most. Thrilled to hear that, Shay smiled. Josh turned back to the keypad and told her the code, then asked her to punch it in. There was a click as the lock disengaged. He twisted the knob and pushed the door open. Welcome to my sanctuary. Laughing, Shay walked inside. Spread out in front of her was a gym that was much nicer than any club gym she'd ever been in. The equipment looked like it was top of the line. Wow, very nice. Turning to Josh, she could see the pride on his face. I'm glad there's no meth lab in sight. He shook his head, but his lips had tugged up into a smile. With a glance at the space, she asked, Is it okay if I take a look around? Of course. Knowing he was watching her, she walked to the nearest wall and looked at the sports memorabilia hanging there. Photos of Josh with his teammates, as well as magazine covers with him on the front, adorned the wall. A sense of pride in his accomplishments swelled within her, and she knew now why he hadn't wanted her to come in before. She would have immediately figured out who he was. After making a circuit around the room to see all of the awards, photos, and other memorabilia, she stopped next to Josh. I'm impressed. Josh's goal hadn't been to impress her, but he couldn't say he didn't like having his ego stroked. It had been fun watching her take it all in, but he was glad she'd gotten to know him before she'd found out about all of his accomplishments. Something about that just made her attraction to him more genuine. It wasn't based on his fame or wealth, and that was important to him. I never would have guessed that all of this was behind the doors of your barn. He laughed. That's kind of the idea. It's my own private oasis. My oasis would be more like a spa, I think. He pointed to a door off to the side. I have a sauna in there. She wrinkled her nose. Don't saunas involve a lot of sweating? Yeah. Shaking her head, she said, Not my idea of fun. You don't like to sweat, huh? I know it can't be helped when I'm working in the garden or working out, but I wouldn't want to go into a room and sit there just for the purpose of sweating. He laughed. Yeah, I can respect that. She turned and looked around the space. Where's your office? Gesturing with his hand, he said, This way. They stepped through the doorway into a spacious room with a large desk at one end and a couch facing a huge TV at the other. A large window with the blinds down took up part of one wall. I guess I can open these now, Josh said as he pulled the cord to open the blinds. Sunshine poured in as the forest came into view. What a gorgeous view, Shay said as she stepped to the window. Then she turned to him. Did you keep them closed just so I couldn't see in? Embarrassed, Josh gave her a chagrined smile. Yeah. That was probably a good idea, because I admit I tried to get a look inside once. He tilted his head. Just once? Yes, but this place was locked up tight, so I gave up pretty quickly. Trying to discover my criminal activities, I suppose. A blush rose on her cheeks, which Josh found charming. I could tell you were hiding something. What was I supposed to do? He couldn't blame her, and he thought it was kind of funny that she thought he was manufacturing drugs. You could have asked. She huffed out a breath. If you'll remember, I did ask you, several times. Not about being a meth dealer. No, but I asked what you did for a living, and when you told me you were a financial consultant, I could tell that wasn't exactly the truth. Oh, you could, huh? Grinning, he added, Are you some kind of human lie detector? Her lips pursed. Maybe I am. Having fun with this game, he said, Okay, tell me if what I'm about to tell you is a truth or a lie. Bring it. Laughing, he tried to think of something to ask. Then he thought of just the right question, something he thought they needed to clarify. I blame you for my injury. Her face immediately shut down, and he knew he'd hit a nerve. Good. He wanted to clear up the misconception that his injured shoulder had anything to do with her. Of course, Shay wasn't a human lie detector, so when Josh stated that the accident was her fault, that his separated shoulder was because of her, she knew he was telling the truth. Regret poured over her like acid. I know it is, she said. And I'm so sorry, Josh. Can you ever forgive me? You suck at this human lie detector thing. Not sure what he meant, she wanted nothing more than to head out to the garden where she wouldn't have to look at him and be reminded of what she'd done. Glancing toward the office door, she said, I think I should get started on the garden. Josh's forehead furrowed in question. What are you talking about? Pointing vaguely toward the exit, she said, I should go. I know you have work to do. He closed the distance between them and used his left hand to lift her chin so that she was forced to meet his eyes. What I just said? About my injury being your fault? Pinned in place by the intensity of his eyes, Shay didn't answer. That was a lie, Shay. A lie. I don't blame you. Not one bit. And if you were any good at being a human lie detector, you would know that. His blue eyes were locked on hers. You need to stop blaming yourself. Right now. Are we clear? Yes, she said, as he released her chin. Do you mean it? His voice was soft. Will had trained her so well to blame herself for everything. Could she let go of the blame in this case? Wanting to, she nodded, promising herself she would try. Good, because you have enough on your plate. You don't need to take on my troubles, too. With him being so sweet to her, and with only inches separating them, Shay had to hold herself back from swaying toward him, from falling into his arms. Well, arm. Even a one-handed hug from him would be wonderful. I'd better get some work done. Shay took the hint, and with a smile, she turned and left. It had taken all of Josh's self-control not to drag Shay against him and kiss her senseless. The way she'd looked, so sad and vulnerable, like she was responsible for all the bad that happened in the world, he wanted to take that away, to make her smile. And the only way he could think to do that in that moment was to claim her mouth with his. He'd almost done it too, but at the last possible second, he changed his mind. He was no body language expert, but he'd sensed she'd been open to another kiss, so why had he held back? Maybe because he didn't want to muddy the waters of their conversation with a kiss. Maybe because first he wanted to tell her that he was having feelings for her, and then seal those words with a kiss. Liking that idea, he smiled as he sat on the couch in front of the TV and pulled up another game he wanted to study. Soon, he would go out to the garden to be with Shay. He wouldn't be able to help her with the gardening, but just being near her would be enough. Maybe then he would tell her what was on his mind. Chapter 37. After taking some time to gather the gardening supplies she would use, Shay looked over the space she and Josh had worked. All the little seedlings looked so cheerful and bright. The green that represented life sent a burst of optimism through her. Her life was moving in the right direction. She took her time watering the plants, loving the smell of damp earth and the way the seedlings brightened as the droplets of water settled on them. When she was done, she thought about Josh asking her if she had checked for messages from Will. He was right. It was time to look. Sighing in resignation, she went into the house, then upstairs to her bedroom. After taking her phone out of her purse, she sat on her bed. She stared at the blank screen, wondering if she would regret turning it on. Then after several moments, she powered it on and waited for it to connect to Josh's Wi-Fi. Almost immediately, her phone chimed, notifying her that she had a message. Inhaling sharply at the sound, Shay held her finger over the screen. Then with a soft exhale, she unlocked her phone with a swipe. The text message icon had the number 1 on top of it. Just one message. She tapped the icon. The message was from Will. The text was brief. She could read the entire thing without opening it fully. It said, "I know where you are." A chill raced up her spine. Staring at the message, she knew it was time to tell him to back off. She hit reply and began typing. "We're done, Will. Leave me alone." 30 seconds later, he replied, "You belong to me, Shay. If I can't have you, no one can, especially some quarterback with a big ego." First off, she completely disagreed that Josh had a big ego. He was the most down-to-earth man she knew, and she was tempted to defend him. Then she wondered how in the world Will knew she was with Josh. But then she figured it out. He'd seen the picture the reporter had taken the day before. She should have known he would come across it. The question was, would he really be able to find her? Was Josh's address easy to find? Not sure. She knew she needed to show Josh the texts, but first she hit reply. Who I'm with is not up to you. That's not something you can change. She pressed send. She felt like she was talking to him face to face, and as she waited for him to reply, her body tensed. Seconds later, he did. Don't be so sure. Staring at her phone, she didn't know what to say. Then he sent another text. Look up. Confused, she lifted her head and looked toward the bedroom doorway. There he stood, his face a mask of rage. Gasping in shock, Shay froze, her phone sliding from her hand. Will, she thought. Her lips tried to form the words, but her throat had closed up and no sound came out. Surprised to see me? Will asked as he sauntered into the room, a nasty grin on his face. Baffled as to how he was in Josh's house, Shay had no words. Aren't you happy to see me? He asked with a frown as he took a step closer to her. That's disappointing. He stood less than 5 feet away, but he completely blocked her exit. Finally finding her voice, she asked, How did you find me? He laughed, but the sound held no humor. It wasn't difficult. Once I knew you were with Josh Wisner, it was easy enough to look up his address. He's lived here for a while, so the info was out there for anyone to find. His forehead scrunched. By the way, how long have you two been together? I mean, I figured you were cheating on me, but with an NFL quarterback? You surprised me, Shay. I wasn't cheating on you, Will. I only met Josh after I left you. On the words, left you, Will's jaw clenched and he stared at her, his eyes clouding with fury. We need to talk about that. Knowing that Josh would come looking for her soon, Shay gained a measure of confidence. There's nothing to talk about. I don't want to be with you anymore. I know you don't mean that. Why couldn't he grasp the truth? Frustrated, she grew bold, standing to face him. I do mean that. Now get out. Will's fist flew toward Shay's face before she had a chance to react, knocking her onto the bed. Stunned by the blow, she saw stars, and still recovering from her concussion, nausea welled up inside her. Not moving, she waited for the urge to vomit to pass and thought, Where's Josh? Time to go, Shay, Will said, his voice hard. No. The word was a whisper. What did you say? Please. She wasn't above begging. Please, Will, let me go. Leave me alone. Nope, not gonna happen. Maybe she could convince him there was no chance for him, that she'd moved on. Deciding to risk his wrath, she said, I'm with Josh now. If only that were true. Will was nowhere near Josh's size, but he was wiry and strong. Shay hoped he would only be willing to face someone weaker than him, someone like her. Maybe the threat of facing Josh would get him to leave. He's going to come for me, she said, so you'd better leave. If he finds you here, he'll hurt you. To her horror, Will laughed. I don't think so, Shay. Still lying on the bed, she lifted her head. What did you do? Take a look out the window. Afraid of what he'd done, she went to the window, which overlooked the entrance to the barn, and peered out. She could clearly see a rope tied to the barn door, the other end of the rope staked to the ground. The door opened inward, so there was no way Josh would be able to open it as long as that rope was secure. Your boyfriend had all the gear I needed in his garage. I saw the two of you go in that barn earlier, yet only you came out. The solution was obvious. He chuckled, and with his hurt shoulder, I don't think there's a whole lot he'll be able to do to get out. She was on her own. Trying to buy time, she asked, How were you able to send texts from here? There's no cell signal. He laughed. It was easy. I found your phone in your purse. You had the password for the Wi-Fi saved on it, so it was easy enough to get." Feeling defeated, Shay stared at the man who had made her life miserable. Will grabbed a handful of her hair and yanked her away from the window. Time to go. Screaming in pain and fury, Shay lashed out, but Will only pulled harder, and a wave of dizziness nearly knocked her off her feet. "Calm down," he said, his voice a monotone. Shay's head throbbed where he'd hit her, but she had no intention of letting him drag her away. Going limp and falling to the floor, she gritted her teeth against the pain in her scalp where Will's fingers were tangled in her hair. Then she punched his lower legs over and over as hard as she could. She would have preferred to kick him, but she couldn't put enough distance between them to use her legs. "Shay, stop!" There was no way she would stop fighting, but then she felt a blinding pain in her head, and everything went black. Chapter 38. Josh finished watching the first quarter of the game he was studying, then shut off the TV. It was time to go outside with Shay, to watch her work in the garden. Eager to be with her, he walked to the door that led outside. Gripping the knob in his hand, he pulled on it, but it wouldn't open. "What the?" he muttered. Yanking harder, when it wouldn't budge, a sense of unease swept over him. He'd never had trouble with this door before. Dashing to a window that overlooked the front of his house, his thoughts were on Shay and what was going on. Hoping there was a reasonable explanation, he jerked the blinds up and peered outside. Looking toward the barn door, he saw a rope staked to the ground extending toward the doorknob. From where he stood, he couldn't see where the rope ended, but he assumed it was tied to the door. Who would have done that? And why? Then it came to him. Shay's ex. He must have seen the picture that reporter took, showing her with him, and then tracked down Josh's address. Why hadn't he considered that would happen and taken precautions? Swearing under his breath, Josh raced to the rear barn door, but it wouldn't open either. He tore back across the floor of the gym and looked out the window, desperate to see what was happening. At first, there was nothing to see, but then he saw his front door open and a man stepping through, a man he assumed was Will. Heart pounding like a jackhammer, Josh watched in horror as Will reached down and pulled on something. Shay came into view, clearly unconscious. With his hands under Shay's arms, Will dragged her onto the porch, then he began descending the steps, Shay bumping down them as they went. Furious that someone would do that to Shay, Josh knew it was up to him to save her. He unlocked the window, then using his left hand, he tried to slide it open, but it wouldn't budge. Snarling in frustration, and with adrenaline dumping into his bloodstream, he ripped the sling off of his right arm and used both hands to slide the window open. Pain bloomed in his right shoulder, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. Ripping the screen out of the window, Josh flung himself through the opening, landing on the ground with a thud. Barely pausing to see what was happening, he saw Will dragging Shay down the dirt road. Looking farther down the road, he saw a car parked near the turnoff to the main road. Knowing he had to get to them before Will reached his car, Josh sprinted toward them. Will was walking backwards, facing the direction Josh was coming from. Will made eye contact with Josh, then he began fast walking backwards, but with the burden of dragging Shay, he wasn't moving terribly fast. Knowing he'd been spotted, Josh ran faster than he'd ever run before. This was so much more important than getting a touchdown. When Josh was within 10 yards of Will and Shay, Will let go of Shay and began running toward his car. While playing quarterback, Josh always tried to avoid being tackled, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to tackle an opponent, and he'd made plenty of tackles over the years. As he passed Shay, Josh glanced at her and thought he saw her eyes opening, but for now, he needed to catch the man who he was sure wouldn't leave Shay alone until he was stopped, so on he ran. Though Will was fast, Josh was in the best shape of his life, and it didn't take him long to catch up to him. Driving himself into Will's back, Josh took him down easily. Pain erupted in Josh's right shoulder as he was jarred against the ground, but he powered through it, keeping his goal in mind. Will was face down in the dirt, so Josh pressed his knee into the space between Will's shoulder blades, hard. "Don't move," Josh growled. Then he took his cell phone out of his pocket and called the sheriff. Shay felt groggy, and as she opened her eyes, she couldn't figure out why she was lying on the ground outside. Then it all came back to her, checking her phone for texts, Will appearing in the doorway, fighting with him, and then everything had gone black. Her head ached, and her body felt bruised, but why was she lying in the dirt? Where was Will? Had he decided to leave her alone after all? "Shay!" Recognizing Josh's voice, she tried to sit up, but her head hurt too bad, and wooziness threatened to swamp her. "Shay, are you okay?" Why was he yelling? Why wasn't he coming over to help her? More confused than ever, she managed to roll onto her stomach before lifting her head in the direction of his voice. To her stunned surprise, she saw Josh kneeling on Will, holding Will's arms behind his back. What had happened? "I'm okay," she managed to call out. Then she rested her head on her arms. "The sheriff's on the way," Josh said. After a few more minutes of lying on the ground, Shay pushed herself into a sitting position, hanging her head between her bent knees until the fresh wave of dizziness passed. Finally, she felt strong enough to stand, and she made her way over to Josh and Will. Will's head was turned in her direction, and he glared at her. Knowing he couldn't hurt her, she just stared back, then shook her head. A short time later, a sheriff's car arrived. The sheriff handcuffed Will and put him in the back of his cruiser, then he turned to Josh and Shay. Shay told him what happened, including how she'd fought Will off before he'd knocked her out. Josh's eyes were on her as she spoke, and she wondered what he was thinking. When she was done, Josh told the sheriff how he'd seen Will dragging Shay's unconscious body down the steps and toward Will's car. For some reason, it hadn't occurred to Shay that Josh had seen her in such a helpless state. Watching fury darken his eyes as he described what he'd seen, Shay tried not to imagine what would have happened if Josh hadn't intervened. When they'd finished telling the sheriff what had happened, the sheriff drove away with Will in the back seat. Chapter 39. The moment the sheriff was gone, Josh led Shay to the front porch where they sat side by side on the porch swing. Worried about her, he asked, "How are you feeling? How's your head?" A bruise was forming on her cheek, and he had to control the rage he felt toward Will. Shay needed him now. He had to focus on her. "I'll be okay." "Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital?" The sheriff had offered to call an ambulance, but Shay had declined. "I think one ride in an ambulance is enough." Smiling, Josh nodded. "Yeah, I can't argue with that." He paused. "You don't want to ignore a head injury, though, especially 2 in a row. I'll have the team doc check you out." "Okay, but what about you? How does your shoulder feel?" It hurt. There was no question about that, but he didn't think he'd injured it any worse. "It'll be fine." At the look of concern on Shay's face, he added, "And don't you dare blame yourself. You did nothing wrong." A soft sigh slipped from her mouth. "You're too sweet, Josh." He wasn't trying to be sweet. He just wanted to cut off her line of thinking before it had begun. "And you are amazing. I heard you telling the sheriff how hard you fought. You don't give up easily, do you?" A blush colored her cheeks. "I couldn't let him take me." "That's what I mean. I like how you stand up for yourself." He thought about how she'd almost left him the day before, how she'd walked away from him, how he'd feared he would never see her again, how he'd come to realize how much she meant to him, how he wanted to be part of her life. He knew the moment was right to tell her that his feelings for her were growing. Lowering his chin while keeping his eyes locked on hers, he softened his voice. "That's not the only thing I like about you." At the look on Josh's face, combined with his words, Shay felt her heart begin to pound. But this wasn't like the pounding of fear she'd felt when Will had shown up. No, this was a pounding of hope and excitement. "What do you mean?" she asked, her lips curving upward. His smile matched hers, and while his amazing blue eyes gazed into her very soul, he said, "We haven't known each other very long, but I've grown to care for you more than I've ever cared for anyone, Shay." Happiness blossomed inside her. I can't imagine. A look of fear briefly darkened his eyes. Then he shook his head. What if I hadn't seen him dragging you away? What if he'd taken you? She didn't want to consider that, but it had nearly happened. Will had been within mere yards of succeeding. The thought of being under Will's control made her sick, and her stomach churned. Closing her eyes, she reminded herself that Josh had saved her, that she was safe. She opened her eyes and met his gaze, as the thought went through her head with power. He saved me. I love you, Josh. Her eyes widened in shock. Where had that come from? But she meant it. She'd never fallen for someone so fast or so hard. Still, it was too soon to say it, wasn't it? Holding completely still, she waited to see what Josh would say. Shay's declaration of love had taken Josh completely by surprise, but when she'd said the words, they had resonated within him in a way he'd never felt before. He reached out and gently stroked her face, wanting nothing more than to pull her into his arms and protect her from the world. She'd come to mean more to him than he ever could have imagined. Staring steadily into her emerald green eyes that held no guile, Josh felt his heart swell with a feeling so overwhelming he couldn't deny it. I love you too, Shay. They'd been through some intense things together, and he was eager to explore the future with her, to see where things led. Shay could hardly believe he'd said the words back. Grinning like an idiot, she couldn't take her eyes from his face, and when he tugged her into his arms, she went willingly. She pressed her cheek against his chest and listened to his strong and steady heartbeat. With his arms around her, knowing he would do anything to save her, that he already had saved her, and that he loved her as she loved him, Shay had never been happier. She looked up at him, and after only a moment, he lowered his face to hers. Then he pressed his lips against hers with a passion she'd never felt before. She sank against him, savoring the feel of being in his strong embrace. She didn't know what the future held, but she was excited to discover it with Josh at her side, strengthening her, lifting her up as she would lift him. They would be there for each other, no matter what. Chapter 40. 8 weeks later. Shay stood off to the side of the football field watching Josh run plays with his teammates. She had just arrived at the Sacramento Vipers practice field, having finished her shift at the Green Thumb Nursery. It was her 3rd full week working there, and she loved it, and she was learning so much about gardening. When it had been time for Josh to move back to his Sacramento house, he'd invited her to move in with him, but she had decided it was time to be on her own. With his help, she'd found a small apartment, and it hadn't taken long to find the job at the nursery. And though she'd argued that she would be fine taking the bus to work, Josh had insisted on buying a car for her. His one concession had been to let her choose the car, and she'd chosen an inexpensive used car. So far it had worked fine, and as it turned out, the car made it easy for her to stop by Josh's practices from time to time. Between working and taking care of her little place, and especially spending time with Josh, her life was full. Despite that, she had decided to enroll in classes at Sacramento City College and work toward a degree that had something to do with gardening. She hadn't decided yet if she wanted to focus on landscape design or horticulture, but either way, she was filled with optimism about her future. Especially when it came to Josh. She'd fallen more in love with him every day. She tried not to think about Will, but she didn't feel threatened by him any longer. He was in jail, and with any luck, he wouldn't be out anytime soon. Now, as she watched Josh throwing the ball, her heart soared with happiness. Being with him was a dream come true, and she was grateful every day to have him in her life. Josh saw that Shay had arrived, which brought a smile to his face. Every time he saw her, it seemed as if the day was brighter. Though he would have preferred that she move into his place, he respected her need to be on her own. Knowing she didn't need him so much, but rather had chosen him, made him love her all the more. And he chose her. No other woman interested him in the least. Moving his right arm in a circle, he assured himself once again that his shoulder was 100% healed. Grateful that there were no lingering problems, When the coach called an end to that day's practice, Josh jogged over to Shay and pulled her into an embrace. "Hi there, beautiful," he murmured in her ear. "How was practice?" He pulled back and smiled at her. "Fantastic. What about you? How was work?" "Great." She studied him. "You know, every time someone talks about starting a garden, I think of our garden at your cabin." He laughed. "We'll have to get up there and check on it sometime." "Good thing we were able to automate that soaker hose, but I'm sure there will be a few weeds the next time we go there." Chuckling, he said, "Yeah, just a few. But think of the bounty of produce that'll be waiting for us." Her endless enthusiasm always warmed him, and he pulled her in for a lingering kiss. "I sure love you, Shay." Her emerald green eyes were steady on his. "I love you, Josh." Savoring the moment, Shay gazed at him, her heart singing with love. She was so grateful for him and all that he'd done for her, for the amazing place she was in her life. Though she was certain she would have gotten there on her own eventually, she was thrilled that Josh had helped her along and that they were on this journey together. Their future held endless promise, and as she smiled at him, she knew her life couldn't be any more perfect. This has been Protected by the Quarterback, written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2017 by Christine Kersey. Thanks for listening.